Chapter 559. The Special Forces and werewolves on the ground launched a charge against the Wakanda army, and the Nova and Narrow fighters in the sky also joined the battle for the first time. Unlike the Wakanda army, who had high-tech weapons but still fought like a primitive tribe, Konoha's special forces and the werewolves proved what modern warfare is. The werewolves with high HP and high HP were responsible for frontal assault and attack. The special forces wearing individual power armors were responsible for long-range attacks and firepower support. As for the Nova and Narrow fighters that had complete air supremacy, they were responsible for large-scale heavy firepower support and air support. Although the forces dispatched by Konoha were far less than the Wakanda army led by Black Panther, Konoha's combat power was far beyond the Wakanda army. After destroying the energy barrier of Wakanda with the Twilight Sword, Rog returned to the Golden Jack and patiently waited for the appearance of Black Panther God Bast. He didn't command the battle on the spot, but handed over the command to the Punisher and let the Punisher command the battle on his behalf. In addition, he also restricted the actions of Abomination, Kurenai, Quicksilver, and others, making them obediently act as spectators on the Golden Jack. Except for Black Panther T'Challa, there was no one with particularly strong individual strength in Wakanda. To deal with the Wakanda army that had energy weapons but still had a primitive tribal concept of war, there was no need to send Abomination, Kurenai, and others. Not only did Rog not let Abomination and others join the battle, but even the 4 battleships such as the Golden Jack also maintained a spectator posture under his command. Defeating the Wakanda army was a matter of no suspense. Whether the Golden Jack and other battleships participated in the battle or not, the outcome would not change. And compared to Konoha defeating the Wakanda army, Rog was more concerned about when the Guardian of Wakanda, Black Panther God Bast, would appear. Time passed by little, and the war on the ground began to gradually develop into a one-sided situation. In addition to Rog and others on the battleship watching this completely unfair battle, the audience of other countries also saw the real-time broadcast of the battle through the news. For the audience, the battle between Konoha and Wakanda was like a scene out of a sci-fi movie. Energy beams of various colors danced in the air. The individual power armors of Konoha's special force and the vibranium energy weapons of Wakanda's soldiers gave the audience in different corners of the world the illusion that they were watching a futuristic sci-fi war. However, in this futuristic sci-fi war, the most eye-catching ones weren't Konoha's special forces or Wakanda's soldiers, but the werewolves with an average height of 2.5 meters. Although these werewolves did not have any equipment or energy weapons, their sharp claws and fangs were the most lethal killing weapons. Unlike being hit by bullets and energy beams, the Wakandan warriors who were entangled with the werewolves did not even have the chance to leave their corpses intact. They had to report to their guardian, the Black Panther God Bast. It was a bloody and primitive hand-to-hand combat, where energy weapons clashed against each other. These 2 completely different styles of battle were strangely merged together, creating an alternative war scene between Konoha's army and Wakanda's army. Golden Jack, main control room of the battleship. Are you sure this can lure out the Black Panther God Bast? Rog, sitting in the captain's position, turned his head and asked Dr. Doom, who had been silent since boarding the battleship. Don't doubt my research results. As long as your troops can maintain this stable killing efficiency, the Black Panther God Bast will definitely appear. Doom's voice sounded slowly, and he answered confidently. I hope so. Rog didn't doubt Doom's research results, but he instinctively felt that things wouldn't be so simple. If it was so easy to lure out the Black Panther God Bast, then Bast's thinking was a bit too simple. As long as one had a normal IQ, it was easy to see that Konoha deliberately restrained some of its power. Konoha's method of preserving its strength usually only had 2 situations. The first was that Konoha didn't put Wakanda in its eyes at all, so it didn't want to go all out. The other was that Konoha had other plans, so it preserved some of its strength just in case. Although the predecessor of the Black Panther God Bast was a Black Panther, in any case, it was a god. It was impossible for it not to see through Konoha's simple and straightforward method. Any existence that can break through the original level of life and be promoted to a god can't be a fool, so Rog always felt that things wouldn't be so simple. Just when Rog was considering whether to let the Punishers increase the attack power and let more Wakanda soldiers go to the Black Panther God Bast's divine kingdom, the originally endless blue sky quickly dimmed. Glancing at the sky that seemed to turn from day to night in an instant, a satisfied smile appeared on Rog's face. The Black Panther God Bast really appeared. Order the troops to withdraw. All troops retreat 10 kilometers. After letting Sharon Carter inform the Punishers who were commanding the battle on the ground, Rog stood up from the captain's position and opened the portal connecting to Konoha's headquarters. With the opening of the portal, Fenrir, who was in Konoha's headquarters, curiously stretched his head and looked at Rog with a confused face. Black, transform into the form of the Northern Cold Sword. We are going to kill a god. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Black emerged from Fenrir's head and transformed into the Northern Cold Sword without saying a word. Black was a symbiotic living weapon he created based on the legendary Black Death Sword. Although Black didn't become as powerful as the Black Death Sword, at this time, Black was the most suitable weapon to kill a god. After all, his ancestor, Black Death Sword, had a glorious record of killing Kagami. After putting on the Northern Cold Sword, Rog and Doctor of Destruction Doom left the Golden Jack, without looking back. Although the soldiers and reporters of other countries didn't know why Konoha's troops suddenly began to withdraw, their intuition told them that it was a wise decision to retreat with Konoha's troops. It didn't take long for Konoha's troops to withdraw 10 kilometers away in accordance with Rog's request. At the same time as Konoha's troops withdrew, Wakanda's army, which had more than half of its casualties, also began to withdraw quickly without the slightest hesitation. Others may not know what this sudden change in the weather means, but as the king of Wakanda, Black Panther T'Challa was very clear about what was happening now. The reason why Black Panther T'Challa dared to say in front of Rog that Wakanda was not afraid of any enemy was not because Wakanda had vibranium technology that far exceeded the technological level of Earth, but because they had a great god who always protected them. As long as Black Panther God Bast was there, Wakanda would not be afraid of any enemy. No one can withstand the anger of a god. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. From a secular point of view, there was no problem with Black Panther T'Challa's idea. It's just that he ignored a very serious problem. Gods were also divided into strong and weak, and there was also the risk of death and fall. Gods were not invincible eternal existences. Chapter 560. What is a god? In fact, a god is also a human, but a god can do what a human can't do, so they became a god. Rog, who was floating in the air side by side with Dr. Doom, looked up at the dark sky, and a line he had seen in a movie unconsciously appeared in his mind. After getting the godhood of the Black Panther God Batet, what are you going to do with it? Become a god yourself after digesting the godhood? When the Black Panther God Batet appeared, Rog turned his head and asked the silent Dr. Doom, "What about you? What are you going to do with it? You don't look like the kind of person who wants to become a god?" Dr. Doom glanced at Rog and asked rhetorically, "Actually, I really want to become a god, but the god I want to become is not like the Black Panther God Batet." Rog didn't lie, he really wants to become a god. It's just that he wants to become the god of ninjas, not a god like the Black Panther God Batet who relies on the power of faith to exist. Compared with the power of faith that requires a large number of believers, he believes more in his own power that will not change because of the will of others. Becoming a god is not as beautiful as you believe. A life without humanity is meaningless. Not knowing whether he was persuading Rog to give up the idea of becoming a god, or persuading himself to give up the fantasy of becoming a god, Doom said slowly in an extremely serious tone, "Well said." In terms of humanity and life, Rog agreed with Doom's statement and nodded silently. Just by looking at the relaxed appearance of the two of them now, it is completely impossible to imagine that what they are going to do next will be a crazy battle of god slaying. Perhaps this also has a lot to do with the fact that both of them are people who have seen big scenes. For others, gods or demons only exist in myths and legends. But for the two of them, not only have they seen the so-called gods and demons with their own eyes, but they have also really fought. For example, in Hell, they had a fairly fair battle with the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Although they didn't manage to defeat Mephisto in that battle, they had achieved their goal perfectly. They sent the soul of Dum's mother to heaven and escaped from hell alive from the hands of the enraged Mephisto. Although the Black Panther god Bast was the guardian of Wakanda, there was no way he could be stronger than the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. If Rog didn't guess incorrectly, Black Panther god Bastet's strength was at most on the same level as them, which was the level of Yation Father. It was not that Earth could not give birth to a Heavenly Father-level existence, but it was definitely not enough to rely on the faith of Wakanda alone. If the Black Panther god Batet could become the faith of all of Africa, or even the faith of all of Earth, it might be able to open the door to becoming a Heavenly Father. However, this was clearly an impossible task for Black Panther god Bat. Black Panther god Batet didn't let Rog and Dum wait for too long. When the Black Panther brought the surviving Wakanda warriors back to the city, Black Panther god Batet, who had been guarding Wakanda for God knows how many years, finally appeared. Under the howling wind and the illogical moonlight, thunderclouds with lightning twined around them quickly gathered and condensed into a huge panther head that was hundreds of meters in size in front of Rog and Dum. The flashing lightning in the thunderclouds became the eyes and mouth of the panther head, roaring wildly at Rog and Dum. It seems to be looking down on us. It's actually using this energy body to threaten us, Rog said with a smile. Whether it was Rog or Dum, neither of them took Black Panther god Bastet's roar to heart. Not to mention that the one baring its teeth and roaring in front of them was just an energy head condensed from thunderclouds. Even if Bastet's true body was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at them, they wouldn't have any fear. Don't waste time, let's end this quickly. After saying that, red and blue magic formations appeared around Dum's armor and body. He didn't like this kind of battle where people were watching. Now, he didn't know how many cameras and surveillance satellites were aimed at them, trying to film or monitor their battle. For him, this felt like he was taking the initiative to expose his trump card in front of people. No problem. After Dumu entered his battle state, Rog did not hesitate at all. He took a deep breath and unleashed the immortal mode that he had not used for a while. Shikatsu Forest, Sage Mode. In just an instant, he absorbed enough natural energy from the surrounding air to transform chakra into Immortal Technique chakra. Red eyeshadow and lines appeared around his eyes and forehead. His Sage mode that was already far beyond ordinary people also received a terrifying increase at this moment. After entering Sage mode, he decisively used his first Immortal Technique. Immortal Technique, Shadow Clone. After using chakra to create 4 shadow clones, they quickly rushed to the east, south, west and north without needing his instructions. Then, they joined forces to cast an extremely powerful boundary ninjutsu. Immortal Technique, for Crimson Yang Formation. The 4 Violet Flame Formation was a boundary ninjutsu developed by Rog himself, and the 4 Crimson Yang Formation was developed by Hinata. After Hinata showed amazing and unreasonable ninjutsu research and development ability, Rog gave all these research and development tasks that require a lot of time and calculations to Hinata. The 4 Crimson Yang Formation that was jointly cast by 4 Kage-level ninjas with chakra has the terrifying strength to resist the 10-tailed Bijou bullet. And the 4 Crimson Yang Formation in the Immortal Technique state is stronger than the ninjutsu state. A red rectangular barrier with transparent flames quickly formed, completely enveloping Rog, Dum, and Black Panther god Batet. The purpose of casting the 4 Crimson Yang Formation wasn't to prevent others from interfering in the battle, but purely to prevent Black Panther god Batet from turning around and escaping. If Black Panther god Batet were to escape, they might not be able to find him again next time. Old rules, I'll go first and you back. As soon as his voice fell, Rog pulled out the Northern Cold Sword on his waist and attacked the huge Black Panther god Batet in front of him. The battle of god slaying has officially begun. In just a blink of an eye, Rog, wearing the Yandame Hokage Heiori robe and holding the Northern Cold Sword, rushed to the front of the Black Panther god Batet. Under the gaze of Black Panther god Batet, his left hand gently brushed the blade of the Northern Cold Sword, leaving a visible lightning bolt on the pitch-black Northern Cold Sword. With the entanglement of lightning, the blade of the Northern Cold Sword instantly soared to the size of tens of meters, and like the scythe of the god of death, it slashed the huge Black Panther god Batet in front of him. Chapter 561. There was no suspense. Rog's northern cold blade went straight into the head of the Black Panther formed by the thunderclouds. The moment the northern cold blade went into the head, the silver-white lightning on the blade shone brightly like a meteor cutting through the night sky. It went from the forehead of the Black Panther to its mouth. The northern cold blade, which was dozens of meters long, was far smaller than the Black Panther head formed by the thunderclouds. However, in terms of sharpness and sturdiness, the northern cold blade was far superior to the Black Panther head. Even if the thunderclouds had the divine power of Black Panther god Batet, it was impossible to make the thunderclouds as hard as steel. Moreover, even if it was real steel, the northern cold blade could still cut it in half like a hot knife through butter. Rog's northern cold blade had just cut through the Black Panther head when a golden ball of light, like the sun, appeared in Doom's hand in the distance. Holy light expulsion. Just as the enormous Black Panther head was about to swallow Rog, Dr. Destruction shot out the basketball-sized golden ball of light in his hand like a cannonball. In front of this golden ball of light, which was filled with dense holy power, distance seemed to have lost its meaning. In just an instant, the golden ball of light arrived in front of the Black Panther head. Then, like the sun, it exploded with a blinding light that covered the entire night sky. Sizzle, under the baptism of the holy power, the Black Panther head, which was hundreds of meters long, melted quickly like snow under the hot sun. Although the golden ball of light that Doom shot out exploded near Rog, it was different from Black Panther god Batet, who relied on the power of faith to become a god. He did not suffer much damage. To some extent, the holy power that came from heaven was also a manifestation of the power of faith. However, compared to the pure power of faith, heaven's holy power was the power of faith that had been modified by the Creator. It was a power of faith that could be used by more people. The reason why Doom chose to use holy power to attack Black Panther god Batet at this time was because the holy power that came from heaven had an extremely overbearing attribute. In heaven's belief system, any belief that did not come from the Creator was an evil god's belief. In other words, in heaven's judgment, evil gods were more evil than hell's demons. The wars between the churches in the Middle Ages were a clear example. Therefore, when he decided to carry out this crazy god-slaying plan with Rog, Doom had already thought about how to use his divine power to fight against the Black Panther god, Batet. Just as he had expected, when he used the divine power that originated from heaven to attack the Black Panther god Batet, the divine power displayed its tyrannical nature when attacking evil gods or demons. When the golden light gradually dissipated, the head of the Black Panther, which was originally hundreds of meters in size, shrank to dozens of meters in size. The endless night created by the Black Panther god Batet was no longer as dark as before. It was unknown if Black Panther god Batet was angered by Rog's attacks or if it finally decided to deal with Rog seriously. The Black Panther head formed by the thunderclouds changed again, becoming a complete Black Panther. However, just as the Black Panther god Batet condensed a complete Black Panther body, Rog, who had already restored the northern Liang saber to its original size, suddenly clasped his hands together and shouted, "Immortal art, bright god gate." Black Panther god Batet had just condensed a new body, and before it could move, red torii fell from the sky one after another, crushing Black Panther god Bastet's new body with the momentum of meteors. Neck, back, waist, tail, limbs. The bright god gate that fell from the sky accurately hit every part of the Black Panther god Bastet's body like cruise missiles, firmly pressing it down on the ground. The bright god gate was a powerful sealing technique that could even suppress tailed beasts. Although the Black Panther god Batet wasn't a tailed beast, that didn't stop Rog from using the bright god gate to deal with it. Moreover, in terms of size, the Black Panther god Batet that was dozens of meters in size had some similarities to a tailed beast. Other than directly suppressing the target's body, the bright god gate could also seal its energy for a short period of time. If it was used to deal with ninjas or tailed beasts, the bright god gate would seal chakra. If it was used to deal with the Black Panther god Batet, then the bright god gate would seal divine power. When Rog used the immortal art, bright god gate, to forcefully suppress the Black Panther god Batet to the ground, Doom also used his second wave of attacks. Holy purification. The holy purification that Dum used to deal with the Lord of Hell Mephisto appeared once again. The holy light that was like the descent of the heavens completely enveloped the Black Panther god Batet. Under the baptism of the holy light, the thundercloud body condensed by Black Panther god Bastet's divine power exploded like a punctured balloon, turning into nothingness under the holy light. In less than 10 seconds, Rog and Dum completely defeated the Black Panther god Bastet's divine power clone, using unquestionable facts to prove that the two of them had the strength to slay gods. As the Black Panther god Bastet's divine power clone dissipated, the dark night sky became much brighter, no longer having that oppressive darkness. "Come out, I know you're here." Rog didn't care about the Black Panther god Bastet's divine power clone dissipating, and spoke to the empty air in front of him. Although the Black Panther god Batet had only revealed his divine power clone, he was 100% sure that the Black Panther god Bastet's true body was within the 4 Crimson Yang formation. Whether it was instantly changing the weather or condensing a divine power clone, it wasn't something that could be done from a divine kingdom. If the Black Panther god Bastet's divine kingdom could have such an obvious effect on reality, he would have broken through to the Heavenly Father level long ago. After waiting patiently for a few seconds, a low beastly roar sounded in Rog and Dum's ears. This was a very clear threat. However, Rog and Dum didn't take this threat to heart. If they were afraid of this threat, they wouldn't have come to provoke the Black Panther god Batet. The low roar filled with warning and threat sounded, but the Black Panther god Batet had no intention of revealing his true body. "What is this, hiding in the dark to scare us?" Rog couldn't figure out what the Black Panther god Batet was thinking at that moment. "Byakugan, open. Since you don't want to take the initiative to come out, then I'll force you to show yourself." With the Immortal technique for Crimson Yang formation, Rog wasn't worried that the Black Panther god Batet would quietly return to his divine kingdom. In any case, the 4 Crimson Yang formation was a boundary ninjutsu. And one of the characteristics of boundary ninjutsu was that it had a space isolation effect. If it couldn't even achieve this most basic space isolation, it would be impossible for the 4 Crimson Yang formation to become a higher-level boundary ninjutsu than the 4 Violet Flame formation. Chapter 562. With the activation of Byakugan, everything in the 4 Crimson Yang formation appeared clearly in Rog's line of sight. Through the supervision granted by Byakugan, he quickly found Black Panther god Batet, who was almost integrated with the shadows. As the guardian god of Wakanda, the authority held by the Black Panther god Bast was somewhat different from the authority held by the human gods. From the divine power it has shown so far, its authority has already involved the night, invisibility, lightning, and other domains. Of course, as a panther god, it will definitely not lack the authority of hunting, fighting, physical strengthening, and other domains. "Found you!" After finding Black Panther god Batet in the shadows of the forest, Rog put his hands together again and used Mokutan, which is most suitable for Shikatsu Forest's Sage Mode. Sage Mode would release Habokujutsu. The Sage Mode chakra in Rog's body instantly poured into the ground, and huge wooden palms emerged from the ground and directly grabbed Black Panther god Batet, who was hiding in the shadows. Compared with Wood Human Jutsu and Wood Dragon Jutsu, Habokujutsu has higher mobility, and its versatility is no worse than Wood Human and Wood Dragon. Because it only needs to make palms with Wood release, Habokujutsu's activation time is faster than Wood Human Jutsu and Wood Dragon Jutsu. The huge palms that seem to emerge from the abyss are more difficult to dodge than Wood Human and Wood Dragon. When the huge palms made by Habokujutsu emerged from the ground one by one, Black Panther god Batet knew that its position has been exposed. When these huge wooden palms grabbed towards the shadow it was hiding in, Black Panther god Batet didn't hesitate and jumped out of the shadow like a ghost. Black Panther god Batet, who was surrounded by black mist, jumped hundreds of meters in an instant under the bright moonlight, and effortlessly escaped from the encirclement of the wooden palms. However, at the moment it was about to land, huge wooden palms emerged from the ground in front of it again. If Habokujutsu was so easy to dodge, it wouldn't be a Mokutan ninjutsu that was valued by Hashirama. When these huge wooden palms were about to grab it, Black Panther god Batet showed the unique flexibility of a cat and forcibly twisted its body before landing, slightly changing its landing point. The wooden palm failed to catch him again. Black Panther god Batet took this opportunity to run a few hundred meters away, once again leaving the encirclement set up by the wooden palm. Rog wasn't surprised that the Black Panther god Batet could avoid the capture of the cloth bag technique twice in a row. As a god, it would be inconceivable if the Black Panther god Batet didn't even have this ability. Moreover, from the Black Panther god Buster's 2 dodges, he discovered a fatal weakness of the Black Panther god. The Black Panther god Batet didn't have the ability to fly. Although this seemed a little inconceivable, it was proven that the Black Panther god Batet did not have the ability to fly. If it had the ability to fly, it wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort to dodge the second time. A simple rise into the air would have allowed it to escape the grasp of the wooden palm. Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that the Black Panther god Batet was deliberately hiding his strength. However, Rog doubted that with the Black Panther god Bastet's personality and way of thinking, he would not be able to come up with such a plan. He didn't doubt Black Panther god Buster's intelligence. He just felt that this didn't match Black Panther god Buster's style. "I'll restrain him. You can start preparing the fatal strike." When the Black Panther god Batet dodged the capture of the cloth bag again, Rog didn't control the wooden palm to attack him again. Instead, he turned his head and slowly said to Dum, who had come to his side. After saying that, he seriously sized up the Black Panther god Batet, who had revealed his true form. From the outside, the Black Panther god Batet looked like a black panther that had been magnified several dozen times. He had shiny black fur all over his body, faint purple eyes, and sharp fangs and claws that emitted cold light. He didn't know if it was his own misconception, but when he was sizing up the Black Panther god Batet, Rog felt that the Black Panther god Batet and Fenrir were indescribably compatible. Although one of them was a canine, and the other was a feline. Both of them had silky smooth black fur, and their body sizes were very similar. Fenrir had a shoulder height of 4 to 5 meters, and a body length of over 10 meters. Her intelligence wasn't low, and she was very wild. The Black Panther god Bastet's shoulder height and body length were about the same as Fenrir, and he also had a rather high intelligence, and was also very wild. If he hadn't already discussed with Dum to split the Black Panther god Bastet's divinity equally, Rog had the urge to ask Fenrir if she would mind starting a cross-species same-sex love. Thinking of this, he suddenly noticed something that he had never paid attention to before. Baet should be a male, right? Dum, who was preparing a fatal blow, was stunned for a moment. Although the metal mask blocked his expression, Rog could tell from his eyes what he wanted to express. "Are you kidding me? Seems like it." Rog didn't care about Dum's gaze that looked like he was looking at an idiot, and said to himself, "In fact, strictly speaking, the gods didn't have a so-called gender. If they wanted to, they could change their gender at any time. This wasn't difficult for the gods who had grasped the power of faith." However, in order to stabilize their divinity, most of the gods would maintain the gender they had before igniting their divine fire, so as to avoid the cracks and fluctuations in their divinity due to the gender change. In addition, the gods' gender change could easily cause the believer's faith to change, causing these gods who relied on the power of faith to become gods to suffer unnecessary risks. After shaking his head to get rid of these messy thoughts from his mind, Rog once again controlled the polybag technique. After confirming that the Black Panther god Batet didn't have the ability to fly, the difficulty of restraining and capturing him plummeted. The Black Panther god Batet did indeed have decent speed and agility, but as long as he couldn't fly, he wouldn't be able to dodge the following wooden palm. The reason was simple, because Rog planned to let the wooden palm of the polybag technique cover every corner of the barrier. In terms of cost-effectiveness, this was a very wasteful action of the Immortal technique chakra. However, this was nothing to Rog, who had 0.65 chakra and had entered Sage mode. When he clasped his hands together again, the Immortal technique chakra in his body crazily poured into the ground as if it was free. In an instant, tens of thousands of wooden palms poured out from every part of the ground in the barrier, constructing an endless hell made entirely of wooden palms. Chapter 563. Aren't you jumping around? Why don't you jump around again for me to see? This thought should have appeared in the mind of the Black Panther god Batet, who had a higher level of life. But now, the Black Panther god Batet, who was regarded as a protector by the Wakanda people, was being chased around like a cat by Rog, who used the wood release, complete cloth bag technique. It had to be said that felines were far more agile than humans and canines. Even though the Black Panther god Batet was surrounded by so many wooden palms, it still displayed astonishing agility and speed. Relying on shadow jump and other methods, as well as its high agility, the Black Panther god Batet walked out an unusual escape route under the encirclement of the huge palms. Like a ghost in the middle of the night, the Black Panther god Batet kept flashing around as if it could not get tired. Moreover, the landing point it chose every time it flashed was very interesting. In order to avoid falling into the wooden palms, the Black Panther god Batet did not choose the ground as his landing point. Instead, he used the fingers of the wooden palms as leverage. When his two front limbs touched the fingers of the wooden palms, he would rely on the support provided by the fingers to change his route. He would either flash or jump, once again dodging the wooden palms. Although the Black Panther god Batet was jumping around happily, he still underestimated Rog's control of the complete cloth bag technique. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick and borrow strength from the fingers of the wooden palms to avoid being caught, the huge wooden palms in front of him suddenly retracted back into the ground. Since the complete cloth bag technique could grow huge wooden palms from the ground, it could also retract these palms back into the ground. Although these wooden palms looked like carefully carved wooden sculptures, under the nourishment of the Immortal technique chakra, each of these wooden palms possessed living characteristics. The Black Panther god Batet never thought that Rog would actually make the wooden palms retract back into the ground. Moreover, the palms that retracted back into the ground were not just the ones in front of him. In the blink of an eye, all the wooden palms around him retracted back into the ground, turning the area around him into an empty space. Unless he could fly, the only ending in front of him was to fall to the ground. Although the Black Panther god Batet was a god, he was a god that could not fly. Therefore, it could only obey the laws of gravity on Earth. Black Panther god Batet knew that it would be in danger of being caught if it landed, but it didn't have a second choice. Whether it was the power of lightning or the power of shadow, it could not change the fact that it was about to land. However, this did not mean that it would give up without a fight. The moment he landed on the ground, he immediately used shadow jump to leave the area. Although the casting speed of the cloth bag technique was fast, the Black Panther god Batet had absolute confidence in changing its position before the wooden palms reappeared. Black Panther god Bastet's idea wasn't wrong, but he had overlooked a very important point. Rog wasn't the kind of person who would play his cards according to common sense. Just as all of its attention was focused on the moment of landing, Rog made the first move. Two gigantic palms, each over 100 meters long, emerged from the ground like the hands of a demon. The two palms appeared on the left and right sides of Black Panther god Bast. Just as it realized that something was wrong, the two gigantic wooden palms suddenly clasped together and interlocked their fingers. If Hinata was here now, she would definitely recognize that the two palms clasped together was a hand seal, and it was the last hand seal commonly used in wood release. Immortal technique, wood release, diamond motionless. From the point of view of the attack, this would release ninjutsu called diamond motionless is just holding the two wooden palms together in the form of a hand seal. But in fact, this is one of the wood release ninjutsu developed by Rog himself. Of course, it was without the help of ninjutsu master Hinata. Diamond motionless is a second-class ninjutsu developed by Rog based on the cloth bag technique. It is a ninjutsu used to suppress or seal the target. The suppression effect of this ninjutsu is mainly shown in two aspects. The first is the strong physical suppression provided by the wooden palms when the palms clasp together. The second is to use the constantly flowing chakra in the palms to disturb the energy flow in the target's body, so that the target can't break free through magic or other spell-type skills. When he first designed this ninjutsu, Rog used Hulk and Thanos as imaginary enemies. But now, he found that Black Panther god Bast is also a good test target. Black Panther god Bast, who was being suppressed by Mokutan, Kingang's Mokun, 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 Kingang's Mokutan cunning human. Although Black Panther God Bast has been ignited for a long time, in terms of tactics, it is far inferior to humans. Not to mention compared with Rog, even if it randomly picked a person in Konoha's special forces, it can't win in terms of tactical ability. People who play tactics have dirty hearts. If Black Panther God Bast has the same hobby of playing games as Rog, it will fully understand this sentence. The lively Black Panther God Bast was suppressed by Rog's Diamond Motionless. Doom, who was responsible for preparing the fatal blow, also took this opportunity to quickly complete all the preparations for the fatal blow. When Black Panther God Bast struggled in the palm of Diamond Motionless, a complicated magic circle quickly formed under Doom's control with the position of Diamond Motionless as the center. How to peel the complete divinity from the god. About this problem, Dr. Doom once thought about it for a long time. Later, under someone's hint, he thought of a simple, crude, and incomparably efficient method. Sacrifice the god. In other words, directly refine the god. In the civilization system of the earth, magic is an existence that doesn't conform to the rules of science. But in fact, magic also follows the rules of science. It's just that unlike science on earth, magic takes another path. In the magic system that follows the rules of science, there is a branch that abides by the rules of science. This branch is called alchemy. Without sacrifice, you can't get anything. If you want to get something, you must pay the same price. This is the equivalent exchange principle of alchemy. Neither Rog nor Doom is an alchemist, but this doesn't prevent them from using the power of alchemy. Chapter 564. What Dr. Doom built on the ground was indeed a magic array, but to be more precise, it should be called an alchemy array. Although Rog and Doom intended to seize the divinity of Black Panther God Batet, they did not intend to do so in a normal way. First, defeat Black Panther God Batet, then consume its divinity and divine power, and finally separate its divinity. This was the most commonly used method and the most orthodox method. However, this method was a bit too complicated for Rog and Doom. Therefore, they chose a simpler and more crude method, which was to use alchemy to separate the divinity of Black Panther God Batet. Through the alchemy array, they sacrificed Black Panther God Batet to the Gate of Truth. Using the principle of equivalent exchange of the Gate of Truth, they completely separated the divinity, divine power, and divinity of Black Panther God Batet. The true body of Black Panther God Batet, as well as its divine power and divinity, would be sacrificed to the Gate of Truth. And its divinity would be separated separately and become Rog and Doom's spoils of war. Equivalent exchange, each taking what they need. This was the fatal blow that Rog and Doom prepared for Black Panther God Batet. If Black Panther Chara knew that Rog and Doom had this idea from the beginning, he would not have taken the royal guards to attack Konoha. He just wanted to seek justice for his father, Chara, and let others know what the consequences of maliciously obtaining vibranium were. But he would not have thought that his decision would ruin the patron of Wakanda, and even make the vibranium resources that belonged to Wakanda completely become the private property of others. Let's begin. When the alchemy circle on the ground emitted a blue light, Rog deactivated the Mokutan, Kingang's Mokutan, allowing Black Panther God Batet to regain its freedom of movement. But before Black Panther God Batet had time to rejoice, the lightning on the alchemy array passed through the wooden palm like tentacles and touched its body. The moment the lightning touched it, it realized the danger it was in. However, it was too late. The alchemy formation had already begun to operate. It was located at the center of the alchemy formation, and not only was it an offering to the Gate of Truth, but it was also the energy source for the alchemy formation to continue operating. Because he wasn't the one performing the alchemy, Rog could only see the light blue lightning constantly striking the wooden palm and the Black Panther God Bastet's body, breaking them down into their purest form. In less than a second or two, the giant palm and the Black Panther God Batet completely disappeared from the refining array. Rog could not see the Gate of Truth that appeared when the alchemy circle was sacrificed, but Doom the spellcaster could clearly see everything that happened within the circle. Doom's consciousness entered an empty space that was so pure that it was oppressive. In this pure white space, a huge double stone door floated quietly in front of him. Above the gate was a tree of life with 10 rings connected to it. Below the tree of life, there were 10 wings of different sizes that represented 10 different kinds of grand cultivators. As an experienced mage, Dum was naturally not unfamiliar with the tree of life. However, he had only seen the Gate of Truth in magic books before. This was the first time he used alchemy to summon the Gate of Truth. After sizing up the floating Gate of Truth, Dum set his gaze on the Black Panther god Batet who was lying beside him. The Black Panther god Batet did not have the shocking size he had in the outside world. He looked just like an ordinary Black Panther. Although the Black Panther god Batet struggled with all his might, all of his resistance was meaningless in front of the Gate of Truth. He was forcefully pressed to the ground by an invisible, powerful force. I, Victor von Dum, sacrifice the Black Panther god Batet to you. I beg you to accept my sacrifice. I beg you to bestow upon me the divinity of the Black Panther god Batet. After glancing at the Black Panther god Batet who could not stand up, Dum spoke to the Gate of Truth with an unprecedented respectful tone. The moment he finished speaking and lowered his head, it was as if the Gate of Truth that had never been opened before was slowly pushed open by someone from the inside. When the Gate of Truth opened, a huge red eye appeared in the dark and deep door that was like a black hole. At this time, although Dum had his head lowered, the moment the Eye of Truth in the door stared at him, he felt an instinctive fear of being stared at by an indescribable great existence. Fortunately, the Eye of Truth in the Gate of Truth only glanced at him casually before shifting its gaze to the Black Panther god Batet who was still doing useless work. Under the shocked gaze of the Black Panther god Batet, arms of various sizes extended out from the Gate of Truth, as if they were completely condensed from shadows. These shadow-like arms slowly extended in front of the Black Panther god Batet and firmly grabbed the struggling Black Panther god Batet, pulling him bit by bit towards the Gate of Truth. The process of pulling the Black Panther god Batet into the Gate of Truth only lasted for a short few seconds. Of course, this time was just Dum's perception. In this space, there was no such thing as time. After the Black Panther god Batet was completely pulled into the Gate of Truth, the opened Gate of Truth closed again. At the same time, Dum's consciousness also returned to his own body. The alchemy circle that emitted blue light stopped operating. The night that the Black Panther god Batet created with his divine power also disappeared, and the sky returned to its original appearance. Under the sunlight, 3 fist-sized transparent crystals that emitted golden light quietly lay in the middle of the alchemy circle. The Black Panther god Bastet's divinity. Rog, who exited sage mode, landed in front of Dum and said slowly, "There are a total of 3 divinity fragments. How do we split them?" "You have 2 and I have 1. I'll pick first." After thinking for a second or two, Dum gave an answer. Rog had no objections to Dum's arrangement. Although Dum had the right to pick first, no one knew which authority of the Black Panther god Batet was in these 3 divinity fragments before they were digested or used. The divinity fragments were indeed very precious, but Dum knew very well that he didn't have the strength to take them all for himself. Moreover, in terms of effort, Rog did put in more effort than him. After getting Rog's approval, Dum came in front of the divinity fragments and picked the one that was relatively bigger. After Dum made his choice, Rog used Chakra's hand to grab the remaining 2 divinity fragments and casually threw them into the psychic scroll that he carried with him. "Happy working with you." After putting away the divinity fragments, Rog extended his right hand to Dum with a satisfied expression and shook hands with him. "Happy working with you." Dum replied quietly. "Then," he continued, "don't forget the vibranium you promised me." "Don't worry. 100 tons of vibranium, not a gram less than you." Chapter 565. 100 tons of vibranium seems to be a lot, but compared to Wakanda's tens of thousands of tons of vibranium reserves, it's only a small part. Dum's sacrifice is definitely worth the 100 tons of vibranium. Good. Then I'll go back first. If there is such a cooperation in the future, you can contact me at any time. After receiving the divine spark of Black Panther god Bast, Dum began to arrange the teleportation formation and quickly disappeared in front of Rog. After Dum left, Rog gave a new order to Konoha's army that retreated 10 kilometers. An hour later, in the King's Hall in Bernzana, Wakanda's capital, Rog, wearing the Yondaime Hokage Haori, casually sat on the vibranium throne that symbolized the Wakanda king, glancing at Black Panther T'Challa and the members of the Elder Tribal Council kneeling in the hall. Around them, the corpses of the royal guards and Wakanda soldiers were lying everywhere. As far as I know, the Wakanda kings were all born from fighting. I'm stronger than any of you, so it's not against your customs to let me sit on the throne, right? Rog seemed to be asking Black Panther T'Challa and the elders, but everyone present could hear that he was mocking Wakanda's primitive tribal succession system. You've won, there's no need to continue to take advantage of these words. Just say it. How are you going to deal with us? Taking off his helmet, Black Panther T'Challa, who was kneeling in the hall, suppressed the anger in his heart and said with gritted teeth, as expected of the Wakanda king recognized by Black Panther God Bast, you have more backbone than these so-called elders. The winner takes all, the loser eats the dust. I'm the winner now, so whatever I want to do with you is my right. You don't have to count on other countries or the international community to provide you with any help. In this case, no country or organization will risk offending Konoha to help you. Rog looked at Black Panther like he was looking at a slave, and said to him like a real king. Hokage-sama, no matter what you want, just say it. As long as Wakanda can do it, we will definitely do it. We will definitely not disappoint you. The one who spoke was not Black Panther Chara. Instead, it was a tribal elder with a huge ring on his lips kneeling beside him. This elder was much older than T'Challa, and was more open about the outcome of Wakanda's defeat than T'Challa. More importantly, after this defeat, Chara would definitely not be able to continue as the king of Wakanda. However, as long as Wakanda still existed, he would still be a member of the Wakanda Elder Tribal Council, one of the respected elders of the tribe. Because of this, he was more accepting of Wakanda's defeat than T'Challa. However, just as he waited expectantly for Rog's answer, he saw Rog suddenly raise his right hand into the shape of a pistol. Water release, water iron cannon. Under the gaze of this tribal elder, Rog shot out a liquid bullet from his right index finger, accurately hitting his forehead and ending his life. I hate people who wear strange clothes and think they are infallible. After casually killing the tribal elder, Rog didn't look at Black Panther Chara again and said with a blank expression, from now on, everything in Wakanda belongs to Konoha. Whether it's vibranium, the technological products derived from it, or even your life, they are all Konoha's property. I'm not a demon, and I'm not interested in exterminating your race. But I'll say it first, if anyone tries to resist or provoke Konoha, then don't blame me for being cruel. Death is not the most painful thing, do you understand? After saying that, Rog no longer paid attention to Black Panther Chara and the others. He directly left the King's Hall and went to the vibranium under the city. The news that Konoha defeated and occupied Wakanda quickly spread throughout the world. For Konoha's overbearing military action, many self-proclaimed righteous people condemned Konoha. However, Konoha didn't put these public condemnations in their eyes, and unmoved, they carried out the plan called Wakanda Demolition. Under Rog's signal, Konoha began to crazily mine vibranium. Every king before Wakanda pursued the idea of controlling the mining of vibranium. After all, to some extent, vibranium is also a rare resource that can't be regenerated. But when Wakanda fell into the hands of Rog, everything changed. Not only did the underground vibranium usher in the largest mining in history, but even the vibranium used in the daily life of Wakanda people and related technological products derived from it were forcibly taken back by Konoha. Didn't Wakanda always claim that they are an agricultural country? Rog is now helping them fulfill this wish. The mined vibranium and the collected vibranium products were all sent to Konoha's hidden village on Tarim. In addition to the vibranium and these technological products, all the research materials related to vibranium were also sent to Konoha's hidden village. Although Rog didn't kill the people of Wakanda, he uprooted the vibranium civilization of Wakanda. In today's internet age, it's not easy to clean up the information of a civilization. However, the isolation of Wakanda gave Rog an opportunity to completely destroy the vibranium civilization of Wakanda. This large-scale Wakanda demolition operation was carried out for more than half a year before it gradually came to an end. In the process of Konoha's crazy mining of vibranium, some organizations that were not afraid of death tried to quietly take away some of the vibranium under Konoha's nose. However, Konoha quickly proved to the people of the world that they shouldn't have any ideas about Konoha's vibranium. When Konoha's personnel began to evacuate Wakanda, no vibranium could be found in Wakanda, which once had tens of thousands of tons of vibranium reserves. Even the capital of Wakanda, Burning Zana, which was the pride of Wakanda, was completely destroyed by Logue's dust release and turned into nothingness. After obtaining Wakanda's vibranium and related technology, Konoha's hidden village on Tatooine began to upgrade and transform it in full swing. It's worth mentioning that after Konoha emptied Wakanda's vibranium, Rog didn't waste the land of Wakanda. He distributed the Wakanda, which had no vibranium, to Bulin and the other werewolves, so that the werewolves could have a country of their own. Only by treating his subordinates well would he be able to make them risk their lives for him at critical moments. Although Rog is not a genius commander, he still understands this very well. Chapter 566. Abandoned Planet, Morag. You'd better be sure that the damn Universal Spirit Ball is here this time. For more than half a year, you have taken us around the universe like fools. After getting off the Milano, Rocket, who was holding an energy rifle, said to Star-Lord behind him with a dissatisfied look. Please believe in my professionalism, I am the best in the field of finding lost treasures. Star-Lord didn't care about Rocket's complaints and analyzed the road ahead with the artificial building restoration analyzer in his hand. Professionalism? You still have the nerve to mention professionalism. Your professionalism has made us waste more than 8 months of our time in vain. Rocket was full of resentment when he thought of the past 8 months or so. When Bakht first accepted Rog's commission, Rocket thought it would be a good commission with low risk and high return. But he never thought that it would take them more than 8 months to find the Universal Spirit Ball. Considering the time and energy that has been wasted so far, he felt that the 200 million star coins reward given by Rog was a bit too little. Okay, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and confirm it. Ebony Throat and Black Dwarf are still looking for us everywhere. Gamera's voice sounded behind Rocket and Star-Lord. They are not the only ones who are looking for the Universal Spirit Ball, and Thanos is also looking for the Universal Spirit Ball. Of course, Thanos himself would definitely not waste time on this search process, so he sent Ebony Throat and Black Dwarf of the Dark Five Generals. When they first started looking for the Universal Spirit Ball, Star-Lord and others did not know this. But when they met Ebony Throat and his party on an abandoned planet, the situation was different. They don't know what Ebony Throat and Black Dwarf were thinking. After coincidentally bumping into Star-Lord and others, they directly stared at Star-Lord and others and hunted them all over the universe like hounds. In order to get rid of Ebony Throat and others, Star-Lord and others broke out in several battles with Ebony Throat and others. Relying on the divine energy that has not been fully mastered, Star-Lord barely took a little advantage in the battle with Ebony Throat, and slightly got rid of Ebony Throat and others, and gained some undisturbed time. After hearing the names of Ebony Throat and Black Dwarf, Star-Lord and Rocket closed their mouths at the same time and began to search for the whereabouts of the Universal Spirit Ball in this temple that has been abandoned for God knows how many years. Tatooine, Konoha Hidden Village, Naruto Training Room. After joining forces with Professor Doom to get rid of the Black Panther god Batet, Rog once again began the simple and unadorned immortal body cultivation plan. After more than half a year, the development progress of the immortal body, which seemed to have been completely locked, finally improved again, from 90% to 95%. Although the improvement was not big, this was already the limit that Rog could achieve in the past 6 months. For the sake of this mere 5%, he had even set aside the cultivation of the nine-tailed resonance degree and focused all his energy on the development of the immortal body. Perhaps it was because this was a crucial point in the development of the immortal body. After the development of the immortal body reached 95%, the amount of chakra in his body ushered in the greatest increase in history. When the immortal body was 90% developed, the amount of chakra in his body was 0. 3 pillars. When the degree of development reached 95%, the amount of chakra in his body increased to 0. 5 chakra, which directly exceeded 50%. Plus the QB chakra he could now use, his total amount of chakra reached an amazing 0. 85 chakra. The chakra that he had been longing for since the first day of crossing was finally in front of him. After the end of the day's training, he left the training room using quantum transmission. In a forest outside Konoha Hidden Village, he found the giant wolf Fenrir who had been excited for half a year. After getting the shard of the Black Panther god Batit, he intended to leave both shards for himself. However, after considering that magic was only his backup power, he fed one of the shards of divinity to Fenrir, trying to ignite his mount and pet's divine fire. The shard of divinity was fed, but Fenrir's digestion progress was very worrying. Half a year later, Fenrir didn't even completely digest the shard of divinity, let alone igniting the shard of divinity. Not only that, the shard of divinity also had extremely obvious side effects on Fenrir. Since eating the shard of divinity, Fenrir has been in this state of excitement as if injected with stimulants, crying and howling all day long, like a husky in heat. In order not to let Fenrir affect the normal life of the residents of Konoha Hidden Village, Rog drove him to the forest outside Konoha Hidden Village and gave him full freedom. How do you feel today? Is it better? After teleporting to Fenrir, Rog touched Fenrir's big head and asked with concern. Oh? Fenrir could have spoken, but after Estrus, he was too excited, so excited that Little Black couldn't bear it, so Little Black heartlessly abandoned the host. Without the help of Little Black, Fenrir returned to a state where he could only howl. I know. When I go back, I will ask them to send another batch of prey. After comforting Fenrir, Rog turned his head and glanced at the lush forest that was somewhat abnormal. The animals and plants on Tatooine had been eaten clean by the hive that was in a state of hunger all year round. But this problem was solved after Rog dealt with Igo. After bringing back a batch of plant seeds from Igo, natural environments such as grasslands and forests once again appeared on Tatooine. Because of the time, these plants have not completely covered the entire Tatooine for the time being. However, with the exuberant vitality of these plants, they will sooner or later make Tatooine full of vitality like Igo's star. After returning to the Hokage's office by flying Thor, Rog asked Number 2, who had taken over Konoha Hidden Village, to send a new batch of prey to Fenrir. Later, he found Hinata, who was addicted to the development of ninjutsu and had a pleasant dinner with her. This dinner was very rich. Just when he planned to have a good sleep to restore his strength, Number 2's mechanical voice sounded in the bedroom. Sir, the Golden Jack has received an emergency distress message from the Milano. Play the message. When Number 2 opened the message from the Milano, as instructed, Star-Lord's nervous voice suddenly sounded. Thanos took Gamora and also took the Universe Orb. His men and the army are chasing us. We need help, now. Chapter 567. After listening to the distress message sent by Star-Lord, Rog instantly cheered up. Compared with sleeping to restore stamina, the power gem is undoubtedly much more important. Furthermore, he wasn't in a particularly bad state right now. He was just a little tired. Are you leaving again? How long will you be gone this time? Before Rog, who was lying in bed, got up, Hinata's soft voice sounded. It shouldn't be long. After pinching Hinata's soft face full of collagen, Rog got up, put on his clothes, and used quantum transmission to come to the main control room of the Golden Jack. Lock the nearest interstellar jump coordinates to the Milano, and set off immediately. Rog, who was sitting in the captain's position, did not hesitate and immediately issued the order to set off. At this time, Konoha did not have any military operations, so there was no one on the Golden Jack except for those robots responsible for daily maintenance and equipment repair. Yes, sir. Now in charge of controlling the Golden Jack, it is a clone of artificial intelligence Number 2, Sparrow, who uses the same mechanical synthesized voice as Number 2. Under the control of Sparrow, the Golden Jack, hovering in the outer space of Tatooine, began to start the main engine and drove towards the set interstellar jump point. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I told you not to split up, but you didn't listen to me. At this time, Star-Lord was controlling the Milano to perform ultra-high-speed maneuvering evasive actions, avoiding the dozen or so small fighters behind them that were constantly firing at them. If you still have the strength to complain, it's better to find a way to get out of here as soon as possible. I don't want to take this little guy to fight Thanos' main ship. I am Groot. I agree with Rocket's statement. Rocket did not compete with Star-Lord for the piloting rights of the spaceship this time, but focused all his energy on the control of the energy cannon. Although there are only a dozen or so small fighters chasing after them. But behind these small fighters is Thanos' main ship, Temple Number 2. Whether it is driving the Milano against Thanos' Temple Number 2, or fighting Thanos' crazy Titan face to face, Rocket is not willing to do so. When Rocket first became a bounty hunter, he had already heard of Thanos' reputation. As a bounty hunter who often carried out shady missions, he understood the horror of Thanos better than most people. If Rog gave him the feeling of a legendary dragon that controlled the sky, then Rog's aura was much stronger than Rog's. Then, the feeling that Thanos gave him was that of the ancient Titan that dominated the Earth and shared the limelight with the dragon in myths and legends. Monsters. Both of them were monsters. At this time, Rocket began to regret accepting Rog's commission. It is precisely because of Rog's commission that they now have to face Thanos, who has the name Crazy Titan. I'm Groot. Drax has to wear a spacesuit and go outside to stop those fighters. Just as Rocket was controlling the energy cannons on the Milano to counterattack, Groot's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Stop that guy whose head is full of muscles. I don't want to go to the vacuum to collect his corpse. Rocket shouted in a roaring tone. Gamora was taken away by Thanos, Star-Lord was piloting the spaceship, and Rocket was controlling the turret. Thus, Drax the Destroyer had some crazy ideas that didn't even cross his mind. I'm Groot. It's too late, he has already connected the chain of the winch and gone out, Groot said silently. Why did I become teammates with such a person? Rocket didn't know what to say anymore. Drax the Destroyer, wearing a translucent honeycomb-shaped spacesuit, appeared in the aiming picture of the energy cannon at the tail of the spaceship. Through the aiming picture, Drax can be clearly seen holding an energy rifle and shooting around meaninglessly. When Rog took the Golden Jack to the coordinates attached to the Milano message, he found nothing. There was no Milano of Star-Lord and others, nor was there any Temple 2 of Thanos. There was no spaceship in the nearby universe. Is it still too late? Rog frowned. Contact the Milano and search the surrounding universe to see if you can find anything. After a few seconds of contemplation, he said to the spaceship's control system, Sparrow. Yes, sir. The emotionless mechanical synthetic voice sounded again. It has only been less than an hour since he received the message and arrived here. Although the Golden Jack has already exerted its fastest speed, it is obvious that Rog is still too late. Judging from the current situation, Star-Lord and others have either been wiped out by Thanos or have successfully escaped. No matter what the situation was, it was not good news for him. The universe is so big that it is slightly inadequate to use light years as a unit of distance. It is not an easy task to find traces of Thanos in the universe, or to find Star-Lord and others who have escaped to who knows where. Call failed, we cannot contact the Milano for the time being. The wreckage of the spaceship was found at the double circle coordinates, 90 degrees, 30 degrees, 296 degrees. Sparrow reported the discovery to Rog. Let's go and take a look. Send a cross-domain overdistance message to the Milano and ask them to send their current location. When they are in the same universe as the Milano, conventional calls and information transmission methods will be effective. When the Milano leaves the original universe through an interstellar jump, it can only contact the other party through a cross-domain overdistance message. In simple terms, this is equivalent to sending a text message to the other party. However, this text message will be transmitted to other universes through all the nearby interstellar jump points, so as to quickly contact the other party. When the two are too far apart, cross-domain over-distance message is a very good way to contact the other party. The disadvantage is that there is no way to make an instant call and contact, and they can only passively wait for the other party's reply. The distress message sent by Star-Lord before was a cross-domain long-distance message. This was how the message was quickly transmitted from planet Morag to the Golden Jack, near planet Tatooine in the shortest possible time. After comparison of the data, the remaining wreckage of the battle armor does belong to the Thanos army. These scattered wreckage of the spaceship that spread out like a beacon depicted an escape route to the interstellar jump point. They escaped, good job. Although he has not received a reply from the Milano, Rog can already be sure that Star-Lord and others have successfully escaped the pursuit of Thanos. Chapter 568. Let's talk about it. What happened? In the main control room of the Golden Jack, Rog saw Star-Lord and the others with a lonely look on their faces. After making an interstellar jump along the indicated route formed by the wreckage of the space fighter, he received a reply message from Star-Lord and others. After jumping 3 times in a row according to the coordinates sent by Star-Lord and others, he saw the scarred Milano. We found the universal spirit ball you wanted in the abandoned temple on planet Morag. Just when we took out the universal spirit ball, we were attacked by Ebony Throat and Black Dwarf. In order to escape from Ebony Throat and Black Dwarf as soon as possible, we decided to split up. Rocket and Groot were responsible for holding back Ebony Throat and the others, while Gamora and Drax took the opportunity to return to the Milano and then drove the spaceship to pick us up. But no one thought that Thanos would actually come in person. He snatched the universal spirit ball and took away Gamora. Drax was lucky; he was just knocked unconscious and did not suffer any fatal injuries. Rocket and I couldn't wait for the spaceship, so we retreated while fighting and brought Drax, who was unconscious on the side of the road, back to the spaceship. Then Thanos sent a space fighter to chase us. We took the opportunity to send you a message and finally escaped here. Star-Lord briefly described what happened on planet Morag. Although he usually looks quite unreliable, he is still quite sober at critical moments. Of course, whether he can stay awake or not depends on luck. When things involve Gamora, the possibility of him losing control is very high. He is the man who punched out Avengers 4. Only small space fighters are chasing you? Didn't Temple 2 attack you? Rog asked with some puzzlement. According to his understanding of Thanos, Thanos has no habit of holding back against the enemy. No, although Temple 2 has been following us, it never appeared again after we made the first interstellar jump. There are not many small space fighters chasing us, only a dozen or so. Star-Lord also found that something was wrong, but like Rog, he couldn't figure out why Thanos had such an obvious behavior. Even if Temple Number 2 did not participate in the pursuit, as long as Thanos sent out more fighters, the difficulty of their escape would rise sharply, and they might not even survive until the moment of interstellar jump. Fix the Milano first. We'll talk about Gamora and the Universal Spiritual Ball later. After that, Rog left the main control room and went to his captain's room. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he had to admit that things were starting to develop in a tricky direction. Among the 6 Infinity Stones, the Power Stone is undoubtedly the most suitable one for Thanos, and it is also the one that increases his strength the most. As for time, space, soul, reality, mind, and other gems, they would at most add some additional attack methods and abilities. Compared with the last time he fought with Thanos, Rog's strength had indeed improved significantly. But compared with Thanos, who got the Power Gem, his improvement was far from enough. How terrifying the Power Gem's amplification of Thanos can be seen by giving a simple example. Without the Power Gem, Thanos is at most a little stronger than the completely awakened Thor. And when he had the Power Gem, the completely awakened Thor was like an ordinary Asgard in front of him. He was the kind of opponent that he could crush at will. If the other 5 Infinity Stones can make Thanos infinitely close to the Divine Father level, then the Power Gem can make him a particularly good fighter among the Divine Fathers. The reason why there is such a big difference is not because the other 5 Infinity Stones are not as good as the Power Gem. It's because the power gem is the most suitable for Thanos, who has amazing physical strength and is extremely proficient in close combat. The power gem is an infinitely powerful physical force. It can allow the user to control all the power and energy they want to master, copy and replicate all physical superpowers, and let the user's own physical attack and defense capabilities reach the extreme. In addition, the power gem itself also contains a huge amount of energy, which can strengthen the effect of other gems or provide energy for other gems. For Rog, the power gem falling into the hands of Thanos is a more troublesome thing than the space, soul, and mind gems falling into the hands of Thanos. The fit between the power gem and Thanos is the same as the fit between the time gem and the ancient one. It is a matter that will give the opponent a headache but helpless. This feeling, the ruler of the dark dimension, Domum, can be said to be deeply experienced. Although Thanos with the power gem will become very troublesome, he is not invincible. As long as the right time is found, there is still a chance to defeat him. And Thanos is not the only one who has the Infinity Stone. Rog also has the Reality Gem. Thinking of this, Rog sighed helplessly. He does have the Reality Gem, but his compatibility with the Reality Gem is far from high. To be honest, the Dark Elf King Malekith is more suitable to use the Reality Gem than him. At least Malekith can use the Reality Gem to create darkness that covers the entire universe when the 9 realms gather. After sitting at his desk and thinking seriously for more than 10 minutes, he made a decision. Find a helper, must find a helper. It is a very unwise choice to fight Thanos with the power gem by himself. After deciding to find a helper, his first reaction was to find the help of his cheap teacher, Ancient One. However, this plan was quickly abandoned by him. Ancient One with the time gem in hand is indeed very strong, but he will not be interested in these things. Unless Domum and Thanos join forces, otherwise, Ancient One will never agree to his request. Since Ancient One has been ruled out, his remaining choices are Thor, the goddess of death, Hela, and Igo, who is helping him take care of the divine tree. Igo can also be ruled out. Not to mention that he is now taking care of the divine tree. Even if he is willing to help, he will not have much effect. In Rog's judgment, Igo is the shame of the Heavenly Fathers. He has the level and ability of a Heavenly Father, but his actual combat power is extremely far apart. Igo will definitely have no problem dealing with small fries. Asking him to deal with Thanos with the power gem is no different from asking him to die. The power gem is a real planet killer. The Searcher of the Celestial Gods group once used the power gem to destroy a planet in one blow. And Igo just happens to be a planet. Chapter 569. Neither the Ancient One nor Igo were suitable, so there were only 2 choices, the goddess of death Hela and Thor. From a personal preference point of view, Rog wanted Thor to be his helper this time. In a state of extreme anger, Thor with the storm axe could seriously injure Thanos in his gem state. But the problem was that the current Thor could not enter this state of extreme anger at all. Although Odin and Queen Frigg had passed away, Asgard was still there, Loki and Thor's hammer were still there, and Thor was far from losing everything. In such a state, Thor could not exert the kind of peak combat power in Rog's memory. After thinking about it for more than 10 seconds, he finally gave up on the idea of asking Thor for help. In this way, the only person he could ask for help was the goddess of death Hela. In terms of strength, Hela was more suitable for this operation than Thor. But Hela's relationship with him was very ordinary, and he could not take out anything that Hela was interested in. If he remembered correctly, Hela should still be busy conquering Warnerheim and might not have time to deal with Thanos with him. I wonder how Warnerheim is now. However, with the sea god Njord and Gulwig, even if Hela had 2 armies of frost giants and flame giants, it would not be easy to take down Warnerheim. And Warnerheim not only had the army of Warner Protoss, but also the army of Asgard. Forget it, don't think about it, just go and ask. If she's willing, of course, it's best. If not, then forget it. Among the things he currently had, Rog could not find anything that could move Hela. And he did not want to give away his hard-earned collection. After making up his mind, he opened the portal to Muspelheim and came to the underground palace, that once belonged to Sir. When he walked out of the portal, he immediately felt the enthusiasm of Muspelheim, and the ubiquitous heat waves instantly enveloped him. After casually casting a adapt to the environment spell on himself, he took his time to observe his surroundings. In general, the appearance of this underground palace was not much different from the last time he came, and it was still rough and primitive. The only difference was that the simple and unadorned stone throne had been replaced by a more exquisite metal throne. What was more interesting was that the style of this metal throne was exactly the same as the throne in the hall of Asgard's Golden Palace. She really can't forget it. Obviously, Hela never gave up on her coveting Asgard's throne. However, he did not know why she did not directly start a war with Asgard but attacked Warnerheim instead. According to Rog's limited understanding of Hela, he guessed that Hela planned to imitate the war with Odin thousands of years ago and conquer the countries in the 9 realms one by one before finally having an ultimate battle with Thor in Asgard. Of course, only Hela herself knew if this was really her plan. Although there was no way to confirm whether Hela really thought this way, Rog felt that his guess was very likely correct. Hela had conquered the 9 realms with Odin back then, but after the war ended, not only did she not receive the glory she deserved, she was also exiled by Odin. For the proud Hela, this was a humiliating experience that she could not forget even if Odin was dead. Therefore, it was very likely that she would choose to use this method of conquering the 9 realms again to prove to everyone that Odin did not choose her to inherit Asgard back then. What a wrong choice it was. Thousands of years ago, she had to work together with Odin to conquer the 9 realms. But now, she could do it all by herself. If some villains and ups and downs were added, this was definitely the template of a main character in a web novel. While he was thinking, a flame giant about twice as tall as Rog came in front of him with a puzzled expression. #yen*%yen %%. Although the flame giant's tone was polite, it was a pity that Rog could not understand a single word. No matter what, the flame giant was an intelligent race. It was normal for them to have their own language. Situations like the movies where all the intelligent races in the universe spoke English would only happen in movies. After casting a language proficiency spell on the flame giant, Rog asked casually, "Where is your queen?" "Her Majesty is commanding the war in Warnerheim. If you want to find Her Majesty, you have to go to Warnerheim." Although Rog had only been to Muspelheim once, all the flame giants here, without exception, had heard of his name and knew what he looked like. The scene of him killing Surtur had left an indelible impression in the weak hearts of these flame giants. Although Surtur had lost his throne because of Hela's arrival, no matter what, Surtur was the king of the flame giants who had ruled Muspelheim for tens of thousands of years. This was the main reason why the flame giant was so polite after seeing Rog's arrival. "Okay, I got it." Under the gaze of the flame giant, Rog cast a portal spell and came to the Asgard camp in Warnerheim from this scorching underground cave. When he walked out of the golden portal, the Asgard warriors around him quickly greeted him and looked at him with excitement. Rog was here. Rog, who had led them to defeat the Warner Protoss army twice, was here. Strictly speaking, Rog should have fought with the Asgard army 3 times. However, the battle in Jotunheim was directly ignored by these Asgard warriors. After all, that battle took place in Jotunheim, and the enemies were also frost giants and the undead army. It gave people a very different feeling. "Where is your commander? I have some personal matters to discuss with him." After receiving the latest information from the camp commander, he did not hesitate and once again cast the teleportation magic. Warnerheim, in Hela's commander's tent. "You want me to help you deal with Thanos? If I remember correctly, I told you last time that when we meet again, I won't be so easy to talk to." As soon as her voice fell, an amazing momentum emerged from Hela's body. Along with this astonishing aura, there was also a divine power of death that was so dense that it was almost tangible. Even if you don't agree, you don't have to have such a big reaction, right? At the moment when Hela released the divine power of death, Rog also released the same vast chakra to fight against Hela's pressure. Divine power of death versus chakra. Chapter 570. Compared to the last time they met, Gila's divine power of death had improved significantly. The only uncertainty was whether this improvement was due to her loss to Rog in Jotunheim or a natural increase brought about by her talent. Fortunately, she was not the only one whose strength had improved significantly. Rog's strength had also improved significantly. While Gila had only released her aura and divine power of death, this action of hers still caused the frost giants and flame giants outside to enter battle mode immediately. Within a few seconds, a large number of flame giants and frost giants had gathered outside the commander's tent. While these flame giants and frost giants had arrived around the tent, none of them dared to step inside. Gila had not ruled them for very long, but the fear she had left in their hearts was stronger than anyone else's. Never disobey any of Gila's orders. Never appear when you shouldn't appear. Don't do anything without permission. There were many similar nevers, and there were some slight differences due to the different races. For example, the flame giants could not release their innate high temperature when near Gila, and the frost giants could not provide Gila with food that was too cold. Are we really not going in? It seems like the fight inside is very intense. Go if you want. I'll try my best to bring your ashes back to Muspelheim. There shouldn't be any fighting inside, right? There aren't any sounds of fighting. You're too young. You still don't understand the battle between men and women. You're finished. You actually dare to imagine such a scene in your mind. You're dead. Unlike the frost giants who were born with a calm aura, the flame giants around the tent began to whisper and discuss the situation in the tent. While the flame giants had deliberately lowered their voices and used their flame giant language with a particularly heavy accent, their actions still caused the frost giants to look down on them. A bunch of idiots whose brains have been roasted. How dare you talk about Her Majesty's matters? You really don't know how to write the word death. While the flame giants were chattering, the frost giants tacitly remained silent and did not say a word. Not only did these frost giants have no intention of talking, but they also closed their eyes. Some of the frost giants even sealed their ears with ice. Don't speak, don't look, don't listen. Well, if you don't intend to attack me, can we stop this meaningless competition? Rog originally thought that Gila would choose to attack immediately after unleashing her god of death. However, it was clear that the situation did not develop in this worst-case scenario. Since they didn't fight, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. After hearing Log's suggestion of a truce, Gila looked at him with the eyes of a queen who was born high up in the air. Then, she started to retract her terrifying aura and death divine energy. When her aura and divine power of death showed signs of weakening, Rog immediately retracted his chakra and aura. A few seconds later, the atmosphere in the tent returned to its initial calm state. I didn't expect you to be on par with me now. Looks like the talents of Earthlings still have some redeeming qualities. While Gila's tone gave people a feeling of being high and mighty, Rog was already used to her queen-like tone. I was just lucky to have improved a little. Rog took the initiative to lower his posture and answered unhurriedly. While he might not lose to Gila in a real fight, considering that he was asking for Gila's help, it was normal for him to lower his posture. It was not shameful to be humble when asking for help. Facing an existence like Gila who was born noble and had outstanding strength, being stubborn would only be counterproductive. This was just like stroking a cat. One had to stroke it according to its fur. All right, you don't have to put on such an attitude in front of me. Just say it. What can you give me in return? You're a ninja. You should know better than anyone that without a satisfactory reward, no one is willing to help. Gila crossed her right leg and sat on the metal chair that was similar to an Asgard's throne. The things in my hands, even if I'm willing to give them to you, are just some small things to you. So, if you don't mind, I hope to use 2 equal promises in exchange for your help this time. Of course, I'll forget about the assassination of Thor. He's a knot in your heart. If I kill him, you won't be happy either. Other than Thor, everyone else can be discussed. For example, Loki. If you don't like him, I'll go and kill him now. What do you think? Log might have said a lot, but there was only one thing he was trying to say. He could not give Gila anything that could move her. Of course, in order to prevent Gila from asking him to assassinate Saul again, He purposely used his words to push Hela out of this possibility. If he guessed correctly, Hela would definitely not let Thor die in the hands of others. He did not think of this when they met last time. But after seeing the metal chair Hela was sitting on and the metal throne in Muspelheim, he was more than 90% sure. Do you and Thor usually communicate like this? After more than 10 seconds of silence, Hela said again. More or less. Friends, you help me, I help you, that's it. Having said that, all Rog could do was wait for Hela's final reply. If Hela really didn't want to, then he could only take the reality gem and have a fair one-on-one competition with Thanos, who had the power gem. 2 promises are not enough, I want 3. If you agree, I can agree to your request this time. Hela raised her right hand, raised 3 fingers, and gave a final reply. 3 is 3, I'm fine with it. 3 promises with unknown details in exchange for Hela's help. This seemed to be a bit of a loss, but it was not particularly a loss. It was not the first time Hela dealt with him. She knew what kind of personality he had, so she was unlikely to make a particularly outrageous request. This also meant that these 3 promises were very likely to be 3 ordinary commission missions. Chapter 571. If this is the case, Rog feels that he doesn't know if he has lost or not, but he has made a small profit. Perhaps this is the so-called, you may make a profit, but I will never lose. Then it's a deal. How do I contact you then? Although Hela agreed to his request, it was obvious that she was not likely to follow him all over the universe to find Thanos, so Rog directly asked for Hela's contact information. After saying this, it inexplicably reminded him of the feeling of asking a girl for her WeChat number. On this contact crystal, there is the communication magic circle and death divine power left by me. As long as you are still in this universe, crush it, and I can sense your location at any time. Of course, if you are willing to take the initiative to come and pick me up, I don't mind. After speaking, Hela cast space magic to summon a fist-sized green crystal and threw it at Rog casually. The green crystal drew a beautiful parabola in the air and fell in front of him with incomparable precision. After catching the green crystal, Rog put the crystal in the psychic scroll, then said goodbye to Hela, opened the portal and returned to the Golden Jack. Now that the helper has been found, the next thing to do is to find Thanos, who has gone somewhere. Although there is no information about the whereabouts of Thanos, Rog already has a suspicious target in his mind. Thanos' home planet, Titan Star. Although Titan Star has completely declined, Titan Star still has an irreplaceable important position in Thanos' heart. It is precisely because he witnessed Titan Star turn from a prosperous planet to a dead planet because of excessive population that Thanos had a crazy plan to eliminate half of the universe's population. So after getting the Power Stone, Thanos is likely to return to Titan Star with Gamora. In the original timeline, after Thanos captured Gamora, Star-Lord and others also went to Titan Star to rescue Gamora. As a result, they accidentally bumped into Tony and Doctor Strange's group. Finally, they had a battle with Thanos on Titan Star where they bullied Gamora with more people. In that battle, Tony and Star-Lord and others originally had a chance to win. Unfortunately, this opportunity was ruined by the impulsive Star-Lord, which eventually led to the death of half of the life in the universe. After thinking for a while, Rog made the decision to go to Titan Star. Even if Thanos is not on Titan Star, he will make Titan Star a battlefield for him and Thanos. This was not only to commemorate the Battle of Titan Star that had disappeared but also to minimize the collateral damage caused by the battle. Anyway, the civilization of Titan Star had been destroyed, and there was no other life on it. Even if he and Thanos fought fiercely there, he didn't have to worry about destroying the environment or affecting other innocent lives. Jack, calculate the repair time of the Milano and send the current coordinates to Noah of the Slave Hunters. Tell him to come over and tell him that I need his help. Although the battleship's AI system was called Sparrow, Rog still preferred to call it Jack. This Jack was not the Jack of the Golden Jack, but the Jack of Captain Jack Sparrow. Yes, sir. The mechanical synthetic voice of a man and a woman sounded immediately. After instructing Jack, Rog directly started training in the captain's room and took out the reality magic cube stored in the Taihuk treasure hall. Soon he will fight Thanos. If he can improve his own strength a little bit, he will improve it a little bit. He doesn't want to lose to Thanos because of this insignificant chakra when the time comes. Time passed little by little, and soon, 3 days have passed since Thanos took the Universal Spirit Ball. In these 3 days, although Rog's immortal body progress still remained at 95% progress, his chakra amount still improved to a certain extent. However, these improvements are not enough to be displayed in the system's character panel for the time being. In addition, after these 3 days of maintenance, Star-Lord's Milano has also recovered to its best state, and with the help of Jack, it has added a lot of firepower. As for Noah of the Slave Hunters, he met with Rog on the Golden Jack 3 days ago and accepted the task of finding the location of Thanos. At first, Noah was still a little reluctant to accept this task. After all, this has more or less a tendency to be an enemy of Thanos. Rog saw his worry, so he gave Noah a guarantee that was enough to tempt him. As long as the slave hunters can find the whereabouts of Thanos this time, the slave hunters can not only borrow his reputation in the future, but also when the slave hunters encounter an enemy that they can't deal with, he will personally help the slave hunters. Simply put, from then on, the slave hunters will accept his protection, and it will not just be a nominal protection. After Rog gave his conditions, Noah readily agreed to Rog and began to use the slave hunters' intelligence network to find Thanos. Although slave hunting is not a very serious industry, these professions wandering in the gray area have a significant characteristic, that is, they have more friends and more information. The place where the good and the bad mix is often the area where information flows the fastest. Noah did not disappoint Rog's expectations. It only took 3 days for him to confirm the location of Thanos and bring back unexpected news. Thanos found Luo Nan, the controller, and under Luo Nan's leadership, they went to Hala, the mother planet of the Carey Empire. After hearing this news, Rog, who was in the middle of cultivation, frowned unconsciously. He was not surprised that Thanos could contact Luo Nan. To some extent, Thanos and Luo Nan were the same kind of people. They were the kind of people who could achieve their goals by any means. But the problem was that he couldn't understand why Thanos would find Luo Nan at this time and go to Hala, the mother planet of the Carey Empire, with Luo Nan. There must be a demon when things are abnormal. Although Rog still didn't know what Thanos and Luo Nan were planning to do, this made him instinctively aware that something was wrong and there was a trace of danger. Thanos was not the kind of person who would do things as he pleased. Every move he made was the result of careful consideration. Carey Empire. Just when Roger was pondering over what kind of existence was in the Carey Empire that was worth Thanos personally making a trip there and even needed to join forces with Luo Nan, an existence that he had never come into contact with, but he had heard of its ability, surfaced in his mind. The controller of the Carey Empire, Supreme Wisdom. When the name of the Supreme Wisdom appeared in his mind, he suddenly realized something. Chapter 572. The thing that Thanos Overlord wanted the most now was definitely the Infinity Stone. Especially after getting the Power Stone, his desire for the other 5 Infinity Stones would also be significantly improved. So at this time, Thanos Overlord went to the Carey Empire for the Infinity Stone. If Thanos Overlord just led his troops to Hala, the mother planet of the Carey Empire, although it was somewhat abnormal, it would make sense. Because no one could be sure that Thanos Overlord was not on a whim and intended to stage a crazy plan of kill half and leave the other half in the Carey Empire. But now he was not going alone or with his troops, but with Ronan, the Accuser, to Hala, which was very interesting. Don't look at Ronan because he lost to Rog and became the background of Rog's fame as the 4th Hokage. But in fact, Ronan did not lose to Rog twice, which led to a decline in his power and status in the Carey Empire. Now, he was still the supreme accuser of the Carey Empire's Accuser Group, holding the absolute power of the Accuser Group and controlling the frontline troops of the Carey Empire. If what Thanos Overlord wanted the most now was the Infinity Stone, then what Ronan wanted the most now was to completely destroy the Nova Corps and Xander. With Ronan's own strength, It was absolutely difficult for him to fulfill his wish. But now, the opportunity to fulfill his wish had come. Thanos Overlord, to be precise, had the Power Stone. Under the buff of the Power Stone, Thanos Overlord could completely destroy the entire planet with one blow like the Heavenly Gods Group Searcher. And this was the main reason why Ronan worked hard to find the Power Stone before. After combining these factors, a general idea emerged in Rog's mind. Thanos Overlord wanted to get the other 5 Infinity Stones, and he already knew the whereabouts of some of the gems. For example, the Space Stone was in Asgard, the Time Stone was in the hands of Sorcerer Supreme, the Mind Stone was in the head of Illusion, and the Reality Stone was in his hands. The whereabouts of these gems may be a secret for others. But for Thanos Overlord, who had been looking for the Infinity Stone, it was definitely not a secret. Plus the Power Stone in his hand, 5 of the 6 Infinity Stones had a clear whereabouts, so only the last Infinity Stone, the Soul Stone, was temporarily unknown. Coincidentally, Thanos had sent Gamora to look for soul gems before. Although the news that Gamora reported back was that she did not find the soul gem, Thanos Overlord may not believe Gamora's statement. In the past, perhaps because of their father-daughter relationship, he would temporarily choose to believe or tolerate Gamora's deception. However, after he obtained the power gem, he might not continue to tolerate this. So if his guess was correct, Rog guessed that Thanos knew early on that Gamora was hiding it from him. And the reason why he looked for Luo Nan at this time was to find the whereabouts of the soul gem from Gamora's memory. Although Luo Nan was unable to search Gamora's memories, the Carey Empire's Supreme Intelligence could. As long as Gamora was brought before the Supreme Intelligence, the Supreme Intelligence would be able to find information related to the soul gem from Gamora's memories. Perhaps Thanos wanted to borrow Luo Nan's power to meet with the Supreme Wisdom. Of course, Thanos could also choose to directly attack the mother planet of the Carey Empire, Hala, and force the Supreme Intelligence to search Gamora's memory. But in this way, the time and energy needed to be consumed would also increase exponentially. Perhaps it was because of this consideration that Thanos Overlord and Luo Nan reached some agreements. For example, Luo Nan requested the Supreme Intelligence to search Gamora's memory, and Thanos Overlord helped Luo Nan completely destroy Xander. Such a deal, whether it was for Thanos Overlord or for Luo Nan, was a small investment with high returns. After understanding this point, Rog did not immediately go to the Carey Empire. Instead, he carefully recalled the name of the planet where the soul gem was located in his mind. He needed to sacrifice his true love to obtain the soul gem, and the paternity tester, Red Skull, became the guide for the soul gem. He remembered these things very deeply. But he could not remember the name of the planet he wanted to know the most now. Damn it! What was the name of the planet again? Rog never felt that his memory was bad. On the contrary, he felt that he had a particularly good memory. However, no matter how he recalled now, he just could not remember the name of the planet. Don't think about it. Go directly to Hala. After trying to recall for nearly half an hour, and even using magic to help his memory, Rog, who still got nothing in the end, finally gave up the plan to kill the paternity tester, Red Skull, before Thanos Overlord got the soul gem. With Thanos Overlord's feelings for Gamora, if he did not know clearly that sacrificing Gamora could get the soul gem, he would never have done something like throwing Gamora off the altar. This is not a problem that the soul gem is not important enough, it is purely because the risk is not proportional to the benefit. He would never take a huge risk to gamble on uncertain benefits. Thanos Overlord is such a person, and so is Rog. After giving up the plan to kill Red Skull in advance, Rog called Star-Lord and others to the main control room of the battleship and told them about Thanos Overlord and Gamora's trip to the Carey Empire. As he expected, after knowing Gamora's whereabouts, Star-Lord immediately showed an expression that he was going to fight Thanos now. He said with a murderous look on his face, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Hara now, kill Thanos, and save Gamora." He doesn't know if it's because Cammy's energy gave him courage, or he didn't put Thanos Overlord and Hala in his eyes at all. In his mouth, Thanos Overlord has become a person who can be killed if he wants to, and Hala has become a place where he can go if he wants to. Do you know where Hala is? Rog asked unhurriedly. Isn't Hala the home planet of the Carey Empire? Star-Lord didn't quite understand what Rog meant. You also know that Hala is the home planet of the Carey Empire, then you should also know that the Carey Empire is one of the 3 empires in the universe. You should know how powerful they are without me telling you. Although Rog doesn't put any Carey in his eyes, this doesn't mean that he can ignore the Carey Empire. Humans on Earth can develop weapons of mass destruction like nuclear weapons, and the Carey Empire will certainly have their own strategic deterrent force. Although the Carey Empire is not famous for its individual combat power in the universe, one of the 3 empires in the universe is not self-proclaimed by the Carey people, but it is a real war. Its military power is also unquestionably first class in the universe. Chapter 573. Rog had previously allowed Xander's delegation to return to Xander from Hala, but the situation at that time was completely different from now. Quietly going to Hala is not a big problem for him, he just needs to open a portal. But the problem is what to do when he gets to Hala. Although Ronan had a good relationship with him before, at this time, the friendship between him and Ronan is as fragile as a piece of white paper, and it is not strong at all. Even if the current Luo Nen sold him to Thanos, he wouldn't feel surprised. After all, the things that Thanos could give were much more than what he could give. I know that the Carey Empire is very strong, but even if the Carey Empire is strong, we have to rescue Gamora, we have to rescue her from Thanos. Star-Lord's attitude eased a lot, but his plan to rescue Gamora did not change at all. If you don't mind, you can leave the matter of rescuing Gamora from Thanos to me. In addition, if possible, I hope you can distract the Carey Empire's attention. Of course, if you feel that a few of you are not strong enough, you can contact Jianghu, he should not refuse your request. After speaking, Rog glanced at Star-Lord, who had not fully reacted. Jianghu? Will he be willing to help us? Although he was raised by Jianghu, Star-Lord has no confidence in his adoptive father. If it weren't for the fact that he fought against Igo with Jianghu before and eliminated some misunderstandings between them, he would still regard Jianghu as the culprit who created his tragic life. If nothing unexpected happens, he will. Rog said in a certain tone. Okay, then I'll contact Jianghu, but I'm not sure if he will agree. After a few seconds of silence, Star-Lord said embarrassedly. Then it's decided first. I will go to Hala to fight against Thanos and rescue Gamora. You and Jianghu will be responsible for containing the Carey Empire's troops and Thanos' army. After I rescue Gamora, you can retreat. I will take care of the rest. Although Star-Lord and others are good bounty hunters, they are still a little too weak when fighting against Thanos. Even Star-Lord, who has awakened heavenly energy, can't help much when facing Thanos. Are you sure you can do it alone? He's the Mad Titan Thanos. Star-Lord didn't say anything, but Rocket asked with a little worry at this time. Don't underestimate a ninja from Earth, I am very strong. To Rog, saving Gamora wasn't a particularly important matter. For Star-Lord, Gamora may be very important, maybe even as important as his deceased mother. But from Rog's point of view, Gamora's most important value was that she knew where the soul gem was. Leaving Gamora with Thanos is no different from leaving the soul gem with Thanos. Although Roger couldn't remember which planet the soul gem was on, he remembered one thing very clearly. That was, Gamora was Thanos Overlord's true love and was the only person who met Thanos Overlord's sacrificial requirements. So whether it is to find out the whereabouts of the soul gem from Gamora, or to increase the difficulty of obtaining the soul gem for Thanos, he must rescue Gamora from Thanos. After formulating a general strategy, Rog didn't waste time waiting for Yondu's reply and directly opened the portal to the Carey Empire's home planet, Hala. In a small alley on Hala, a circular portal shining with golden sparks quickly formed. In the next second, Rog, who was still on the Golden Jack, came to this small alley that even the local Carey people didn't pass by much. After closing the portal, Rog psychically took out the universal language translator he had used before from the psychic scroll. After wearing it, he cast the transformation technique and became an ordinary Carey with blue skin. After completing the disguise, he began to head to Ronin's mansion. The last time he came to Hala, he went to Ronin's mansion once. But this time, he did not directly open the portal in Ronin's mansion, but opened it in an alley not far from Ronin's mansion. The reason why he did this was to avoid an unexpected encounter with Thanos. Although he was ready to fight with Thanos, Planet Hala was not the battlefield he expected, and now the time was not particularly suitable. Sneaking in was the basic skill of a ninja. Even if Ronin's mansion had a large number of guards and various high-tech monitoring equipment, this still did not have any impact on Rog's sneak. Without much effort, he came to the interior of Ronin's mansion and walked toward the target of his perception. Before entering Ronin's mansion, he deliberately used chakra perception to perceive the situation of the mansion in detail. Thanos was not there. Ronin was not there either. Although there were a lot of life signals in the mansion, none of them could really attract his attention. To be precise, it couldn't be said that there were none. Although he did not perceive the life signals of Thanos and Ronin, he perceived a life signal that he had seen before. Nebula, another adopted daughter of Thanos. Unlike Gamora, who hated Thanos, Nebula had a sick worship for Thanos. Although it was Thanos' decision that caused her to become a half-human, half-machine existence, she did not resent Thanos because of this. Instead, she regarded Gamora as the target of hatred. Because he did not pay special attention to Nebula's news before, Rog was not sure whether the current Nebula was the one who worshipped Thanos or the one who regarded Gamora as her sister. But no matter what state Nebula was in now, it did not prevent him from seeing Nebula now. Nebula's current life signal state was very wrong, which reminded him of the scene when Thanos used Nebula's life to threaten Gamora. After avoiding the patrolling guards, Rog came to the room where Nebula was without alerting anyone. Strictly speaking, this was not a room, but a prison located in the basement of the mansion. Or rather, it was an interrogation room. After dealing with the guards at the door, Rog entered the interrogation room and saw Nebula, who was dismembered. Where did Thanos and Gamora go? Rog asked slowly as he came in front of Nebula, who seemed to have been disassembled into parts and was floating in the air. You are Rog? Nebula asked weakly after looking up and down at Rog, who had removed the transformation technique's effect with her mechanical right eye. Yes, it's me. Where did Thanos and your sister Gamora go? Rog repeated the question. Chapter 574. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. After hearing Rog's answer, Nebula, who couldn't move, suddenly became extremely agitated, shouting at Rog as if he had met an enemy. What's wrong with this guy? Is he crazy? Looking at the suddenly agitated Nebula, Rog silently stepped back and frowned. He wasn't worried about what harm Nebula could do to him now. He just didn't want Nebula to suddenly go crazy and spit on himself. You can't kill me like this. If you don't mind answering a few of my questions, I may be able to assemble you and give you a chance to do it yourself. Rog has rich experience in dealing with lunatics. After all, in the eyes of others, he sometimes looks like a lunatic, so he knows how to communicate with people like Nebula. Nebula, who originally wanted to swallow Log alive, quickly calmed down after hearing his words. He looked at Log with eyes full of murderous intent and no longer spoke. Since you don't want to say it, then let me guess. If I guess wrong, you can correct me. Rog ignored Nebula's murderous eyes and said calmly. Then he sorted out his thoughts and continued, If I'm not wrong, it was Thanos Lord who made you like this. As for the reason, I think Thanos Lord should have used you to threaten Gamora and wanted to get some information from Gamora's mouth. But it's a pity that Gamora didn't care about your safety and still kept the secret. Your safety can't be used to threaten Gamora, so in Thanos Lord's view, you have no meaning to exist. He was too lazy to assemble you back and threw you here like garbage. At this point, Rog suddenly changed the thread of discussion and said, Thanos Lord is now taking Gamora to find supreme wisdom, intending to forcibly obtain the whereabouts of the soul gem from Gamora's memory, right? Nebula didn't expect Rog to suddenly mention supreme wisdom and instinctively looked at Rog. Although the Nebula had been dissected into pieces, her thinking ability wasn't greatly affected. She quickly reacted. He wants to pry information about Thanos Lord from my mouth. Nebula, who thought she had seen through Rog's plan, showed a disdainful expression, snorted with a nasal sound, and then became completely silent. You're indeed Thanos Lord's adopted daughter. Your reaction is very fast. Rog praised Nebula. However, just as Nebula was about to mock Rog for his simple probe, Rog continued, your reaction is indeed very fast, but your expression has already told me the answer. Your subconscious expression just now has already betrayed your true thoughts. So, thank you for your cooperation. Looking at the stunned Nebula, Rog did not do anything. He left the cell and headed towards the Kree Empire's Great Hall, where the Supreme Intelligence was located. Now he could basically confirm that his previous guess was correct. Thanos Lord really tried to use the ability of Supreme Wisdom to forcibly read Gamora's memory. Because of this, Thanos Lord found Ronan, who was in charge of the frontline command, and reached a cooperation agreement with Ronan. Although he had figured out Thanos Lord's plan, Rog was not happy at all at this time. Judging from Nebula's reaction just now, Thanos Lord and Gamora should have just left Ronan's mansion not long ago. Maybe they were half an hour or 10 minutes earlier than him. Judging from the time, Thanos Lord should not have gotten the news of the soul gem from Gamora. However, this was still not good news for him, because this meant that he was likely to have a showdown with Thanos Lord on Hala, instead of the final duel on Titan Star. While heading to the Congress Hall where Supreme Wisdom was located, Rog had been considering whether to call Warnerheim's Gila in advance. After some cautious thinking, he temporarily dispelled this idea. Once he called Gila, he could only have a showdown with Thanos Lord on Hala, which was not in line with the Titan Star plan that he had previously formulated. Through the high-speed hover train in the city, Rog arrived near the Congress Hall where Supreme Wisdom was located. Although the Congress Hall was a landmark building in the city, there were not many Kree people who could really enter the Congress Hall. Except for the Congress members and military commanders such as Ronan, only a small number of Kree people with authority could enter the Congress Hall. Although Rog did not have the authority to legally enter the Congress Hall, this was not difficult for him, who was proficient in illusion. Relying on the illusion of Sharingan, he easily passed through the outermost guard inspection of the Congress Hall and walked into the Congress Hall openly. However, it was not so easy to enter the core area of the Congress Hall, which was the palace where Supreme Wisdom was located. And he didn't know if it was his own illusion, but when he stepped into the Congress Hall, Rog had a feeling that he was being watched. This feeling was a bit like entering a room full of surveillance cameras, and his every move was exposed to the eyes of the guards in the monitoring room. This was a kind of intuition, or rather, a kind of super sense brought about by the increase in strength. Although this feeling made him feel uncomfortable, Rog did not care too much about it. If he guessed correctly, this feeling of being monitored should come from the Supreme Wisdom. In terms of life form, Supreme Wisdom was just a life computer. But on Hala, the Supreme Wisdom had the power of a god. So it was not particularly difficult to understand that Supreme Wisdom could discover his arrival. After confirming the location of Thanos and Ronan with chakra perception, Rog walked in their direction while adjusting his state so that he could erupt into his strongest combat posture at any time. When he came to the core area of the Congress Hall, in front of the palace where the Supreme Wisdom was located, he saw two tall figures, one blue and one purple. The blue one was Rog's old friend, Ronan. As for the purple one, he was Thanos, who was known as the Mad Titan and the Emperor of the Universe. You really came? At this time, although Rog did not remove the effect of the transformation technique, Thanos seemed to have seen through his disguise and said in a majestic tone, "You robbed me, of course I have to come to get justice." Rog pointed to the power gem on Thanos' gloves and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Chapter 575. As a traveler, Rog was no stranger to the glove worn on Thanos' left hand. Infinity Glove. Whether it was the color or the style, even the position of the power gem, it was exactly the same as the Infinity Glove in his memory. However, one thing was different from what he remembered. That was, the Infinity Glove in Thanos' hand should not be the one made by Dwarf King Ai Chui. If it was in the normal timeline, Thanos threatened Dwarf King Ai Chui with the lives of more than 300 dwarves on Nidavi, and let Ai Chui create the Infinity Glove that could withstand the power of 6 Infinity Stones. But now, the dwarves of Nidavi are still living well and have not been threatened by Thanos. Although the Infinity Glove used by Thanos at this time was not made by Dwarf King Ai Chui, Rog did not doubt the quality of this Infinity Glove. Thanos was crazy, but he was also a very cautious person. He would never use a fake and inferior product that did not pass the quality test. The last time we met on Sokka, I had a feeling that you seemed to know me very well, so I asked people to investigate you, including your experiences on Earth. But the feedback is that you are just an ordinary Earthling. Having said that, Thanos paused for a moment, and then continued, "No, you are not ordinary at all. It took you less than 10 years to grow from an ordinary person to a famous person in the universe. Your growth rate, even looking at the whole universe, is definitely among the top, which makes me even more curious about how you did it," Thanos said in a declarative tone while slowly walking down the stairs, and finally came to a place only 3 meters away from Rog. "I'll accept your compliment." Looking at Thanos, who was close at hand and obviously taller than himself, Rog replied with an indifferent face. "If we didn't have different positions, we might have been friends. However, it's a pity." Although Thanos said it sincerely, Rog had no intention of becoming friends with Thanos. What a joke. Thanos is a ruthless person who can even throw his true love off the cliff in order to achieve his goal. Being friends with such a person, you don't know when he will backstab you. "No, it's not a pity at all," Rog replied in a serious tone. If someone else spoke to him in this tone, Thanos Overlord would definitely use his fist to tell the other party what it meant to respect the strong. However, the person who said this to him was Rog, which made him temporarily dispel this idea. Although Thanos and Rog had only fought once, that fight left a very deep impression on him. Susanoo, Flying Thor Chop, Odama Rasengan, Wood Human Jutsu, Wood Dragon Jutsu. These powerful ninjutsu that have never appeared in this world not only aroused the long-lost curiosity of Thanos, but also made him have a strong interest in Rog, a ninja from the Earth. Since that battle, Thanos began to collect information about him intentionally, and even sent people to Earth to collect information. Let's cut to the chase. If I'm not mistaken, other than seeking justice, you're here to rescue Gamma, right? Thanos Overlord put away the relaxed look on his face and said with a serious face, "You're right, so let's fight directly." As soon as his voice fell, Rog's right hand condensed an Odama Rasengan with a diameter of 1 meter and attacked Thanos Overlord with lightning. With a distance of less than 3 meters, as long as his right hand gently pushed forward, he could hit the Odama Rasengan on Thanos Overlord. Rog's shot was as fast as thunder, but Thanos Overlord's reaction was not slow either. The madly rotating Odama Rasengan had just formed, and Thanos Overlord's huge right fist smashed towards his head. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Odama Rasengan and Thanos Overlord's right fist fiercely collided together. The eruption of chakra turbulence instantly formed a terrifying storm, blowing Rog and Thanos Overlord away at the same time. Breaking the Odama Rasengan with one punch, this kind of thing can only be done by Thanos Overlord with his physical strength. Taking advantage of being blown away by the chakra turbulence, Rog opened the Byakugan specially prepared for Thanos Overlord. Byakugan open. Before the person landed, his vision was switched to the supervision unique to Byakugan. Through Byakugan, he saw the majestic life energy in Thanos Overlord's body like a star, saw the terrifying body beyond the biological limit, and saw the perfect life evolution. God's body. He didn't know why. After seeing through Thanos Overlord's body with Byakugan's insight and X-ray vision, Rog's mind instinctively came up with this description. Perfect. Undeniably perfect. This was simply the most perfect body that a warrior could have. Compared with Thanos Overlord's body, Hulk's physical fitness was 1 or 2 levels lower. No wonder Thanos Overlord could use a simple set of combos to stun Hulk. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Putting away the shock in his heart, Rog took a deep breath, clapped his hands hard, and chakra in his body instantly transformed into chakra. Shikatsu Forest, Sage Mode. Just by looking at it with Byakugan, Rog knew that his current Sage Mode body could not compete with Thanos Overlord's body. So he did not hesitate and immediately entered Sage Mode. Thanos Overlord, who had regained his balance, glanced at Rog, who had red eyeshadow and circular patterns on his face, and his face showed a smile with unknown meaning. Although Thanos Overlord did not have any energy attack means, there was no other energy in his body except for the incredible life energy. But this did not mean that his energy use skills and sensing ability would be weak. Although he didn't know what Rog had just done, he could clearly perceive that Rog's physical strength had soared a lot in an instant. A bit interesting. After perceiving that Rog's physical strength had soared a lot in an instant, Thanos Overlord did not hesitate and immediately attacked Rog. The distance of more than 10 meters passed in the blink of an eye. Thanos Overlord's huge right fist once again appeared in front of Rog. Facing Thanos Overlord's attack, Rog did not intend to dodge or use ninjutsu at all. He also raised his right fist and met Thanos Overlord's right fist head-on. Boom! The two fists, one big and one small, fiercely collided together, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye gushed out from the two fists like a storm. Rog's right fist did not retreat at all, but the difference in size made him fall into an invisible disadvantage. The floor under his feet shattered inch by inch, and a round pit more than 1 meter long appeared on the ground. Chapter 576. Excluding the difference in size, Rog in Sage Mode was not weaker than Thanos in physical strength. But he couldn't rely on the buff brought by Sage Mode to suppress Thanos. So, a slightly awkward question was placed in front of him. If necessary, he could maintain Sage Mode for a few hours. But no matter how long he could maintain it, he couldn't compare with Thanos in terms of endurance. Just how did this guy train? This was too unreasonable. Although Rog didn't know other Titan people, he could be 100% sure that Thanos' physical fitness was definitely not the normal physical fitness of Titan people. If every Titan had such abnormal physical strength, the universe would have been ruled by Titan people long ago. The physical strength gap between Thanos and other Titan people may be greater than the gap between Thor and other Asgard people. Compared with the last time, you have improved a lot. You can actually block my full blow. Thanos didn't expect that Rog, who was physically weak when they met last time, could actually compete with him in physical strength this time. You want to beat me down with one punch? Aren't you looking down on me too much? As he spoke, Rog mobilized the Immortal technique chakra in his body and silently cast a buff type of physical technique. Immortal technique, monstrous strength. The physical strength that had reached the limit, under the buff of Immortal technique, monstrous strength, increased a little bit, allowing Rog to burst out with power that exceeded the physical load. Break for me! With this power that exceeded the physical load, Rog successfully pushed back Thanos' right fist, making Thanos uncontrollably take a few steps back. Without having time to feel the tingling from his right arm, Rog came forward like a ghost and came in front of Thanos, who had not yet recovered his balance. Soft fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Under Thanos' surprised gaze, Rog turned his fist into a palm. His two arms were like a Gatling gun that madly discharged bullets, hitting him one palm after another. After that punch, Rog completely dispelled the idea of using Steel Fist to deal with Thanos. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. At this time, Rog showed the fastest fist speed since he mastered the soft fist. In less than a second, all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams were vented on Thanos. Since there was no energy other than life energy in Thane Overlord's body, the focus of his 8 trigrams 64 palms this time was not to cut off the energy flow in Thane Overlord's body, but to destroy the key muscles and nerves needed to move the body. Although the body structure is not exactly the same, in any case, Thanos has 2 arms and 2 legs like the people on Earth. The general principle of activity is still the same. After hitting the 8 trigrams 64 palms on Thanos, Rog did not stop attacking, but added an ultimate skill. 8 trigrams, Mountain Breaker. chakra, which was infused with natural energy, gushed out of his right palm like a laser and instantly hit Thanos' chest. Boom! A dull thump sounded like a war drum. The tall Thanos flew like a baseball to the palace where the Supreme Wisdom was located and hit the nearly 20-meter-high metal gate heavily. When Thanos hit the metal gate, Rog finally breathed a sigh of relief and shook his right hand that was tingling and slightly numb. Although Thanos was hit, he was not happy at all. The melee fight just now not only did not let him see the hope of winning, but it also made him realize the huge gap in physical fitness between himself and Thanos. Sage Mode plus the 95% development of the Sage body barely tied with Thanos Overlord's physical fitness. This was bad news for him who was trying to seize Thanos' power gem. Although he just hit Thanos and hit the 8 trigram 64 palms on Thanos' body, he still had no idea how much power the 8 trigram 64 palms could exert. And in terms of difficulty, the Thanos just now was not even as tricky as the Sokka star. Now Thanos was not holding the huge and powerful double-edged sword, nor was he wearing the armor with amazing defense. He was not at his peak state at all. More importantly, Thanos just now did not use the power gem at all. Commander Luo Nan witnessed the entire process of Luo Gu and Thanos fighting. Although he was wearing a full set of armor and was holding his famous weapon, the omnipotent weapon, Warhammer, he didn't have the slightest intention of joining the battle. Not only that, after the battle between Rog and Thanos began, he also used his authority to stop the guards who tried to arrest Rog, so that the two of them had an undisturbed fighting environment. After hitting Thanos, Rog did not continue to launch attacks. Instead, he used the Byakugan to carefully observe the state of Thanos to confirm the final effect of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. After carefully examining the internal situation of Thanos' body, he sighed helplessly. The 8 trigrams 64 palms that could cause serious, internal injuries to the enemy did not show the power it should have at this time. Some damage to the internal organs and meridians did appear in Thanos' body, but these internal injuries were far from serious. They could not achieve the effect of destroying the enemy from the inside of the body. Within a few seconds, Thanos reappeared in front of Rog, standing at the top of the stairs and looking down at him. Plan A was declared a failure. Plan B began. After muttering in his heart, Rog took out the necessary prop ring to cast the portal magic in front of Thanos and put it on his right hand. After seeing Rog take out the ring, Thanos did not attack him but let him cast the portal magic. As his right hand continued to draw circles in the air, a circular portal with golden sparks appeared in front of Thanos and Luo Nan. When the portal was completely formed, Rog crushed the contact crystal given to him by the goddess of death Hela. Crushing the contact crystal was to tell Hela the location, and opening the portal was to let Hela come over as soon as possible. Of course, when Hela would come over, Rog himself was not sure. The entrance of the portal was the tent where he met Hela last time. From the scene at the other end of the portal, the tent was still there, but Hela was not in the tent. After inputting enough magic to maintain the portal for more than 10 minutes, Rog once again set his eyes on Thanos. Thanos would never watch him summon helpers, so before Hela arrived, it was still a fair one-on-one duel between him and Thanos. Mangekyo Sharingan, open. Chapter 577. We agreed to catch the top lane together, but you ran to steal the buff. Rog's mood at this time was like he had made an appointment with a jungler to catch the top laner, but the result was that his jungler never came. If it was in the game, at this time, he would silently label his jungler as a cheater, and then decisively return to his own defense tower and patiently wait for the next opportunity. But now he was not playing a game, and Thanos was not the kind of top laner who would foolishly wait for others to catch him. After seeing Rog's eyes turn from white to blood red, Thanos clenched his left hand. The power gem on the Infinity Glove emitted a faint purple light that was enough to make Rog pay attention. Thanos is going to use the power gem. Almost at the moment when the power gem lit up, Rog, who switched his Byakugan to Mangekyo Sharingan, used the signature fire release ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Immortal Art, Fire Release, Great Fireball. Under the buff of the Immortal Art chakra, Rog spouted a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 20 meters, like a small sun. The burning fireball flew like a cannonball to Thanos at the end of the stairs. Boom. However, this huge fireball didn't fly very far before it was hit by a purple beam of light that was as thick as an arm and as fast as lightning. It instantly exploded and turned into a cloud of sparks that filled the sky. Thanos did not use any fancy moves. He simply raised his left hand and then casually threw a punch. Although the Immortal Art Chakra mixed with natural energy was stronger than the ordinary chakra, in front of the Universal Treasure Power Gem, the energy level of chakra was still not enough. This was not the suppression of attributes like water suppressing fire or thunder suppressing earth, but a simpler and more helpless level suppression. The Immortal Art, Great Fireball was easily broken like a balloon, and Rog did not care too much. He never expected the Great Fireball to cause any damage to Thanos. What he needed was just the sight-blocking effect brought by the Great Fireball. After spitting out this huge fireball, he did not hesitate and quickly used the other two ninjutsu. Immortal Technique, Wood Evasion, Wood Clone. Immortal Technique, Earth Evasion, Rock Concealment. After leaving a wood clone that was enough to pass off as a real one to contain and lure Thanos, Rog himself relied on the rock concealment technique to sneak into the ground, like a groundhog shuttling quickly underground. Although Thanos' insight was not bad, it was not easy to distinguish between the wood clone and the original with the naked eye. As long as the wood clone can mislead Thanos for a while, he can take this opportunity to enter the palace where the Supreme Wisdom is located and rescue Gamora. Saving Gamora was originally just a side mission, but now, it had become a main mission. Only by controlling Gamora in his own hands could he fight for enough power to take the initiative. When Thanos sent Gamora to Supreme Intelligence, he did not expect Gamora to continue to keep the secret of the Soul Gem. As long as the Supreme Intelligence did not crash, the whereabouts of the Soul Gem would definitely be revealed. Although the location of the Soul Gem was exposed, Rog had a top-secret information that even Thanos and Gamora did not know about. The Soul Gem was an infinity stone that needed to be obtained by sacrificing one's love. Whether it was Gamora or Thanos, they did not know this before they met the paternity appraiser, Red Skull. So as long as he could rescue Gamora and control her in his hands, then even if Thanos knew the whereabouts of the Soul Gem, he would not be able to complete the sacrifice. Of course, if Thanos could immediately make a new love in a short time, it was also Thanos' ability. It didn't take much time. Rog sneaked to the bottom of the palace. To be precise, it was directly below Gamora's life signal. Although Rog, who was sneaking underground, did not know the specific situation of the wood clone and Thanos' fight, judging from the violent vibrations from the ground from time to time, their battle was not ordinary. After confirming that the wood clone was not at risk of being exposed for a while, he slowly rose from the ground like a ghost and came to the inside of the palace. In the empty palace, Gamora stood in the center of the palace like a puppet. On her body, there were glowing threads wrapped around her as if she was wrapped in some kind of nerve thread. Glancing at Gamora, who had her eyes closed and a look of rejection on her face, Rog stretched out his right hand and patted her shoulder gently. Flying Thor. Leaving the Flying Thor on Gamora was not to save her, but to prepare for the worst-case scenario. If it really came to the point where he had to kill Gamora, this Flying Thor could ensure that he could kill Gamora with the fastest speed. After leaving the Flying Thor on Gamora, Rog grabbed her shoulder and pulled her out forcibly. With those nerve lines disconnected one by one, Gamora slowly opened her eyes and looked at Rog with a painful expression. Having her mental connection forcefully severed by someone else was not a pleasant experience for Gamora, who was in the midst of connecting with the Supreme Intelligence. Although the experience was not pleasant, in any case, now she finally doesn't have to be forcibly searched by the Supreme Wisdom. I know you have a lot of questions now, but you only need to answer one of my questions now. Which planet is the Soul Gem? While asking Gamora, Rog did not stay idle, and his right hand with the hanging ring began to draw circles again. Womer, the Soul Gem is on Womer. Gamora did not hide anything and said quickly, "Okay, I see, you can go now." After speaking, Rog gently pushed Gamora into the newly formed portal. Before Gamora could react, she had fallen into an abandoned planet that she was familiar with. Titan Star. Rog did not send Gamora back to the Golden Jack, but sent her directly to Titan Star. This is the communicator. Contact Star-Lord yourself. When the portal shining with golden sparks was about to disappear, Rog's voice sounded again, and he threw out a black communicator. After doing all this, he turned his head to look at the empty hall above and said slowly, "The show is over, it's time to show your face." "When did you find out?" A voice with no gender at all sounded in the palace. At the same time, a virtual projection of a huge head appeared above the hall. "I found out not long after entering the Congress Hall. Your gaze was a bit too blatant." Chapter 578. This huge, light green head that didn't conform to the aesthetic standards of Earthlings was none other than the virtual projection of the ruler of the Carey Empire, the Supreme Intelligence. "I just casually glanced at you, I didn't expect you to notice." The Supreme Wisdom glanced at Logue and gave him a small compliment. "You didn't just casually glance at me. If I'm not wrong, you should have used no less than 3 methods to carefully check my condition." If the Supreme Intelligence didn't use so many methods to check, Rog might not have noticed his gaze. "It seems that Ronan's evaluation of you is still too low. Your threat level is at least 1 level higher than what he reported." The Supreme Intelligence used a completely different cold tone, as if he had changed into a different person. After a few seconds of silence, he continued, "Since you've noticed that I've been watching you, but you haven't done anything on your way here. Can you tell me what you're thinking?" "Who says I don't have a strategy? Me coming here to meet you personally is my strategy." The battle outside the palace continued, but Rog and the Supreme Intelligence didn't seem to notice the battle outside at all, ignoring the constant explosions and tremors. "Coming here to meet me is your strategy. You really are an interesting person." After hearing Rog's answer, the Supreme Intelligence seemed to have thought of something, and a surprised expression appeared on the virtual projection's head. After confirming that he was noticed by the Supreme Intelligence as soon as he entered the Capitol Hall, Rog began to think about how to face the ruler of the Carey Empire. In the process of thinking, he suddenly discovered a very interesting blind spot. The Supreme Intelligence was a life computer that represented the highest technology of the Carey Empire. Although from another point of view, he was a real special life form. But there was one thing that the Supreme Intelligence could never change, and that was that he didn't have a soul in the true sense. Rog, who had once raised the AI assistant Hinata and now the real person Hinata, had a deep understanding of this. Whether the Supreme Intelligence was the ruler of the Carey Empire or not, and no matter how many abilities he had, he would inevitably yearn for a true independent soul that belonged to him. This had nothing to do with the way of thinking or wisdom, it was purely an instinct of life to pursue completeness. On this point, Hinata, who was once an AI, showed an extreme desire for a real body. And for the Supreme Intelligence, this desire to return life to completeness evolved into a yearning for a soul. With that in mind, Rog made sense of everything that had happened. Why was he able to enter the heavily guarded Congress Hall so easily? Why did the Supreme Intelligence of the Carey Empire not react when he was fighting with Thanos? Why was he able to come here so easily and take away camera without any hindrance? Everything pointed to one obvious fact, which was that the Supreme Intelligence was also interested in the Soul Gem. Thanos wanted to obtain information about the Supreme Intelligence's ability, so he found Ronan's ability to use the Supreme Intelligence's ability to use his ability. For this reason, he reached an agreement with Luo Nan and obtained the help of the Supreme Intelligence. However, Thanos ignored one thing. In other words, he knew that the Supreme Intelligence would be interested in the Soul Gem, but he was not worried that the Supreme Intelligence would take away the Soul Gem. Perhaps Thanos was confident in his own strength, so he was not worried that the Supreme Intelligence would take away the Soul Gem. The Supreme Intelligence also saw this, but in front of Thanos, who had the Power Gem and had landed on the surface of Hara, the Supreme Intelligence did not dare to show his ambition. After all, the Power Gem was a true planet killer. At this critical moment, The arrival of Rog gave the Supreme Intelligence a chance to sit and watch the two tigers fight. Checking Rog's true state was to confirm whether Rog had the strength to fight Thanos head-on. Letting Rog take Gamora away so easily, on the one hand, to make the battle between Rog and Thanos more intense, on the other hand, it was to let them leave Hara. No matter who the final winner was, with the whereabouts of the Soul Gem and the supreme intelligence of the Carey Empire's army, they could occupy the absolute initiative. Even in the worst case, it was nothing more than sending the Carey Empire's army to besiege Rog and Thanos. You are also a very interesting computer. Among the artificial intelligence, you are the most ambitious one. For the Carey people, the supreme intelligence was their monarch and a great existence that they needed to respect at all times. But for Rog, the supreme intelligence was an advanced life computer, which was no different from the artificial intelligence coded by Tani. You are the first person who dares to talk to me in this tone on Hara. The supreme intelligence's tone became extremely cold, and energy machine guns hidden in the dark suddenly rose in the empty hall, and the muzzles were all aimed at Rog without exception. Although he was indeed a life computer, the supreme intelligence was extremely disgusted by others who associated him with those inferior artificial beings. As far as he was concerned, this was a blatant insult. Rog was not surprised by the supreme intelligence's reaction. This was the same as humans in a strict sense, were also apes, but they did not like to be treated as animals. Okay, you don't have to put on such a look to intimidate me. If you have the ability, open the door of the palace. I guess Thanos wouldn't mind having a good chat with you. Thanos may not mind the Supreme Intelligence having some thoughts about the Soul Gem, but he absolutely could not tolerate the Supreme Intelligence's behavior of giving Gamora to Rog in order to let him fight with Rog. In Thanos's eyes, what was true love? It was that this person could only be killed by him. Except for himself, anyone who tried to hurt his true love would suffer his cruelest revenge. In this regard, the original ruler of Sokka Star, Gao Tianzuan, was a good example. Gao Tianzuan just treated Gamora as a slave gladiator and arranged a fight for her, and then lost the Sokka Star that he had been operating for many years. He could only leave Sokka Star like a defeated hound. Rog's voice full of disdain slowly sounded in the hall, but the Supreme Intelligence did not show any signs of shooting or opening the door of the palace. If you don't have the courage to shoot, don't take out the gun. Not only will it not make you look domineering, but it will also reveal your weakness and timidity. Chapter 579. Since the ridicule has already begun, there is no need to continue to give the other party face. Anyway, he won't be in the Kree Empire in the future, so it's not a big deal to offend him. Looking at the fearless Rog, Supreme Wisdom wondered for the first time if there was something wrong with his big data calculations. The current development is not the situation he wanted at all. According to his plan, Rog should now be chased by the angry Thanos, not Rog. Generally speaking, there is no big problem with Supreme Wisdom's calculations, and there is no big loophole in the plan he made. However, he ignored a very important point, that is, Rog is not a person who can be easily guessed. SHIELD and the U.S. military have made similar calculations, but it turns out that the results of their calculations are only the results they think are the results. If Supreme Wisdom can go to Earth and investigate Rog's past, then he will find that Rog is a person who often does not play by the rules. What's more troublesome is that Rog is also a transmigrator with a prophet aura. In this case, some of the decisions he makes, in the eyes of others, are completely madmen. Just say it, what do you want now? After confirming that he could not arrange Rog as a chess piece, Supreme Wisdom immediately changed his strategy, and his tone was relatively soft, and he was no longer so aggressive. Don't worry, I don't want much, and it's not difficult for you. Do you see the portal outside? The helper in my plan made some small mistakes and didn't rush over immediately. So if you don't mind, I hope you can contain the Thanos outside before my helper arrives. Of course, this is also for the safety of Hala. You don't want to see the scene of Thanos destroying Hala with the power gem. After sending Gamora to Titan Star, Rog has gradually regained the initiative of the battle. As long as Hela arrived at Hala, he could start executing his Titan Star plan. I can let Luo Nan and the Empire's warriors contain Thanos Overlord, but I hope that after your helper arrives, you can take Thanos Overlord away from Hala. The Supreme Wisdom agreed to Rog's request. But in return he also raised his own request. No problem. As for the matter of taking Slayer Overlord away from Hara, I can handle it myself. Although Rog didn't agree with the culture and system of the Carey Empire, he still had a good impression of them. After all, the virtual reality console games produced by the Kree Empire were very much to his taste and allowed him to have a lot of fun. After saying that, the holographic projection of the Supreme Intelligence that was floating above the hall instantly disappeared, and the entire hall became empty again. Thanos would never have thought that just when he thought he was fighting with Rog, the real Rog actually reached an agreement with Supreme Wisdom to deal with him together. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thanos Overlord may also know this, but he would never have thought that he would become the common enemy of Rog and Supreme Wisdom. All of this was the fault of the Soul Gem. Yes, it was the fault of the Soul Gem. After coming to an agreement with the Supreme Intelligence, Rog no longer had any plans to continue staying in the palace. After sensing the Flying Thunder God technique of the Wood Clone, he immediately cast the Flying Thunder God technique and left the palace. At this time, Thanos Overlord was using the power of the Power Gem to destroy the Susanoo cast by the Wood Clone. He didn't know how many times he had broken Susanoo's armor, but no matter how he beat up the ancient giant-like Susanoo, the Wood Clone standing inside Susanoo's head was able to quickly repair the injuries on Susanoo, as if it would never get tired, and continue to attack and defend against him. Just when Thanos Overlord was considering whether to increase the energy output of the Power Gem to solve this giant-like Susanoo in one go, he suddenly found that there were two Rogs in the head of Susanoo. This is? Although Thanos Overlord didn't realize that it was the Wood Clone who was fighting with him before, he reacted immediately after seeing the two Rogs appear at the same time. Not good. Something went wrong. Although Thanos Overlord didn't know what happened, his intuition told him that the development of things had begun to go in a direction that was unfavorable to him. Almost at the moment when he realized this, Ronan, who had been acting as a spectator, waved the warhammer in his hand and attacked him like lightning. Ronan's attack completely confirmed Thanos Overlord's guess. Without any hesitation, Thanos Overlord decisively changed the trajectory of his attack. The attack that was originally aimed at Susanoo was aimed at Ronan, who was attacking like lightning. Compared with the attack from the enemy, Thanos Overlord hated the betrayal from his teammates more. The arm-thick purple light instantly cut through the distance of space and came in front of Ronan, who was fully armed. Time Shift Domain. Although Ronan had never fought with the owner of the Power Gem, as someone who had tried to collect the Power Gem, he was very clear about the power of the Power Gem. In the face of Thanos Overlord's attack, he decisively displayed his most powerful killing move. When the Time Shift Domain took effect, the world in front of Ronan's eyes suddenly changed. The whole world completely stopped as if the stop button was pressed. In this world that seemed to be completely frozen, Ronan changed his forward direction, avoiding the lightning-like zigzag light, and came in front of the stilled Thanos Overlord. He raised the grayish-black warhammer high, and the direction of the warhammer was falling was the thick and round purple head of Thanos Overlord. If Ronan's hammer could hit smoothly, then it would save a lot of effort whether it was for Supreme Wisdom or Rog. If the power of this hammer was strong enough, it was even possible to put an end to Thanos Overlord's life ahead of time and completely end this battle. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Although Thanos Overlord couldn't detect the attack launched by Ronan in the Time Shift Domain, as a powerhouse whose combat strength was only a line away from the Heavenly Father level, Thanos Overlord was obviously not the kind of existence that would be instantly ended by others' killing move. Just when the warhammer in Ronan's hand was about to hit Thanos Overlord's big head, giving Thanos Overlord a heavy blow or even directly killing him, the effect of the Time Shift Domain disappeared, and the eternal time began to flow again. Chapter 580. Time Movement Domain is one of the few powerful moves that involve the power of time, and it can even be regarded as a divine skill. However, any skill has its own limitations, and the most fundamental rules of a world will not allow things without any defects to exist. Even a universal treasure like Infinity Stone needs to operate according to established rules, and it cannot completely ignore the rules. As a powerful move born by chance, the limitation of the time shift domain was that this move could only achieve a certain miraculous dodging and movement effect by relatively extending one's own timeline. If Luo Nan wants to use time movement domain to defeat the enemy, he must let his relatively extended time return to normal in order to achieve a realistic attack. Therefore, after using time movement domain to avoid Thanos' attack and preparing to smash Thanos' head with a hammer, he took the initiative to end time movement domain and let his timeline return to normal. The hammerhead of the Warhammer is only a short distance away from Thanos' head, which is also the best distance calculated by Luo Nan. If his calculations are correct, even if he ends time movement domain, Thanos will not be able to escape his thunderous hammer. However, it turns out that the reason why Thanos can become a destiny, in a sense, is not because of his racial origin, nor his power, but because of his own strength. Just when the hammerhead of the omnipotent weapon Warhammer was about to hit his head, Thanos made a move that Luo Nan and Rog did not expect. In a split second, Thanos gave up using the Infinity Gloves to control the energy of the Power Gem, but directly guided the energy of the Power Gem to himself. He forcibly accommodated the energy of the Power Gem with his own flesh and blood. In another timeline, Star-Lord and others of the Universe Awkward Dance Troupe had teamed up to do this scene. It was also using this crazy move that Star-Lord and others saved Xander in that world. It's just that unlike the passive accommodation method adopted by Star-Lord and others, Thanos used active guidance at this time. Rog knows that Thanos' physical strength is very high, and he also knows that Thanos' physical body has been developed to its limit. But when he witnessed the scene of Thanos actively guiding the energy of the Power Gem into his body, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Crazy Titan, worthy of its reputation. The Warhammer in Luo Nan's hand finally fell, and it hit Thanos' head as he planned. However, the outcome of Warhammer hitting Thanos was completely different from what he imagined. Under the endless thunder attack of Warhammer, Thanos' Overlord's purple head shone with purple light. This seemingly soft purple light gave the Thanos' head an unparalleled defense. At this moment, Thanos' head seemed to possess an absolute defense in the true sense. It blocked Luo Nan's sure-kill hammer without any suspense. The Strength Gem's limitless physical strength was perfectly demonstrated at this moment. The hammer fell, and the hammer shattered. The supreme accuser of the Carry Empire's accusation team, Luo Nan, had completely lost his famous weapon, the omnipotent weapon Warhammer, after unleashing this thunderous hammer strike. What Luo Nan had lost right now wasn't just the weapon that had accompanied him in battle for many years. He had also lost his right hand that held the hammer. The purple glow on Thanos' head followed the Warhammer to Luo Nan's right arm. When the purple light spread to his entire right arm, the silent and irresistible disintegration was completed in an instant. Luo Nan's right arm turned into nothingness together with the Warhammer. His entire body was blown away like a falling feather. With Luo Nan's landing, the purple glow on Thanos' body also disappeared, as if it had never appeared. This was too overbearing. Rog knew that the Strength Gem was very powerful, and he also knew that the Strength Gem was very compatible with Thanos. It could be said to be Thanos' soul mate. But the scene in front of him still gave him an extremely unrealistic feeling. This was simply giving Thanos an invincible hack that locked down his health, and it was the type that wasn't afraid of being banned. How the hell was he going to fight this? Just when Rog was considering whether to temporarily retreat a distance and hand over the task of restraining Thanos to the Carry Empire's warriors, a perfectly straight and slender right leg stepped out of the portal. Goddess of Death Hela, the only queen of Jotunheim and Muspelheim, the helper that Rog personally invited and paid 3 promises to get, appeared at the moment when Luo Nan was heavily injured. They were finally here. His teammates were finally here. Rog never thought that there would be a day when he would be so eager for Hela to appear. At this moment, he seemed to see the brilliant light emitted by an enemy crystal named Thanos after it was shattered. With the addition of a familiar dubbing, it was a classic victory scene. While Rog was thinking, Gila, who was wearing a dark green battle suit, looked at Thanos not far away, and Rog, who was inside Susanu's head. Then, under the gaze of Thanos and Rog, Gila's wrist gently turned and summoned two black swords that exuded a cold light. Without any explanation, after confirming that this was the battlefield where Thanos and Rog were fighting, Gila immediately launched an attack on Thanos. As for Luo Nan, who was lying on the ground covering his right arm, she directly ignored him. Gila's arrival made Thanos's calm face reveal a dignified expression. After seeing that Gila did not hesitate to attack him, Thanos once again entered a pure battle state. Whether it was Thanos with amazing physical strength or Gila who controlled the power of death, they were all loyal close combat enthusiasts. At least before seeing the opportunity to determine the victory in one fell swoop, they all liked to use close combat to test the opponent's level. In the blink of an eye, Gila, who was like a dark green ghost, was entangled with Thanos. Purple and golden fists were constantly swinging, and the black sword condensed by the power of death drew a fatal and beautiful arc, seeing that Thanos and Gila directly skipped the preparation process and entered the close combat stage. Rog removed the ancient giant-like Susanu, and his right hand once again drew a circle. The actors were all ready, and it was time to put on a good show. With the position of Thanos and Gila as the center, a circular portal with a diameter of tens of meters appeared on the ground, opening a space channel directly to Titan Star. Titan Star was the place of the final battle. Chapter 581. If it was under normal circumstances, Thanos Overlord could leave before the portal opened and avoid this golden portal that was not so sudden. But now, he could only watch as the portal opened beneath his feet. Although Thanos controlled the power gem at this time, in close combat, he did not have much advantage over the goddess of death, Hela. More than 2,000 years ago, Hela had the strength that even Odin, the father of gods, felt troublesome. After more than 2,000 years of cultivation and improvement, Hela's strength was far beyond the period when she was exiled by Odin. Although she can't quickly kill Thanos, who has the power gem, it's not difficult for her to contain Thanos Lord. Under the influence of Titan Star's chaotic gravity, Thanos and Hela fell to the surface of Titan Star together and came to this lost world that once had a prosperous civilization. After teleporting Thanos and Hela to Titan Star, Rog, as the initiator, did not hesitate and immediately used the body flicker technique to enter the portal that was about to disappearing in front of Ronan, who had not yet fully reacted. After returning to his hometown, Thanos took the initiative to end the close combat between him and Hela, relying on the energy impact of the power gem to open up a small distance. After looking around at the surrounding environment, Thanos frowned slightly and said slowly to Rog, who had just landed on the ground, "Is this your plan? Gamera should have been taken away by you now, right? This is your hometown, and it is also the place where you gave birth to the idea of destroying half of the life in the universe. I think you shouldn't mind putting an end to everything here." Rog did not answer Thanos' inquiry about Gamera's whereabouts, but only told Thanos why he chose Titan Star as the final battlefield. "You really know me well, but your explanation just proves one of my guesses." Thanos looked at Rog with a complicated expression and said slowly, "What guess?" Rog asked very cooperatively, "You are not from this universe, you are from an unknown parallel universe. Only in this way can you explain all the unreasonable phenomena that have happened to you." Although there was no evidence, Thanos Overlord firmly believed that his guess was correct. This was both a kind of intuition and the final result after many calculations. Parallel universe? I have to say, your imagination is quite rich. Although there were only 3 of them here, Rog still did not intend to reveal his true identity. This kind of thing, even if the Ancient One knows about it, after all, there is no way to hide it from the Ancient One who controls the time gem. But to others, he would never admit this even if he was beaten to death. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. As long as you fall into my hands, I will prove it sooner or later. At this time, Thanos seemed to have completely defeated Rog, and said with a tone that was almost like a statement. "I'm sorry, I have no intention of letting myself fall into the hands of a man. I will never let such a thing become a reality." As soon as he finished speaking, Rog summoned the reality Rubik's Cube from the summon scroll. For this decisive battle, he had taken out the magic cube from the Supreme Harmony Treasure Hall and carried it with him in the channeling scroll. Only magic can fight against magic. Similarly, only Infinity Stone can fight against Infinity Stone. The ether particle is really in your hands. Odin is actually willing to give this treasure to you. It seems that he has a lot of expectations for you. After that, Thanos raised his left hand, and the golden infinity glove shone with the purple light of the power gem. "No way, I have a good character. Unlike you, you can give up everything for the Infinity Stone." When the power gem shone with purple light, the reality Rubik's Cube in Rog's hand also shone with a strange red light. Although the reality gem is not as simple and crude as the power gem, in terms of strangeness, the reality gem can throw the power gem by several streets. Just when Thanos and Rog were at each other's throats, and the battle between Infinity Stones against Infinity Stones could break out at any time, the goddess of death Hela, who was standing next to Rog, looked at them with displeasure. As a queen, a real queen with strength, ambition, and beauty, Hela hates the feeling of being ignored. Since they came to Titan Star, Thanos and Rog were like two unromantic purebred straight men, completely ignoring her existence. This was an extremely unpleasant thing for Hela, who had the temperament and strength of a queen. So, when Thanos and Rog showed off their Infinity Stones, Hela directly launched an attack on Thanos. This time, Hela did not attack Thanos with her sword in both hands like she did when she first appeared. Instead, she released her divine power of death in an extremely ostentatious manner. She condensed the divine power of death into an extremely huge black blade and flew towards Thanos from all angles on the ground and in the air. Hela's sudden attack instantly broke the confrontation between Thanos and Rog. Almost at the same time, the power gem in the Infinity Glove and the reality gem in the reality Rubik's Cube lit up at the same time, showing their respective powers. Thanos' use of the power gem was as simple and crude as ever. When the hundreds of large and small black blades attacked him, he did not use the power gem to perform any fancy counterattack or defense, but with himself as the center, he created a purple tornado completely formed by the energy of the power gem. Whether it was the attack from the ground or the black blades falling from the sky like raindrops, when they touched this purple tornado, they all turned into nothingness and instantly returned to the most primitive and purest form of energy. With just a simple energy tornado, Thanos' Overlord resolved Hela's large area of effect attack that was enough to clear the field. The power gem once again proved its value as a universal treasure with facts. Thanos' move to resolve Hela's attack was indeed beautiful, but Hela was not the only enemy he was facing now. Just at the moment when Thanos just used the energy tornado to resolve Hela's attack, Rog's attack came. Change reality. The tornado containing the overbearing energy of the power gem had not yet dissipated, and a strange red light appeared in every corner of the tornado. Along with the demonic red light, the purple energy tornado instantly changed its appearance. At this time, Thanos, who was in the eye of the tornado, saw hundreds of millions of small black blades with a length of only a few millimeters. Chapter 582. Thanos could use the power gem to forcefully resolve Hela's attack, and Rog could use the reality gem to change Hela's attack back in another form. Breaking the rules of physics, turning ideas, fantasies, and other things into reality, or disregarding the laws of science to arrange the material that exists in reality. Except for the great existence of infinity gems and higher levels that cannot be modified, the owner of the reality gem can modify everything in reality at will. Of course, any powerful force has certain drawbacks. Compared with the power gem, space gem, time gem, and other gems, the reality gem has a great risk when used alone. This is also why the Dark Elf King Malekith needed to wait for celestial convergence in the 9 realms before he dared to use the reality gem to return the universe to the Dark Age. Compared with Malekith, who tried to modify the reality of the entire universe, Rog's ambition was not so big. The reality he needed to modify was only the energy tornado created by Thanos with the power gem. This degree of reality modification, he could completely bear it with his own strength. The energy tornado that destroyed Hela's attack was modified by Rog into a blade storm formed by countless small black blades with the reality gem. And Thanos, who had just used the energy tornado to resist Hela's attack, was now in the center of this blade storm. Although this blade storm formed by miniature black blades was just a one-time move that he came up with on a whim, Rog still gave this attack a particularly nice name. In other words, he borrowed a particularly nice name. Senbenzakura. This name came from a classic anime that Rog once watched. The idea of modifying the energy tornado into a miniature black blade attack also came from the Zanpakuto named Senbenzakura. After using the reality gem to modify the energy tornado that was originally used to protect Thanos, Rog did not hesitate and immediately controlled the hundreds of millions of tiny black blades to attack Thanos. Thanos' physical strength was indeed amazing, and it was even several levels higher than Hulk. But this did not mean that Thanos' body was truly indestructible. Through the previous 8 trigrams 64 palms, Rog already knew that the Hyuga clan's gentle fist couldn't cause enough damage to the internal organs and meridians of Thanos. Therefore, at this time, he completely changed the idea of attacking. He no longer pursued a fatal blow on the body, but put the hope of breaking the defense on the natural weakness that Thanos' overlord could not avoid no matter how much he practiced. For example, the eyes, mouth, nostrils, ears, and other natural, defense-breaking areas on the bodies of living creatures. The reason why he used the reality gem to modify the energy tornado into a miniature black blade a few millimeters long, on the one hand, he borrowed the Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura Sakura, attack idea, and on the other hand, he didn't care about martial ethics. However, he was a young man, and the martial virtues of a young man were not about martial virtues. Thanos didn't expect that Rog, who was originally a decent fighter, would suddenly display the dirty tricks that these hooligans would use. Sensing that these tiny black blades, which were the size of ants, had entered his body through his mouth, nostrils, ears, and other orifices, Slayer Lord was furious. As a strong man who had been fighting for many years and had a strong reputation in the universe, Slayer Lord never thought that he would have a day where his nostrils and ears would be attacked. This was a naked insult to Slayer Lord, who had always had some warrior spirit and philosophy. No, this was no longer a matter of humiliation. This was a dirty trick. Because these miniature black blades were not chakra products, but real existences modified by the reality gem, Rog was far from being able to control these black blades as freely as he could control chakra. Otherwise, he would definitely let Slayer Lord feel that death was better than living. Although he couldn't see the specific location of Rog now, Slayer Lord, who had entered a state of anger, was obviously not in the mood to pay attention to these. When the first batch of black blades entered his body through his nose, ears, and other parts, Slayer Lord once again displayed the crazy action of forcibly accommodating the energy of the power gem with his flesh and blood. In an instant, Slayer Lord, who originally had purple skin, seemed to be transformed into a purple humanoid sun, and dazzling purple light appeared in every corner of his body. With the illumination of these purple lights, Rog completely lost control of the miniature black blades. At the same time, the blade storm formed by countless miniature black blades suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared. The power gem once again displayed its domineering nature in the field of physics. If it weren't for the fact that this was his hometown, Slayer Lord at this time even used his position as a starting point to directly release the energy in his body and completely destroy the abandoned Titan star. But he didn't do so in the end. It was just to resolve Rog's despicable attack, and it wasn't to the extent of burying Titan star. After the overbearing purple light, Slayer Lord completely eliminated the miniature black blades that were trying to enter his body. However, at the moment when the purple light dissipated, he saw a huge creature that he had never seen before. A few hundred meters in front of him, a huge fox with orange-yellow fur and 9 tails appeared. If the Motherf Nick Fury and Secretary of State Ross were here, they would definitely recognize this giant fox with 9 tails. In the battle where he completely turned against S.H.I.E.L.D., Rog used the reality gem to create QB once and let QB destroy the helicarrier that S.H.I.E.L.D. had high hopes for. Compared with the last appearance of QB, this time QB is undoubtedly more genuine. Using the reality gem and the QB chakra in his body, Rog created a real-tailed beast, a QB formed by chakra. Except for the fact that there is no way to communicate like the real QB, this QB is no different from the QB in Naruto's world. In order to give this QB an independent consciousness, Rog even threw the beast instinct in the 8 trigrams seal onto this QB. He has a real body formed by chakra materialization, and he also has a wild beast-like consciousness. The QB that now appears in front of Slayer Lord is, to some extent, no different from the QB in the night of QB Chaos. Although this QB is now a real creature created by himself with the reality gem and QB chakra, this QB is not Rog's helper or psychic beast at this time. Because if he wants this ancient beast-like QB to cooperate with him against Slayer Lord, he still needs a little preparation work. In Slayer Lord's dignified gaze, Rog used the body flicker technique to come to the head of QB who was frantically attacking himself and Gila. Then, he aimed the Manjikyu Sharingan that had already been opened at QB and released the powerful eye power of Manjikyu Sharingan. Sharingan's eye power suppression. Chapter 583. Using the Sharingan to forcibly suppress and tame the QB is a traditional skill of the Uchiha clan. Although Rog is not an Uchiha, this does not prevent him from learning from the 2 seniors, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Under his control, the powerful eye power of the Manjikyu Sharingan instantly fell on the QB. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Rog completed the whole process of taming the QB with the Sharingan, making this powerful-tailed beast that should not have appeared in this world completely calm down. Although Thanos didn't know what the QB was, he could clearly feel the violent chakra in the QB's body. In his perception, the chakra in the QB's body was like a star undergoing nuclear fusion reaction, declaring its own terrifying energy without any concealment. This beast is very dangerous. Although they haven't fought yet, Thanos has already labeled the QB as extremely dangerous in advance. Just as Thanos was waiting for Rog and the QB's attack with a dignified face, Rog, who was standing on the QB's head, didn't immediately control the QB to launch an attack, but frantically mobilized the Senjutsu chakra in his body. Susanoo. It's not the first time for him to use Susanoo in Sage mode. When he first fought with Mephisto, he used Susanoo in Sage mode. And at that time, he didn't use the normal Sage mode, but the Hell mode mixed with the natural energy of Hell. As the Senjutsu chakra continued to pour out, the light blue Susanoo reappeared. Unlike the Susanoo used by the Wood clone just now, Rog didn't let the Susanoo condense into a human form this time, but evolved it into the appearance of armor. Might suit Susanoo. He deliberately used the Gem of Reality and the QB chakra to create a real QB, in order to use this Susanoo, which is more terrifying than the complete body Susanoo. Strictly speaking, he can only use full body Susanoo after he has mastered full body Susanoo. But with the help of the Gem of Reality, he can use the 4th form Susanoo to display the Might Suit Susan. This seems very unreasonable, but the Reality Gem itself is a very unreasonable Infinity Gem. The ability of the Gem of Reality happened to be the ability of the Gem of Reality. Except for QB, which can be seen through the gaps of the helmet, the rest of QB's body is completely covered by layers of Susan. If it's just a simple Susanoo armor on QB, it can't be regarded as a real Susanoo. When the light blue Susa armor was formed on QB's body, a pair of hands holding a chakra appeared on QB's back. They were also covered in armor. The 9-tailed fox already had an innate demonic aura. Now that a pair of sword-wielding hands had appeared on its back, the 9-tailed fox looked more and more like a demonic beast that could destroy the world. At this time, Rog stood in the pentagonal crystal on QB's helmet, looking down at Thanos in the distance. Might suit Susanoo was an important move for him to fight against Thanos. After knowing that Thanos snatched the power gem that should have fallen into his hands, he had the idea of using might suit Susanoo to teach Thanos a lesson. Not everyone's things can be robbed. Thanos may not know this truth. But it doesn't matter, Rog intends to use practical actions to tell him this point. The appearance of might suit Susanoo made both Thanos and Gila show a dignified look. They never thought that Rog, as an Earthling, could actually display this kind of move that looked very difficult to deal with. Especially Thanos, who had personally experienced the defensive power of Susanoo, frowned deeply at this time. In his original evaluation, although Rog was a very good opponent, he was far from being able to make him feel the pressure of death. But now, he found that he seriously underestimated the threat level of Rog. At this time, for the first time, he put Rog on an equal footing with himself, and regarded Rog as an opponent who needed to go all out. I know you may not be very happy, but I hope that I can be the main attacker in the next battle. I want to settle a personal grudge with him. Rog, who was located in the helmet crystal, glanced at Gila, who was standing in front of QB, and used sound transmission magic to pass his voice over. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't do it, then you'll be responsible for playing support for me. After thinking for a few seconds, Gila agreed to Rog's request and gave him a time limit. No problem, just 10 minutes. Although Gila was not a fanatical combat enthusiast, people who had reached their level of strength more or less had a fanatical warrior's heart. Especially when facing an enemy whose strength was at the same level as oneself, the idea of winning or losing with the other party would become particularly strong. To describe it in a simple sentence, this kind of opponent could only be encountered by chance. After obtaining Gila's consent, Rog turned his attention back to Thanos Overlord. After taking a deep breath, he issued an order to QB to attack. QB, which was hundreds of meters long and like a hill, burst out with a speed that was inconsistent with its size, and rushed toward Thanos Overlord, which was not even as long as its claws. The earth shook, and the mountains swayed. QB's movement could not be said to be slow, but Thanos Overlord's movement was faster than it. Thanos Overlord raised his left hand, clenched his fist tightly, and punched toward QB, who was rushing toward him. With this punch, an energy beam several meters wide shot straight toward QB, aiming at QB's head. In other words, it was aimed at Rog, who was located in the helmet crystal. In the face of this energy beam that was like a star destroyer, Rog in the helmet crystal decisively controlled the pair of giant hands on the back of QB. The chakra long sword that slashed down accurately hit the energy beam, blocking Thanos Overlord's attack in front of QB. The chakra long sword and the energy beam collided with each other, but it did not trigger the terrifying explosion that was imagined. The chakra long sword condensed by the chakra long sword and the energy beam emitted by the power gem eroded each other, and they desperately annihilated each other. After a few seconds, the light blue chakra long sword shattered, and the purple energy beam was also consumed. Using the chakra long sword on his right arm to offset Thanos Overlord's attack, this was not a loss for Rog, who had an amazing amount of chakra. Although the amount of his chakra was definitely not comparable to the energy of the power gem, the enemy he needed to deal with was not the power gem, but Thanos Overlord, who used the power gem. The energy of the power gem was infinite, but Thanos Overlord's stamina was not infinite. Chapter 584. Thanos was indeed very compatible with the power gem, but even if he was compatible with the power gem, he couldn't use the power gem without paying any price. Rog's strategy now was to use his own chakra to kill Thanos. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he had to admit that if he wanted to defeat Thanos, he had to use endurance, a tactic that he once despised. The shattered chakra long sword was gradually repaired under Thanos's gaze, and at this time, he was ready to attack again. However, he didn't expect that when the shattered chakra long sword was restored, Rog didn't continue to attack him with chakra long sword, but let QB spit out a black hole-like energy ball. Bijadama. From QB opening his mouth to launching the Bijadama, all of this happened in a split second. Thanos didn't even lift his left hand again, and the Bijadama with a diameter of nearly 10 meters came in front of him. There weren't many ninjutsu that Baijidama could use, and some Baijidama was the only move that Baijidama could use. But the existence of Baijidama was the best proof of one trick eat everything. As the saying goes, a Baijidama that can launch a Baijidama is a good Baijidama. In the face of this Baijidama that was larger than himself, Thanos, as always, chose to use force to resolve it. His left fist wearing the Infinity Glove directly hit the Baijidama. Boom! When Thanos's left fist and the Baijidama collided with each other, a mushroom cloud like a nuclear bomb explosion rose into the sky. The huge sound wave was mixed with a tsunami-like shock wave, indiscriminately attacking every corner around. Even the hill-like Kyuubi was pushed back by this terrifying shock wave, and the light blue Susanoo armor also had a gap of different sizes. The terrifying explosion caused by the Baijidama and Power Gem's energy had not dissipated, and Kyuubi's Susanoo armor returned to its original appearance. Although the dazzling light and storm caused by the explosion blocked Rog's sight, with Chakra's perception, he still determined Thanos's current state and location for the first time. The strength of life energy has decreased compared to before. Perceiving the current life state of Thanos was not Rog's main purpose. At this time, he was more concerned about the specific location of Thanos. When he locked the position of Thanos, the two giant hands on Kyuubi's back launched an attack at the same time. These two chakra-long blades, which were completely condensed from the chakra Immortal technique, slashed at Thanos from two different angles at the same time. Boom! Boom! These two powerful swords almost hit Thanos at the same time. On the ground where Thanos stood, there were two intersecting terrifying sword marks that were hundreds of meters long. With a swing of his sword, the mountain peak shattered. If Madara's full-body Susanoo can do this, then there's no reason why Rog's Susanoo can't do it. The only difference is that Madara's complete-body Susanoo slashes horizontally, while Rog's Susanoo slashes diagonally from top to bottom. The earth, which was already in a mess due to the explosion of Baijidama, became even more fragmented after Rog's two swords. Not only the ground where Thanos stood, but even the ground under Kyuubi's feet also had spiderweb-like cracks. The flat ground became undulating like building blocks, disorderly and disorderly. These two powerful swords did hit Thanos, but the damage caused to Thanos was far less than Rog imagined. When these two swords were about to hit him, Thanos once again made a move to forcibly integrate the energy of the Power Gem into his body. Under the energy increase of the Power Gem, the defense of Thanos' body reached a terrifying level that couldn't be described in words, and he forcibly resisted these two swords that could even destroy a mountain peak. I want to report, someone here has broken the lock. I don't know if Thanos likes this defensive move. When he resisted Luo Nan's Warhammer, he used this move. When he resisted Rog's chakra, he also used this move. Although Thanos' defense was a bit like opening a health lock hack, Roger really couldn't do anything to him. If he didn't know that Thanos had this kind of rogue defensive move, he wouldn't have to use Susanoo to fight with Thanos in a battle of endurance. After retracting the two giant hands that had lost chakra, Rog didn't hesitate and once again let Kyuubi launch Baijidama. Damn, I'm going to fight with you today. I don't believe that you can really have an absolute defense. Rumble. 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 Under Rog's command, Kyuubi wearing Susanoo turned into a ruthless Baijidama launching machine, launching one Baijidama after another without being tired. Rog commanded Kyuubi to constantly launch Baijidama, and Thanos also constantly used the Power Gem to resist the attack of Baijidama. With rich combat experience and top-notch combat skills, they joined forces to perform a simple attack and defense battle. When Kyuubi launched Baijidama for the first time, Goddess of Death Hell wisely pulled a safe enough distance to watch the battle, watching this shocking battle that had nothing to do with her expressionlessly. As the former princess of Asgard and the current queen of Jotunheim and Muspelheim, Hel has experienced and seen thousands of battles. But even in her long life of thousands of years, she had never seen such a simple and violent battle between Rog and Thanos. This was no longer a battle, this was a pure energy bombardment. Roger and Thanos Overlord weren't competing in terms of combat skills. They were like two poor nouveau riches who only had money left, flaunting their wealth without any skill, showing off how much power they had to each other. Boring. After observing for a few minutes in a safe area, Hel made her own evaluation. Just when Hel thought that Rog would end his 10 minutes in this simple and boring way, Rog, who was standing in QB's helmet crystal, once again took out the reality Rubik's Cube. To be precise, he was finally ready to use the reality Rubik's Cube again. Using the reality gem and QB's chakra to create a real QB, in addition to providing the preconditions for the continuation of Wei Zhuang, it was also a means for him to buy time for himself. Wei Zhuang's Susanoo was mainly to provide QB with amazing defensive power to prevent QB from disappearing too quickly because of the power gem attack. And QB's chakra used to launch Bijudama attacks was also a chakra reserve that he could not use for the time being. Strictly speaking, it could not be said that he could not use it for the time being. To be more precise, he should use his own chakra to consume the stamina of Thanos while buying enough time for himself. Chapter 585. I don't care, I also want to use cheats. If possible, which ninja doesn't want to be an honest ninja? But there is no other way, no matter in which world, there are some cheats. As we all know, only by using cheats can you deal with cheats and make the unfair battle fair again. So in order to deal with Thanos, who opened the lifelock cheat, Rog decided to use some cheats for himself. Thanos watched Rog take out the reality Rubik's Cube, but he, who was resisting QB's attack, had no way to stop Rog. Although Susanoo can't solve Thanos, who has the power gem, there is no problem in stopping him. After taking out the reality Rubik's Cube again, Rog no longer controlled QB to fight, but let QB choose his own attack method. After giving QB the autonomy of the battle, he let Chakra and Manjikyu Sharingan pour into the reality Rubik's Cube. With the influx of Chakra and Manjikyu Sharingan, visible cracks appeared on the smooth and transparent glass-like surface of the reality Rubik's Cube. The reality Rubik's Cube was a seal made by the late Odin in order to let Rog use the reality gem better, which greatly reduced the difficulty of him using the reality gem. Now, Rog intends to take the initiative to remove the seal made by Odin. Simply using the reality gem through the reality Rubik's Cube can't compete with Thanos, who fully exerts the power of the power gem. Only by fully exerting the power of the reality gem can he defeat Thanos, who is incomparably compatible with the power gem. Bang! A few seconds later, the crisp sound of glass shattering could be heard. Without the restraint of the reality Rubik's Cube, the reality gem once again showed an irregular fluid-like shape, instantly filling the pentagonal crystal on QB's helmet, making the original light blue transparent crystal dark red. Although Thanos didn't know what Rog was planning, when he saw the reality gem turned into a liquid form and instantly filled all the space of the crystal, and completely engulfed Rog, he instinctively noticed the dangerous atmosphere. At their level of strength, even if they don't match the Infinity Stone, they will not completely lose control of the Infinity Stone. As for those who touch the Infinity Stone and die or are exiled to other places, it will never happen to them. Since it is not the backlash and loss of control of the Infinity Stone, there is only one reasonable explanation left. Rog took the initiative to let the liquid reality gem engulf him. Although the number of times he fought with Rog was not much, Thanos Overlord could be 100% sure that Rog was definitely not the kind of person who would do useless work in a battle. He was planning something very dangerous. After using the energy of the power gem to offset the Bijudama launched by QB again, Thanos Overlord decisively ended the energy exchange with QB. Relying on his incomparably strong physical fitness, he disappeared from QB's sight. The sudden disappearance of Thanos made Ninetales, who only had the instinct of a beast, stunned. With Ninetales' current IQ, it was unable to respond quickly. Thanos disappeared, and QB also stopped attacking. The earth-shattering battle that had just been fought suddenly entered an awkward state. Rog, who was swallowed by the reality gem, didn't know what was happening outside. Now he couldn't even sense whether QB was still there or not. At this time, all his consciousness was occupied by the reality gem. When his consciousness was completely connected with the reality gem, he felt a strange feeling as if he had opened the door to a new world. This feeling was similar to the first time he sensed the existence of the multiverse in Kamart. It was a strange feeling between reality and illusion, ignoring time and space. This was a feeling that was difficult to describe in words. If he had to describe it, completely intoxicated might be the most suitable description. In this strange feeling that seemed to be completely intoxicated, Rog put his consciousness together little by little like a jigsaw puzzle. When his consciousness was completely complete, he finally remembered what he was going to do next. Since he had the bloodline limit of would release, he had a dream. That is, in this world, to use the strongest ninjutsu of would release, immortal art, would release, thousands of hands, Buddha on top. Although he has been working very hard and has not slackened the practice of would release, but because of objective factors such as the amount of chakra and his own aptitude, he has never been able to fulfill this dream. But now, at this critical moment in the battle with Thanos who had the power gem, he intends to use the reality gem to fulfill his dream. As his consciousness began to return to his body, the reality gem in the liquid form also poured into his body like natural energy. When the reality gem in the liquid form all entered his body, Rog in the pentagonal crystal reopened his eyes. From the looks of it, there was not much difference between him and before. But as long as you sense the amount of chakra in his body, you can clearly feel his changes. In the normal state, his chakra amount is 0, 85 column, of which 0, 5 column is his own chakra, and the other 0, 35 column is the nine-tailed chakra that he can borrow. When using the Sage mode, he needs to integrate natural energy on the basis of his own chakra, and let the physical energy and spiritual energy in the ordinary chakra and to the absorbed natural energy maintain a balance, that is, each account for 1/3. So in the Sage mode, his chakra amount is lower than normal, that is, 0, 75 column, 0, 25 column of physical energy, 0, 25 column of spiritual energy, and 0, 25 column of natural energy. But now, he used the reality gem to modify the reality that he only had 0, 75 column of chakra in the Sage mode, so that his immortal art chakra amount increased by 4 times, becoming a full 3 column of chakra amount. Since Thanos can use the power gem to add an absolute defense, bloodlock hack, to himself, then Rog can certainly use the reality gem to add an infinite mana hack to himself. In addition to using the reality gem to open an infinite mana hack, he also made some small changes to his Manjikyu Sharingan. To be precise, he changed his Manjikyu Sharingan's right eye. At this time, his right eye is no longer blood red, Manjikyu Sharingan with triangular dart pattern, but purple, Rinnegan with circles. If Susanoo can't defeat Thanos who has the power gem, then let Thanos taste the power of Rinnegan and would style strongest ninjutsu immortal art, would style, true thousand hands, on the top. Chapter 586. A Manjikyu Sharingan and a Rinnegan. This is the strongest fighting posture Rog has set for himself at this time. Although the two Rinnegan are more symmetrical and more powerful. But considering the special situation of Thanos and the power gem in his hand, Rog still kept a Manjikyu Sharingan for himself as a backup. Using the reality gem to enhance his chakra and evolve a temporary Rinnegan for himself, Rog broke the pentagonal crystal in Kyuubi's helmet and flew out of it. Then he removed the Susanoo armor on Kyuubi and let Kyuubi return to his original appearance. Kyuubi's task has been completed, and he intends to fight the next battle himself. When removing the Susanoo armor on Kyuubi, Rog also removed the forced taming of Kyuubi by the Sharingan and returned freedom to Kyuubi. At this time, although Kyuubi only has the instinctive consciousness of a beast, he knows very well that Rog is not someone he can offend now. Almost at the moment when the suppression of the Sharingan disappeared, Kyuubi did not hesitate. He did not look at Rog floating above his head and turn to run. Rog did not stop Kyuubi's escape and let him leave the battlefield that did not belong to him. If it was on Earth, he would not dare to let Kyuubi leave like this. Although Kyuubi is a tailed beast made by the reality gem, his combat power is not worse than the real Kyuubi. If it is judged according to the standards of the Earth, QB is now a fox-shaped self-propelled large-yield renewable supernuclear bomb. If he is allowed to leave, who knows what kind of disaster he will cause on Earth. But this is not the Earth, and there are only 4 living people here. That's right, there were 4 of them, not 3. Gamora, Thanos' adopted daughter, is still on Titan Star, but Thanos does not know this. After letting QB pursue his temporary freedom, Rog quickly confirmed the location of Thanos with chakra perception. After disappearing from QB's eyes, Thanos did not leave the battlefield too far. In other words, he had no intention of leaving the battlefield. In a ruin that had completely lost its original appearance, Roger saw Thanos with an indifferent expression, sitting leisurely on a broken stone pillar that had fallen to the ground. Although he was just casually sitting on the stone pillar, Thanos' overlord still gave people a very oppressive feeling at this time. That feeling was like an ever-victorious general waiting for his next opponent to take the initiative to come to him. Thanos' current momentum was very good and intimidating, but Rog saw through his disguise at a glance. Compared with the last time he sensed it, Thanos' overlord's life energy strength had dropped a little. The power gem was indeed a universe-level treasure, and it could bestow unimaginable power to the user. But at the same time, the conditions for using the power gem were also extremely strict. If he was slightly weaker, he wouldn't even be able to touch the power gem, let alone use it. Although Thanos met the minimum requirements to use the power gem, this does not mean that he can use the power gem for a long time. Although Susanoo did not bring any obvious injuries to Thanos, it successfully consumed a part of his stamina and life energy. So don't look at Thanos' overlord sitting on the stone pillar. His real purpose was actually to let himself take a breath to recover his consumed stamina. After flying to a distance of only a few dozen meters away from Thanos' overlord, Rog stretched out his left hand and aimed his palm at Thanos' overlord sitting on the stone pillar. Since he got himself a Rinnegan, he will not forget to add a few additional Rinnegan-exclusive ninjutsu for himself. In just a moment, a powerful suction force enveloped Thanos' overlord, making him fly to Rog's palm like a cannonball. However, in the next second after Bansho 10 took effect, a strong purple light emerged from Thanos' overlord's body. At the same time, a lightning-like energy beam gushed out of his body and rushed toward Rog. Under the effect of Bansho 10, this purple lightning-like energy beam showed a faster speed than before and came in front of Rog in an instant. Just when this purple lightning-like energy beam was about to hit him, Rog used another signature ninjutsu of Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei. In the systems exchange page, the introduction of Shinra Tensei was that, with himself as the center, all objects and ninjutsu around him will be bounced off and cause damage. But in real use, Shinra Tensei can bounce off not only objects and ninjutsu. Whether it is a substance with a physical body or pure energy, Shinra Tensei can bounce it off. The only difference is how much chakra is consumed. For Rog, who just opened the infinite mana hack, the last thing he needs to worry about now is the consumption of chakra. Now, he has 3 Hashirama's chakra. If in such a situation he still can't deal with Thanos' overlord who only has 1 Infinity Stone, then he doesn't need to get any justice from Thanos' overlord. He will find a corner to end himself, so as not to continue to lose face for the ninja profession. The purple lightning-like energy beam was bounced back by Shinra Tensei without any suspense and returned to the front of Thanos' overlord at a faster speed. Boom! Without any hesitation, Thanos' overlord once again released an energy beam, blocking the attack that should have hit Rog. The impact of the explosion let Thanos' overlord get rid of the control of Bansho 10 and fell to the ground. But Rog's attack was far from over. Almost at the moment when he landed, Rog's right palm shot out a black ball with a diameter of only a few centimeters. This seemingly inconspicuous black ball flew in front of Thanos' overlord at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Although the flying speed of the black ball was very fast, Thanos' overlord's speed was not slow at all. Just when Thanos' overlord planned to move sideways to avoid this inconspicuous black ball, Rog, who was floating in the air, suddenly put his hands together. Chibaku Tensei. This small black ball that he shot at Thanos' overlord was not a chakra ball, but the most important gravitational core of Chibaku Tensei. A powerful gravitational force more terrifying than Bansho 10, emerged in an instant, forcibly pulling Thanos Overlord, who was trying to leave. Thanos Overlord was not the only one who was attracted by this terrifying gravitational force. Including the ground where he stood, everything around him was forcibly pulled over as if it was attracted by a black hole. Under the attraction of Chibaku Tensei's gravitational core, Thanos Overlord didn't even have the chance to drive the power gem. He was forcibly pulled into the gravitational core and was surrounded by the dirt and stones that were constantly flying around. Chapter 587. In just a second or two, a ball with a diameter of 100 meters made of rocks and soil floated in the air. Below this planet-like ball, there was a huge round pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Chibaku Tensei is a ninjutsu that has reached the extreme control of gravity and has a powerful sealing ability. In Naruto's world, Rikudo Sannin used Chibaku Tensei to seal Jubi's body, Geto Mazo, and created the moon in Naruto's world. At this time, although Rog couldn't create the moon like Rikudo Sannin, it wasn't difficult to use it to seal and restrict Thanos with the power gem. After using Chibaku Tensei to temporarily seal Thanos, Rog didn't stop there and continued to madly mobilize the Senjutsu chakra in his body. With the power gem in hand, Thanos would be able to escape from Chibaku Tensei sooner or later. The only problem was how much time it would take. Taking advantage of the precious time when Thanos was trapped by Chibaku Tensei, Rog used the Senjutsu Mokuton, True Thousand Hands, Buddha on top that he wanted to use for a long time, but he never had the conditions to use it. Rog, who was floating in the air, suddenly put his hands together, and a wooden man sitting cross-legged with a wooden dragon wrapped around his body emerged from the broken ground. When the head of the wooden man just reached his feet, Rog ended the floating and stood directly on the head of the wooden man, further increasing the output of Senjutsu chakra. Senjutsu Hyuken, True Thousand Hands, Buddha on top. This slightly long name has already reflected the characteristics of this strongest ninjutsu of wood release. To successfully use this ninjutsu, the first thing to do is to summon the huge Buddha with 1,000 hands, which is to complete the True Thousand Hands part of the ninjutsu. After summoning this huge Buddha with 1,000 hands, the final Buddha on top can be used, that is, to control these 1,000 wooden giant hands to smash the enemy. The power of this ninjutsu is beyond doubt, and the degree of coolness and grandeur is also directly maximized. However, this ninjutsu has a small problem. That is, the swing time is too long. The battle is not a turn-based game, and there is no uninterrupted preparation time. If you want to use these moves with too long a swing time, the key is to restrict the enemy in advance. Because of this, Rog will use Chibaku Tensei on Thanos, using the seal and restriction of Chibaku Tensei to buy himself enough time. As soon as the wooden golem under Rog's feet appeared, cracks of different sizes appeared on the surface of the rock ball floating in the air. The purple light of the power gem shone through the cracks. There is not much time left for him. Rog hastened his summoning of the Buddha statue when he saw the scene. Senjutsu chakra, chakra, chakra tensei, chakra, 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 tenchakra, chakra tensei. In addition to the enormous body of the Buddha statue, wooden arms that were neatly arranged rose from the ground behind the wooden golem. These huge wooden arms were like the spikes of a hedgehog. They were densely stacked together, forming a unique and unconventional lotus platform behind the Buddha statue. Boom! When the giant Buddha with 1,000 giant arms behind it completely revealed its true appearance, the rock ball formed by Chibaku Tensei shattered under the purple light and turned into pieces of gravel of different sizes. Relying on the power of the power gem, Thanos successfully got rid of the seal of Chibaku Tensei. However, at the moment when he got rid of the seal of Chibaku Tensei, he saw the huge Buddha statue in front of him, like a real mountain. What is shock? Big as shock. As long as an object is big enough, no matter how ordinary the object is, it will give people a shocking feeling. Especially after comparing it with their own size, this kind of biological instinctive shock will become even stronger. In front of this huge Buddha statue, Thanos, who was more than 2 meters tall, was as small as an ant. Senjutsu Moken. True Thousand Hands, Buddha on top. Rog didn't pay attention to Thanos' shock. At the moment when Thanos landed, he said word by word with an unprecedented serious tone. In the past, he always felt that shouting the name of a move in a battle was a very Chunibu thing. But when he summoned this huge Buddha statue with 1,000 hands and stood on the head of the Buddha statue looking down at Thanos on the ground, he instinctively shouted it. Under the gaze of Thanos, the giant wooden arms behind the Buddha statue came alive in an instant, like meteorites falling from the sky, attacking him fiercely. Is this a ninja from Earth? Looking at these huge fists that occupied his entire line of sight, Thanos silently sighed in his heart. Although he didn't know why a monster like Rog appeared on Earth, Thanos still didn't have the idea of waiting for death at this time. I'm Tianming, I won't lose to anyone. Especially people from the backward planet Earth. When these meteorite-like huge fists came towards him, Thanos, who never admitted defeat, made the craziest move so far. Whether it was using the power gem with the help of the Infinity Gloves or introducing the energy of the power gem into his body, Thanos always controlled the energy output of the power gem and controlled the energy at the stage he could bear. However, now he no longer considered his own safety and fully activated the power gem. The fists on top of the Buddha statue fell on his body one by one. Then, one by one, they shattered and broke. The huge impact brought by the Buddha statue's fist disappeared the moment it hit Thanos' body. Immovable like a mountain. At this time, Thanos seemed to have completely activated his absolute defense, and he was motionless under the bombardment of these giant fists. When the first fist of the Buddha statue hit Thanos, Rog felt that something was wrong. He felt that what he was attacking now was not Thanos, but a living power gem. Is this fused into one? Although there was now a liquid form reality gem in his body, he still showed an incredible look. He integrated the reality gem into his body just to better use the power of the reality gem and improve the compatibility between himself and the reality gem. But what Thanos did at this time was completely different from him. The power gem was still quietly staying on the Infinity Gloves, but in Roger's perception, the life energy signal of Thanos Overlord and the energy signal of the power gem had completely merged into one, becoming an inseparable whole. Chapter 588. How did he do it? Rog is also a person who knows more about Infinity Stones, but he still doesn't understand how Thanos did it. This is no longer a matter of using the power of Infinity Stones. Thanos' situation reminded him of the so-called perfect Jinchuriki. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Before the battle, Rog anticipated many situations, but he did not expect that Thanos would be integrated with the Power Stone. Thanos' move not only completely disrupted his plan, but also resolved most of the power of above-the-top Buddha. Although there are many fists that can be controlled by above-the-top Buddha, the power of each fist is similar, and there is no particularly obvious difference. If the fist in front can't cause enough damage to Thanos, then the fists in the back can't cause fatal damage to him. Is this all the big move that I've worked so hard to prepare? No, Rog will never let his efforts be wasted like this. After confirming that above-the-top Buddha's giant fist could not cause damage to the current Thanos, he decisively stopped the attack. In the past few seconds, above-the-top Buddha had thrown hundreds of punches, using about 1/10 of his arm. When the arm behind the Buddha statue reformed into the shape of a lotus throne, it could be clearly seen that the front layer had a fracture, making the originally majestic and shocking Buddha statue show some sense of fragmentation. Although Rog stopped attacking, he did not end above the top Buddha's form and still maintained a posture that could launch an attack at any time. At this time, he was like a loaded pistol, waiting for the right time to shoot. Thanos, who had neither injuries nor purple light on his body, looked up at Rog. After that, he did not do anything and just stood there silently. What does he want to do? Looking down at this somewhat abnormal Thanos, Rog frowned. According to common sense, Thanos should seize the opportunity to attack him now. But obviously, Thanos did not show any signs of launching an attack. Is it a big move? Not likely. Did he lose control? Not likely. Time passed little by little, and a strange silence appeared on the battlefield that had just been in full swing. Thanos did not attack Rog, and Rog did not want to waste his Buddha transformation. Just a moment ago, they were still fighting ferociously, but at this moment, it was as if someone had suddenly pressed the stop button. They tacitly maintained this silent scene that should not have appeared. Just as Rog was considering whether to continue to use Buddha on the top to test Thanos, on a small hill far away from the battlefield, a strong divine power of death suddenly erupted. Only after this undisguised divine power of death appeared did Rog remember the 10-minute promise he had with Gila. Damn it, how could I forget about this? As the only spectator at the scene, Gila witnessed the entire battle between Rog and Thanos. Although there were some boring energy exchanges and inexplicable pauses in the middle, overall, the battle between Rog and Thanos still gave her a lot of gains. In particular, Rog's Immortal technique would release True Thousand Hands, Buddha on the top, directly refreshed her evaluation of Rog in her heart. She knew that Rog was not weak, but she did not expect that Rog had such a powerful move hidden. More importantly, this reminded her of the scene when Rog used Tsukuyomi to deal with her. It was a mental attack that lasted for half a year. Rog hung her on that damn cross for half a year. It wasn't that Gila couldn't accept the fact that she had lost to Rog. She just felt that Rog didn't seem to have used all his strength back then. Compared to Tsukuyomi's mental attack, Buddha on the top was clearly more like Rog's trump card. However, Gila would never have thought that it wasn't that Rog didn't want to use Buddha on the top, but that he couldn't use it at all. Even now, if he hadn't used the reality gem, he wouldn't have been able to use it. Gila didn't know this. Therefore, her understanding became that in Rog's evaluation standards, Thanos was an existence stronger than her. For a queen, especially a queen who was full of confidence in her own strength, one of the things Gila hated the most was being thought that she was inferior to others. Although Rog didn't say anything and he didn't have such thoughts at all, he couldn't stop Gila from thinking so. Therefore, when the agreed 10 minutes were over, Gila immediately unleashed a terrifying divine power of death, announcing her existence to Rog and Thanos. After Gila released her divine power of death in such a provocative way, Rog knew that his time alone with Thanos was over. Not only that, but Gila's actions also made him instinctively sense a trace of threat. This feeling was as if he had suddenly been targeted by a powerful and deadly beast. Before he could think further, Gila, who was at the edge of the battlefield, disappeared. In just an instant, Gila crossed a distance of thousands of meters and flashed near Thanos. Until now, Thanos was still as motionless as a mountain, as if he didn't notice Gila's arrival at all. Without any hesitation, Gila summoned her most commonly used black longsword and stabbed at Thanos' heart like lightning. Just as the black longsword in Gila's hand condensed from the divine power of death was about to pierce his heart, Thanos finally moved. However, he moved a little too late. Gila's lightning-fast sword still stabbed Thanos. However, it wasn't his heart that was pierced, but his left shoulder. Because of time, Thanos didn't completely avoid Gila's sword and only slightly reduced the power of the sword, making the injured part from the heart to the shoulder. Although it didn't pierce Thanos' heart as expected, after hitting Thanos, Gila didn't have any thoughts of fighting and decisively retreated. In order to retreat faster, Gila didn't even pull out the black longsword on Thanos' left shoulder, but directly released the right hand that was holding the sword. Thanos was injured. Gila's rapid surprise attack was successful. This didn't seem to be a problem, but whether it was Rog or Gila, they both showed a dignified look at this time. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Rog and Gila were no strangers to Thanos' amazing defensive ability. That was the absolute defense that even Might Suit, Susanoo and Buddha on the top could not break. However, now this absolute defense on Thanos' body disappeared. Whether it was their own rich combat experience or the body's combat instinct, they were all reminding them that the current Thanos was very problematic. Chapter 589. Although he didn't know why Thanos lost its absolute defense, This seemed to be a good thing for Rog, who had been in a loaded state. After Gila chose to retreat without hesitation, Rog decisively activated Buddha on the top, which was in a resting state. Yula 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 Yula. The giant fists of the Buddha statue were like a meteor shower as they smashed into Thanos. Boom 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 boom. Terrifying nuclear explosions rang out one after another, and mushroom clouds rose into the air like balls of light. In an instant, the Buddha statue threw out hundreds of punches, causing the already ravaged earth to become even more fragmented. The earth shook violently, and a hurricane-like shockwave swept through everything in the surroundings, regardless of friend or foe. Gravel and soil fell from the sky like raindrops. According to the agreement, he should have given the task of attacking Thanos to Gila. However, after discovering that the state of Thanos was somewhat wrong, he decided to temporarily put aside the agreement between himself and Gila. Thanos must die. Moreover, he had to die in his hands. Although killing Thanos with his own hands was not a mandatory task required by the system, as a transmigrator, Rog could not give this opportunity to others. This was an achievement that every transmigrator who had transmigrated to this world yearned to achieve. Rog was no exception. The giant fist of the Buddha statue was like a bullet fired from a Gatling gun, constantly smashing on Thanos' body. The light blue mixed with a hint of purple explosive light shrouded the entire sky, becoming the only light at this time. After activating Buddha on the top and throwing hundreds of punches, Roger stopped this extremely violent and terrifying physical attack and resensed the life signal of Thanos. Just like before, there was still only one signal he could perceive. The life energy signal of Thanos was still integrated with the energy signal of the power gem. Although the number of energy signals did not change, the intensity of the energy was obviously different. If the energy intensity that Rog perceived from Thanos before was like the sun, then the energy intensity that he now perceived was like the moon. The two were not on the same order of magnitude. What's wrong with this guy? If it wasn't for the fact that Thanos Overlord never left his sight, Rog would have suspected that Thanos Overlord had changed from a king player to a bronze player. When the dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, Thanos' figure reappeared in his and Gila's line of sight. After seeing Thanos' appearance at this time, both of them showed a surprised look. The originally domineering Thanos, at this time, was lying on the broken ground with a weak face. His body was covered with blood, and he was gasping for breath. What was even more surprising was that Thanos' right arm and right leg had disappeared. Thanos, who had lost his right arm and right leg, showed an unprecedented state of weakness, and completely lost the momentum that the Universe Emperor should have. Although he saw it with his own eyes, Rog still couldn't accept that this was the domineering Thanos just now. What was wrong with him? Is this still Thanos? Not only was Rog unable to accept this, but even Gila could not believe what she was seeing. Thanos had proven his strength with practical actions, but now, if it was at any other time, Rog might be happy to see Thanos' miserable appearance. However, now, it made him feel like his enjoyment was forcibly interrupted. This is not the ending I want. Thanos should not be defeated in such a funny way. Rog could accept his own failure, but he couldn't accept this inexplicable victory, and accept this victory that seemed like charity. *CK. Feeling the life aura of the Thanos getting weaker and weaker, Roger burst out a curse. Thanos lost in a way that no one thought of. Looking at Thanos, who had lost his fighting ability and was getting closer and closer to death, Rog's face was gloomy as he removed Sage Mode and stopped controlling the Buddha statue. Such an ending for you and me is a shame. Flying from the top of the Buddha statue to the front of Thanos, Rog said in a complicated tone. Thanos wanted to say something, but he struggled to say a few words, but he didn't even say a complete sentence. If there is a chance in the future, let's have a good fight again. Looking at Thanos' eyes that gradually lost their light, Rog summoned the Kusanagi sword and walked step by step to the front of Thanos. Rest assured, go. As soon as the voice fell, the silver-white Kusanagi sword was inserted straight into Thanos' forehead, completely ending Thanos' life. At the moment when the Kusanagi sword pierced Thanos' head, Rog raised his head and closed his eyes, standing in place without saying a word. After 10 seconds, he pulled out the Kusanagi sword and took off the Infinity Glove on Thanos's left hand. He threw the cracked Infinity Glove and the Kusanagi sword into the summon scroll. After Rog, who had his back facing Thanos, walked more than 10 meters away, he silently cast an Earth Release ninjutsu. Earth Release, Underworld Swamp. Thanos's body was slowly swallowed by the dark brown swamp under him. After a few seconds, it was completely integrated into the swamp and integrated with the Earth of Titan Star. When you need me to fulfill the 3 promises, you can come to Earth or Tatooine at any time to find me, or send someone to pass a message. After that, Rog opened the portal back to Deep. The long-awaited ultimate battle had ended in such an inexplicable way. His emotions had sunk to an unprecedented low. This ending was simply an insult to all the efforts he had made before. Although Gila didn't know why Rog suddenly became so lost, after seeing Rog's expression, she didn't ask a word and nodded silently, indicating that she understood. After nodding to Gila to express his gratitude, Rog walked into the portal and returned to the Hokage's office in Konoha Hidden Village. Although he didn't have many things to deal with right now, such as the supreme intelligence that was eyeing the soul gem, or the tree of life planted on Igo, or the sage body that hadn't been fully developed yet, or the Manjikyu Sharingan that hadn't evolved into Rinnegan, but now he had no interest in anything. He just wanted to sit quietly in the Hokage's office and look up at the ceiling in boredom. Thanos shouldn't have died like this. It really shouldn't have. Time passed little by little, from day to night, and from night to sunrise. After staying in the Hokage's office for a whole day, he finally stood up and came to the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the office, looking at the unknown planet in the sky. No, it can't end like this. His battle with Thanos must not end like this. Chapter 590. Thanos could die, but he couldn't die in such a dubious way. A crazy plan emerged in Rog's mind. After looking at the distant sky and thinking seriously for a few minutes, he opened the portal to Igo Star. After nearly a year of growth, the divine tree had grown into a real towering tree. At this time, the divine tree was nearly 1,000 meters high, and its lush leaves and thick branches showed a posture of covering the sky and the sun. In addition to its amazing size, the divine tree was crazily devouring the natural energy on Igo Star like a cancer cell. With the location of the divine tree as the center, the surrounding hundreds of kilometers of area had become a forbidden land for life, without any plants or life. Igo, come out. Rog, floating in front of the divine tree, said in a calm tone. Not long after he finished speaking, the blue-white divine energy gathered in front of him from all directions, and the human form of Igo quickly took shape. What do you want? The white-haired Igo looked at Rog with a vigilant face and asked silently. Since Rog planted the divine tree on him, Rog had become a nightmare for him, a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of and that came to visit him from time to time. I know you don't like the divine tree very much, so I'm going to agree to your previous request and let you accelerate the ripening of the divine tree. I just want to know now, how long do you need to complete the ripening without damaging the divine tree? In the beginning, Rog intended to let the divine tree grow to maturity on its own. But now he changed his mind. As long as it didn't affect the final chakra fruit, artificially accelerating the growth of the divine tree was not unacceptable. Half a year in Earth time. Igo Star was not a normal planet, and Igo Star did not orbit the stars, so Igo could only answer Rog in Earth time. Okay, I'll give you half a year. After half a year, I'll come and take the divine tree and the fruit. As for you, you can go wherever you want, I won't stop you. Igo didn't expect that Rog would agree to his previous proposal to accelerate the ripening. A long time ago, he had tactfully suggested that the divine tree mature, hoping to end the tragic experience of the divine tree constantly devouring his life force. Although accelerating the ripening of the tree of God would cause some damage to his life force, he could accept some collateral damage after considering that he would be able to completely distance himself from Rog after the tree of God matured. A short pain is better than a long pain. That was what he was thinking. However, His suggestion was mercilessly rejected by Logue as soon as it was raised. Good. That's what you said. Within half a year, I'll definitely make the divine tree mature. Although Igo didn't know what Rog had experienced, he didn't want to let go of this opportunity to regain his freedom as soon as possible and agreed. After agreeing with Igo on the maturity time of Divine Tree, Rog opened the portal again and returned to Titan Star where Thanos was buried. You can't die now. You can die in peace next time. After that, he manipulated chakra to quickly draw a complicated ninjutsu pattern on the ground, and dug out Thanos buried in the Netherworld swamp. He wants to resurrect Thanos. To be precise, he wants to reincarnate Thanos using Edo Tensei. It's a crazy move, but it's the only way to get rid of the knot in his heart. Rog doesn't want Thanos, this damn purple potato head, to always jump around in his memories. The Edo Tensei technique was quickly depicted. Edo Tensei requires 3 prerequisites: the technique used for reincarnation, a part of the body tissue of the reincarnated person, and a living person. Rog doesn't intend to grab a person casually to serve as a vessel for Thanos' reincarnation, and he doesn't need to do so. In the exchange page of the system, there is a living person's body that meets the requirements of Edo Tensei. When Edo Tensei Punisher was reincarnated, the system gave a man's body that was alive but unconscious and had a control technique engraved in advance. After spending his only 30 ninja coins to exchange such a body from the system, Rog put the naked man's body on Thanos Overlord. After completing all the preparations, Rog didn't hesitate and directly used Edo Tensei. Strictly speaking, this is the first time he used Edo Tensei. The last time he reincarnated Punisher, he used the Edo Tensei scroll that was exchanged from the system. This time, he relied entirely on his own ability to cast this Otherworld S-Class forbidden technique. With the operation of the reincarnation technique, Thanos Overlord's body began to merge with the man's body, and the gray dust that appeared out of thin air completely enveloped them. A few seconds later, when the reincarnation technique stopped, cracks appeared on his face, and the color of his skin changed from purple to purple-gray. Thanos Overlord appeared in front of Rog. Welcome back. Rog didn't expect that the process of reincarnation of Thanos Overlord would be so easy. In the beginning, he was worried about whether reincarnation of Thanos Overlord would lead to the death of one of the 5 legendary gods of the universe. After all, in some universes, death is Thanos Overlord's lover, the behind-the-scenes mastermind who bewitched Thanos Overlord to kill half of the universe. But it turns out that not every universe's death can take a fancy to Thanos Overlord. At least in this universe, death doesn't seem to be interested in Thanos Overlord. Although Thanos Overlord was reincarnated by Edo Tensei, he obviously hasn't fully reacted and looked at Rog in front of him with some confusion. You died, and I resurrected you again. Although you may not like this resurrection method, this is the only resurrection method I have mastered at the moment, so you can make do with it. Seeing that Thanos Overlord was resurrected, Rog's face couldn't help but show a trace of excitement. After hearing Rog's reminder, Thanos Overlord finally remembered something and felt his strange body with a dignified expression. After confirming the Edo Tensei's body in detail, Thanos Overlord said again, "What do you want to do? I want to have a fair fight with you, a fair fight without relying on Infinity Stones. No Infinity Stones, no helpers, just the 2 of us. Let's fight with our own abilities, regardless of life and death." Rog said very seriously. He couldn't accept the kind of victory that seemed to come from charity. He wanted to use his own strength to win against Thanos Overlord. Just for this? Thanos Overlord obviously didn't believe this reason. Just for this? Rog replied with great certainty. "Ha, you are a madman, a real madman." Slayer Lord suddenly laughed out loud, unbridled and insolent. "Crazy ninja against crazy titan, this will be a very good battle. I accept your proposal." Chapter 591. Although the reason given by Rog was not particularly normal, Thanos Overlord was not a normal person, So he decisively agreed to Rog's proposal. Rog is a little crazy, but Thanos Overlord is not much better. A madman who has the idea of killing half of the life in the universe in order to make the intelligent race in the universe live better is no less crazy than anyone else. By the way, I have a question that I haven't figured out. What happened to you before? How did you suddenly become so weak? Since the end of the battle, Rog has been thinking about this issue. He couldn't understand how Thanos Overlord, who was not like a normal creature before, suddenly became like that. Nothing special, I was backfired by the power gem. Thanos Overlord frowned slightly and said with a calm face. Backfire? With your strength, you can still be backfired? Although Thanos Overlord is unlikely to lie at this time, Rog still can't accept this explanation. For others, it is a normal thing to be backfired when using the power gem. But this kind of thing will never happen to Thanos Overlord. In any case, Thanos Overlord is in existence at the Heavenly Father level and is a famous powerhouse in the universe. If he can't bear the power of the power gem, then few people in the universe can. What's more, the power gem and Thanos Overlord have a high degree of compatibility. They are like a pair of adulterers. Its backfire, I tried to exert the power of the power gem to the greatest extent, and as a result, I was backfired. Thanos Overlord said it very seriously, but Rog still didn't quite believe it. Looking at Rog, whose face revealed, I don't believe it, Thanos Overlord continued to explain, you and I both underestimated the Infinity Gem, or rather, the Infinity Gem is not something that people like us can completely control. Although the Infinity Gem is not a life in the conventional sense, they also have their own pride. Borrowing their power, you and I can do it. But if you want to be their master, neither of us can. People who covet great power will eventually be backfired by the power. You should also understand this very well. If the person standing in front of him wasn't Rog, Thanos would be too lazy to explain so much. Although Thanos seemed to be quite difficult to get along with, that was only for weak existences. Slayer Overlord was very patient with those who were strong or had been recognized by him. Let's not talk about the Infinity Stone, let's talk about the next battle. Although your current body of embers 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 of embers, if you fight me with the body of dirt, your chances of winning will be so low that you won't even dare to believe it. As soon as Rog said this, Thanos Overlord's face became extremely dignified. Although Thanos doesn't know what kind of ninjutsu Edo Tensei is, he can perceive that there is some kind of restriction in his body, a restriction that is naturally restrained by others. So, before the battle, you have to figure out a way to resolve the problem with the body of embankment. I can't provide any help in this regard. But I have a small suggestion. You may be able to find the help of Death, one of the 5 gods of creation in the universe. She may be able to help you solve this problem. If it's just resurrecting an ordinary person, there are many people in the universe who can do it. But to resurrect a powerful existence like Thanos Overlord, who is only one step away from the Divine Father level, few people have this ability except for Death. And Rog is also very curious about whether Thanos Overlord in this world can still get the favor of Death. Okay, I will find a way to solve this problem. Even if Rog doesn't remind him, Thanos Overlord will find a way to get rid of the body of embankment and really resurrect. Whether it's from the degree of matching or personal preference, Thanos Overlord prefers his original body. Then you can do it. I look forward to the day when you are truly resurrected. As for the battle between you and me, let's make it a year later on Earth time. At that time, I should be able to reach my true peak state. The divine tree will only bear chakra fruit after half a year, and considering the adaptation time, Rog thinks that 1 year is a more appropriate time. If nothing goes wrong, he will be able to reach the true peak of the ninja profession at that time and become the god of ninja recognized by the system. No problem, 1 year is enough. Golden Jack, main control room. I have solved the matter of Thanos Overlord. He will not come to you again. You can go back and continue to be your bounty hunters. After agreeing with Thanos Overlord on the time of the next battle, Rog opened the portal and returned to the Golden Jack. "Can we go?" Star-Lord asked with some uncertainty, and after speaking, he did not forget to turn his head and look at Gamora. "Yes, you can go wherever you want." Rog, sitting in the captain's position, said lightly. "What about the Soul Gem? Supreme Wisdom already knows the whereabouts of the Soul Gem." After a few seconds of silence, Gamora asked. "I will take care of this. Supreme Wisdom can't get the Soul Gem. Supreme Wisdom is just a life computer, and there is no such thing as true love, so it is absolutely impossible for him to get the Soul Gem through sacrifice." But Gamora wanted to continue to say something, but before she finished, she was interrupted by Rog. "No buts, you can go now, I need to be alone." Rog issued an eviction order. When Star-Lord and others and the raiders brought by Yondu all left the Golden Jack, Rog said to the battleship's artificial intelligence system, "Captain Jack, full speed to Womir." Although it was impossible for the Supreme Intelligence to obtain a Soul Gem by offering a sacrifice, just in case, Rog still decided to personally make a trip to Womir to deal with or take away the paternity appraiser, Red Skull, who was guarding the Soul Gem. Just as he was heading towards Womir on the Golden Jack, a group of Carry Empire troops had already appeared on Womir, which was a place where humans were rarely seen. After Rog and Thanos Overlord both left Hala, Supreme Wisdom immediately sent the Carry army to Womir in an attempt to take the Soul Gem into their pocket. Because of the distance, it took a whole day for the Carry army, which was tasked with bringing back the Soul Gem, to arrive at Womir from Hala. At this time, the treasure hunting team composed of 3 Carry Empire battleships had just arrived at the mountain peak where the Soul Gem altar was located. Chapter 592. Red Skull, the guardian of the Soul Gem, was now floating on the edge of the semicircular altar, overlooking the Carry Empire army at the foot of the mountain. Looking at this fully armed and high-morale army, he couldn't help but recall his own Hydra army at that time. Thinking of this, he sighed silently. Back in the day, he was considered a big shot on Earth. He had almost achieved his great dream of ruling Earth. At that time, he had people, money, and the Tesseract that was said to have unlimited energy. However, all of this was ruined by the man wearing a tight uniform and holding a round shield. If it weren't for that man, he wouldn't have been exiled to this godforsaken place by the Tesseract, and he wouldn't have been cursed by the Soul Gem and become like this. "I want to go back to Earth. I want to eat Frankfurter again. I want to drink Bavarian white beer again. I want to drink pea soup again." At this time, Red Skull completely ignored the Carry Empire soldiers who were going up the mountain. His mind was full of his favorite German food. As a notorious ambitious man, Red Skull's ambition was once very big. But after being exiled to this damned place and being restricted to the vicinity of the altar, his ambition became the same as those who tried to search for the Soul Gems. He became a corpse buried in the ground. Now, he has completely lost the idea of conquering the world. Compared to conquering the world, he wants to have a good German lunch, preferably the kind with unlimited supply of sausages and beer. He wants to eat the traditional German food that he once disdained and even regarded as a waste of time. It didn't take long for these Carry soldiers, who were armed with advanced energy guns of the Carry Empire, to come to the side of this not too wide altar. Because of the size of the altar, these Carry soldiers can't even reach the top of the mountain. Only the first few dozen people are qualified to set foot on the top of the mountain where the altar is located. If you want to get the Soul Gem, you need to sacrifice your true love. As long as you can push your true love off the altar with your own hands, you can get the Soul Gem. Red Skull ignored the energy guns behind him that were aiming at him and said silently without looking back. Explaining the method of obtaining the Soul Gem to those who were heading to the altar was a curse given to him by the Soul Gem. Of course, the Soul Gem didn't forget to give him the ability to see through the identity of every visitor, so he could know who the descendant of every person who reached the altar was. If it were any other time, he might have followed the Soul Gem's requirements and displayed his paternity test abilities. But these heavily armed Carry warriors reminded him of his own Hydra soldiers, so he skipped the paternity test step and told them how to get the soul gem. Although he didn't look back, Red Skull was sure that these Carry warriors wouldn't dare to shoot at him, because these Carry warriors were just pawns of some big shot. After hearing Red Skull's words, the Carry warriors didn't move their guns away, but they revealed the same astonished expression. Not to mention that they were not sure whether what Red Skull said was true or not. Even if what Red Skull said was true, they had no way to complete the sacrifice now. No soldier would take their loved one on a mission. Even if they agreed, their commanding officer would not agree. This is a bit awkward. These Carry warriors don't mind giving their lives for the supreme wisdom, but that doesn't mean they are willing to sacrifice their loved ones' lives to complete the task of the supreme wisdom. Not everyone is as ruthless as Thanos, who can sacrifice their true love without blinking an eye. At this time, Rog didn't know what happened on the soul altar, but he was ready to go to the soul altar and not see Red Skull. The supreme wisdom has shown his desire for the soul gem. As long as he doesn't have a lazy cancer, he will definitely send troops to Womir as soon as possible. Even if Red Skull was taken away or killed by the Carry Empire's warriors, it would not be a particularly strange thing. Red Skull is just a side mission for him to go to Womir. What he really intends to do is to destroy the soul gem altar. Of course, this kind of thing may be a little risky for him to do. For example, encountering the resistance of the soul gem and so on. Therefore, he intends to borrow the power of the power gem and completely destroy the mountain where the soul gem altar is located. After all, only Infinity Stones can fight against Infinity Stones. Compared with the treasure hunting team sent by the Supreme Wisdom, Rog's luck was a little better. It takes a whole day to set off from Hara to Womir, but it only takes him 40 to 50 minutes to go to Womir. In addition to the relatively close distance in space, the most important thing is that the universe where he is located has an interstellar jump point to the universe where Womir is located. He only needed to jump once, and he would be able to reach the Womir star's domain. Then, he can take the Golden Jack and directly land on Womir. When Rog went to Womir at full speed, the Carry warriors on the Soul Altar also sent the information back to Hara that they needed to sacrifice their loved ones to get the Soul Gem. The news was sent back, but they didn't know when they would get the next instruction from the Supreme Wisdom. The universe is very big. If there is no star jump point, it will even be so big that it will make people desperate. Time passed little by little, just as the Carry warriors on Womir were patiently waiting for the next order from the Supreme Wisdom. The Golden Jack broke through the atmosphere of Womir and flew to the sky where the altar mountain was located. The Empire's warship? How did they come so quickly? Maybe they just happened to be carrying out a mission in the nearby universe? That makes sense. I wonder which officer's main ship is it? As the warriors of the Carry Empire, they certainly wouldn't be unfamiliar with the Empire's main warship. Although the warship they rode was also one of the main warships of the Empire, the strength of the main warship couldn't be lumped together. When the Golden Jack slowly descended and became clearer and clearer, these Carry warriors began to feel that something was wrong. This was the exclusive warship of the highest officer of the Accusation Corps. It was the main warship of the Empire that only Ronin was qualified to own. At this time, these Carry warriors finally remembered a piece of news that once caused a strong sensation in the Empire. The fourth Hokage of Earth defeated the Accusation Corps' Supreme Commander Ronin and took away Ronin's warship. Chapter 593. The reason why these Kree warriors were so certain that the person who came wasn't the accuser Luonan was because before they set out, they just happened to hear the news of Luonan's right arm being destroyed by Thanos. The Kree Empire's famous powerful Luonan had his right arm destroyed by the crazy Titan Thanos in the plaza of the Supreme Wisdom's Palace. Even though not many people knew how Thanos and Luonan fought, the news of Luonan losing his right arm and Warhammer quickly spread. Ever since Luonan lost to Rog for the first time, his prestige within the Kree Empire had gradually declined. And when he lost to Rog for the second time on planet Sokka, His prestige within the army and among the people had reached an all-time low. If it wasn't for the Supreme Wisdom's trust in him, it was unknown whether he could continue to be the supreme accuser of the accuser group. Considering Luo Nan's current situation and his experience of having his warship stolen by Rog, these Kree warriors were 100% certain that the warship flying above their heads was the one that Rog stole from Luo Nan. Why did he come here? Did he also want the soul gem? Right when these Kree warriors raised their heads to look at the golden jack in the sky with vigilance, Rog sat in the captain's seat in the main control room and calmly gave the order to attack. Even though there were many Kree warriors on the mountain peak, they weren't the primary targets of the Golden Jack. What the Golden Jack was attacking right now was the 3 Kree Empire warships that sent them over. Boom, 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 boom. Under the gaze of these Kree warriors, the Golden Jack fired all kinds of colored energy rays and solid artillery shells. It was like a goddess scattering flowers as it vented its attack on the 3 warships that only had basic operators left. Even though they were all part of the Kree Empire's main fighting force, the Golden Jack used its actions to prove the difference between the main forces. Under the powerful cannon fire of the Golden Jack, the 3 Kree Empire warships couldn't even put up a decent defense. Accompanied by the dazzling explosion, they quickly fell from the sky while emitting black smoke. The primary target has been destroyed. Do you wish to begin attacking the secondary target? The mechanical voice of Sparrow echoed mercilessly in the main control room. Attack! Although there were hundreds of Mikri warriors on the altar, they only had individual weapons. There was no way they could deal any fatal damage to the Golden Jack. This was also the main reason why they were only secondary targets and not primary targets. Through the huge display screen in the main control room, Rog could clearly see Red Skull in a tattered black cloak floating on the edge of the altar. He was not worried that Red Skull would die under the gunfire of the Golden Jack. In the past, Red Skull might not have been able to withstand such a bombardment, but the current Red Skull could definitely withstand it. Now Red Skull is the guardian of the Soul Gem. Although the Soul Gem does not give him strong combat power, it is not a simple matter to kill him under the protection of the Soul Gem. Boom, 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 boom. The mountain where the Soul Gem altar was located was not very tall and majestic in the first place. Under the powerful firepower of the Golden Jack, this nameless mountain experienced the most miserable experience in history. The mountain road was rugged, and the small mountain with rugged rocks suffered a fierce attack like a natural disaster. The flames of the explosion and powerful shockwaves continued to light up everywhere. Under the fierce attack of the Golden Jack, the Kree warriors on the mountain were quickly reduced at a terrifying speed. Not even a slightly intact body was left. Although the casualties of the Kree warriors were heavy, not everyone was so unlucky. Those Kree warriors who officially stepped into the range of the altar became the lucky ones favored by the goddess of luck. Rog did not let Sparrow deliberately skip the area where the altar was located. The cannonballs and energy beams fired by the Golden Jack at the altar and the 2 tall stone pillars were no less than other areas. But these cannonballs and energy beams were detonated in advance by an invisible force when they were about to hit the altar and the stone pillars. Not only that, the shockwaves generated by the explosion were also blocked by this invisible force, and it did not really hurt the altar and the 2 stone pillars. After seeing this scene that did not conform to common sense, Rog could not help but think of the words that Thanos said before. Infinity Stones have their own pride. Whether Infinity Stones are really arrogant or not, Rog was not sure now. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he could basically confirm that Infinity Stones have a certain living characteristic, or rather, have a certain self-consciousness. The Power Stone did not want to be completely controlled by Thanos, so it backfired on Thanos. The Soul Stone did not want to be destroyed by the altar, so it resisted the attack that hit the altar. In addition to these 2 examples in front of him, Red Skull floating on the altar can more or less prove this point. Although the Space Stone in the Tesseract did not recognize Red Skull, it did not kill him. Instead, it sent him to Womir and let him become the guardian of his brother. Red Skull was not the first Earthling to touch the Tesseract, but he was the only one who was sent to Womir by the Space Stone. This more or less proves that this is the result of the Space Stone's active choice. When all the carry warriors outside the altar died under the gunfire of the Golden Jack, Rog stood up from the captain's position and opened the portal to the altar. After I leave, you return to Tatooine by yourself. Don't wait for me. After that, Rog walked into the portal and went from the main control room of the Golden Jack to the semicircular altar of the Soul Stone. He did not look at the carry warriors when he officially stepped on the altar of the Soul Stone and went straight to the floating Red Skull. Tell me, where did I come from? Rog looked at Red Skull and said with an expressionless face. The Soul Stone gave Red Skull the strange ability to see the identity of all visitors, and it could even say the biological father that the visitor did not know himself. So Rog was curious whether Red Skull, who has the ability of paternity testing, could see his origin. The floating Red Skull slowly landed on the altar and looked at Rog in front of him seriously. After a dozen seconds, he frowned and shook his head. Can't see it? The strange ability given to him by the Soul Stone disappeared at this moment? It looks like you can't see it, then I'm relieved. Rog said to Red Skull with a smile. Then, before Red Skull could react, his right fist wrapped in chakra slammed into Red Skull's face. Chapter 594. No one thought that after Rog finished asking, he would suddenly punch Red Skull. In particular, Red Skull himself did not expect that he would be punched solidly, and it was even on his own face. If it was before he was exiled, even if he couldn't block Rog's punch, he would definitely be able to react. Boom! Red Skull, like a baseball hit by a bat, drew a beautiful arc in the air and slammed into the circular altar at the foot of the mountain from the edge of the semicircular altar. The huge impact made Red Skull hit a conspicuous crater in the circular altar at the foot of the mountain. If it weren't for the soul gem giving him some strengthening, Rog's punch would have killed him directly. After punching Red Skull down the altar, Rog looked back at the vigilant and puzzled carry warriors. Shadow Clone. Rog didn't intend to kill these carry warriors himself. He summoned a Shadow Clone and gave the task of killing these carry warriors to the Shadow Clone. Later, under the gaze of these carry warriors, he used the super light rock technique and slowly floated down the altar and came to Red Skull again. It seems that the soul gem is quite good for you. It even helped you strengthen your physique. Although the main power of the soul gem is concentrated in the soul domain, as a universal treasure, the soul gem does not lack the ability to strengthen others. The strength of the soul will definitely bring about the strengthening of the body. This is a very simple truth. A fragile body can't support a strong soul. Who are you? The last time he was beaten up was more than 70 years ago. Roger's punch made Red Skull feel pain that he had not felt for a long time, and it also aroused his dissatisfaction. Although he has become like this, Red Skull used to be the leader of Hydra. The experience of exile may have changed some of his ideas, but it could not completely erase the pride in his heart. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I want to teach you a good lesson. As soon as his voice fell, Rog launched another attack on Red Skull lying on the ground. From the perspective of the people on Earth, Red Skull was definitely not weak. After all, he was a man who could compete with Rogers of the American team. Unfortunately, the enemy he was facing now was Rog, who was known to be powerful in the universe. Rog didn't need to use any ninjutsu at all. He didn't even need to use any profound taijutsu. Just by using his own physical strength, he could completely crush Red Skull. Under his attack, Red Skull couldn't even make a decent defense and became a human sandbag under his fist, bearing his storm-like punches and kicks. After abusing Red Skull for 5 or 6 minutes, Roger stopped this one-sided overwhelming attack and lifted Red Skull, who was unable to move. There are 2 reasons why I hit you. The first is because the Hydra you established has caused me a lot of trouble. Although it's all small trouble, it's very annoying. As for the second reason, it's very simple, because you're ugly. The former leader of Hydra and now the guardian of the Soul Gem, at this time, was lifted by Rog like a defenseless baby, without the previous superior demeanor. You're stronger than me. Whatever you say. Although he was hurt by Rog, Red Skull knew very well that Rog did not kill him. Otherwise, the pain he was feeling right now wouldn't just be physical pain. Looking at Red Skull, who was resigned to his fate, Rog released his right hand and let him fall to the ground. What should be vented has been vented, then it's time for a pleasant cooperation, Rog said with a kind tone and a smile on his face. However, after hearing his words, Red Skull suddenly felt a chill all over her body and looked at him with vigilance. What do you want to do? Red Skull asked tentatively. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Rog. I'm a ninja. I have the small title of Fourth Hokage in the outside world. Ninja is a profession that relies on performing other people's commissions to get paid. If you don't mind, I hope I can take a small commission from you. Even the well-informed Red Skull couldn't keep up with Rog's thoughts at this time. Especially when Rog said these words like a gentle and kind lawyer, he had an idea that Rog was schizophrenic. Just now he beat him like a barbarian, and now he told him that he wanted to take a commission from him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat him and couldn't escape, Red Skull would definitely choose to stay away from Rog. What commission do you want from me? Red Skull asked slowly, puzzled. It's very simple. You entrust me to take you back to the Earth. After returning to the Earth, you can give me some appropriate reward. Although most of your Hydra has been eliminated, there are still some stubborn loyalists left. I don't want much. After you return to the Earth, reorganize your Hydra, and then give me the funds, equipment, and antique collections in Hydra. Of course, you can also simply understand it as buying your freedom with Hydra's money. At this moment, Rog was like a bewitching demon as he slowly spoke to Red Skull. That's it? It's that simple. It's a good deal for Red Skull to exchange Hydra's funds, equipment, and other materials for his freedom. Although he didn't know what Rog was going to do, he decisively agreed to Rog's proposal. Sign this commission scroll and we will officially have a cooperative relationship. The reward is simple. Just write $1 billion first. As for the other things, a verbal agreement will do. I believe in your character. Rog didn't intend to let Red Skull's commission occupy the commission quota for too long, so the reward written on the scroll was much less than what they agreed on. Red Skull didn't speak. After taking the commission scroll from Rog, he quickly wrote it. Commission content. Bring Red Skull, who is cursed by the soul gem, back to the Earth. Commission status. Incomplete. Commission reward. 30 ninja coins. Red Skull's commission passed the system's judgment smoothly. Although the system only gave 30 ninja coins as a commission reward, this is acceptable for Rog, who has 0 ninja coins. Anyway, this is just a commission. It's good enough to pass the system's judgment. Chapter 595. After closing the system's commission page, Rog took back the commission scroll that only had commemorative value left from Red Skull and threw it back into the psychic scroll. Just as he was about to take out the infinity glove from the psychic scroll, he suddenly stopped and frowned in serious thought. The soul gem was a gem with self-consciousness. Otherwise, it wouldn't have set the condition that one had to sacrifice one's true love to obtain it. Since it had consciousness, it meant that it could be communicated. With this in mind, Rog temporarily put aside the idea of using the strength gem to destroy the soul gem altar and smiled at Red Skull, who had just stood up. I'll accept your commission, but I have a small request. I hope you can help me with it? At this moment, although Rog looked amiable, Red Skull couldn't help but take a few steps back and ask warily, "Tell me what it is first, and I'll consider agreeing to it." Red Skull had seen many strange people. To a certain extent, he was a strange person himself. But from his point of view, Rog was the real strange person, a powerful and strange person with strange ideas. It's very simple. I hope you can tell the soul gem that I want to meet it and have a good chat with it. Chat with the soul gem? What does he want? Red Skull once again showed a puzzled look. I can't tell it. Although I'm its guardian, I've never seen it, much less communicated with it. After some thought, Red Skull slowly said, "You can do it. You can do it. You are the man chosen by it. You can definitely do it." Red Skull had never communicated with the soul gem before, but this didn't mean that he couldn't communicate with it. I really don't. Before Red Skull could finish speaking, he saw Rog's left eye turn blood red. He saw the crazily spinning triangular dart pattern on the blood red eye. Tsukuyomi. Rog didn't give Red Skull a chance to continue speaking. He directly cast Tsukuyomi on him and pulled his mind into the Tsukuyomi world that he controlled. Red Skull didn't realize what had happened at all. When he reacted again, he had already appeared in the Tsukuyomi world with the red moon hanging high in the sky. Unlike the previous experiencers, Red Skull was not hung on a cross, but sat on a classical and luxurious European-style high-back wooden chair. In front of him, there was a long table with some classic German sausages and bread. Of course, there was also the German beer that Red Skull had been longing for. Rog sat on the high-back chair opposite the long table. He supported his cheek with his right hand and said slowly, "You should be familiar with these German delicacies. Try them. The taste should be quite authentic. I have a few restaurants in New York that specialize in German cuisine. The chefs there are all from Germany. The raw materials used in every dish are also shipped over via international flights every day. It's all for the sake of creating the most authentic German flavor." At this time, Rog was like an old friend of Red Skull, recommending the German delicacies in front of him. Although Roger wasn't interested in doing business, he was still a human. Once he had a lot of money, he would have some inexplicable large expenses. Opening restaurants in New York from various countries was one of the ways he wasted his huge fortune. "Aren't you eating? I thought you would more or less miss the traditional delicacies of your hometown after leaving Earth for so many years." As he spoke, Rog picked up the silver fork on the plate, forked a German minced meat sausage, and put it into his mouth. The taste wasn't bad. It was exactly the same as what the fat chef in the restaurant made. Although these foods weren't real, they could give the consumer an extremely realistic taste in Tsukuyomi world. Of course, the premise of all of this was that Rog had tasted these foods before. He looked at Rog, who was munching on the minced meat sausage, and then at the various German delicacies on the table. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Don't worry about the safety of the food. These aren't real food. They will only give you an extremely realistic taste buds. After finishing the minced meat sausage, Rog put down his fork and explained. He picked up a glass of Bavarian white beer to moisten his throat. Red Skull, who was sitting on the high-back chair, looked at Rog with a complicated expression. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the delicacies of his hometown. More than 10 minutes later, Red Skull, who had eaten his fill, leaned back in the high-back chair and asked in puzzlement, "Aren't you going to have a chat with the soul gem? Why did you suddenly arrange such a delicacy for me?" "That's right. I want to have a chat with the soul gem. This meal is mainly to make up for the mental damage you will suffer later." As soon as Rog finished speaking, Red Skull thought of something. However, it was all too late. Before he could do anything, the scene in front of him changed again. Tsukuyomi Level 2. In the Tsukuyomi world, Rog cast Tsukuyomi on Red Skull again. This time, what appeared in front of Red Skull was no longer the middle of the night with the crimson moon hanging high in the sky, but a gorgeous space that resembled a starry sky. At that moment, Red Skull was like a child who had just learned to speak as he asked innocently. Rog didn't answer Red Skull because it wouldn't make much sense to answer. Although Red Skull still maintained his skeleton-like appearance, his mind wasn't as mature as a 3-year-old child's. This was Red Skull's subconscious space, or rather, where his true ID was. Tsukuyomi Level 2 was a discovery Rog made by chance after possessing Kodo Amatsukami. Although Tsukuyomi and Kodo Amatsukami had reached a certain pinnacle of illusion, the principles behind the two were completely different. Tsukuyomi could pull the target's mind or consciousness into the Tsukuyomi space and give the target a physical experience in the Tsukuyomi space. As for Kodo Amatsukami, it could fundamentally change the target's views and concepts. In the beginning, Rog didn't pay much attention to the difference between the two. However, when he was having some academic discussions with Hinata, He suddenly realized that using Tsukuyami in Tsukuyami could achieve the effect of completely entering the target's subconscious like Kodo Amatsukami. After entering the target's subconscious space, as long as he grasped the correct method, he could completely change the target's concept from the subconscious level, allowing the target to treat the modified concept as his original concept. Although he had entered Red Skull's subconscious space, Rog had no intention of modifying or prying into Red Skull's subconscious. The reason he came here was to see the Soul Gem. Red Skull thought that he had no way of communicating with the Soul Gem, but in fact, when he obtained the Soul Gem's curse and obtained the paternity test ability, he already had the ability to communicate with the Soul Gem. However, he didn't know this. Chapter 596. At this time, you still don't want to show up? Rog ignored Red Skull next to him and said to the gorgeous starry sky in front of him. Don't look at the fact that there were only 2 people here with Red Skull. When he entered here, the Soul Gem detected his arrival for the first time. As an infinity stone that controls the soul domain, the Soul Gem has a unique advantage in perception. Not to mention that Rog also took the initiative to enter the subconscious space of the man he chose. After that, Rog waited patiently. However, after a few minutes, he still did not get any response from the Soul Gem. You really don't want to come out? Then don't blame me for making a move on your guardian. As soon as his voice fell, Rog stretched out his right hand and reached out towards Red Skull beside him. Just at the moment when his right hand was about to touch Red Skull's neck, the Soul Gem finally reacted. In other words, it finally appeared in front of him. Red Skull, who had a silly look just now, seemed to have changed into a different person in an instant, and his body involuntarily exuded an ancient aura like the universe. Why do you want to see me? The appearance was still the same, and the voice was still the same. But at this time, Red Skull did not have the childish behavior and aura of a previous child at all, giving people a strange feeling as if he was talking directly to the universe. Nothing, I just want to talk to you about a deal. In addition to the Soul Gem, Rog has more or less touched the remaining 5 Infinity Stones. Although only the Reality Gem and the Power Gem belong to him directly, this is enough to keep him calm and collected in the face of any Infinity Stone. It may be difficult to determine the winner between a single Infinity Stone, and the power depends on the user's own strength. However, when 2 Infinity Stones cooperate with each other, they can definitely defeat any Infinity Stone without any suspense. This is the biggest confidence of Rog in the face of the Soul Gem. Deal? You make it sound nice, but you just want my power. Why do you have to use the excuse of a deal? Obviously, the Soul Gem did not believe Rog's statement at all. I can understand why you don't believe me. After all, you should have seen many people who covet your power. But I'm really different. I'm not too interested in your power. I just don't want you to fall into the hands of those who aren't on good terms with me. You can trust my judgment. If I don't like her, you shouldn't like her either. Rog said unhurriedly. With the Reality Gem and the Power Gem in hand, whether the other Infinity Gems are in his hands or not is not particularly important to him. However, this did not mean that he would allow others to obtain the Soul Gem. This was not a matter of being greedy or overbearing. It was purely to avoid unnecessary trouble. After a few minutes of silence, the Soul Gem controlled Red Skull to continue. Tell me, what is your so-called deal? In the end, the Soul Gem relented and stopped rejecting Log's request. The deal I want is very simple. Your location and the method of the sacrifice will be known by a certain person that I don't like. So, I'm going to destroy your altar directly and completely eliminate the possibility of you being obtained by him. Of course, if you don't mind, I can also take you to Earth to meet your other brothers, and let you have a good chat. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Red Skull in front of him exuded a very oppressive aura, fully expressing his dissatisfaction. Destroy my altar, take me to Earth, this is your so-called deal, aren't you looking down on me too much? If it weren't for the fact that Rog's soul could not be harmed in the subconscious space of Red Skull, the Soul Gem would like to let Rog taste the pain from the soul right now. After living for so long, It was the first time that he had encountered someone who dared to threaten him in this way to talk about the so-called deal with him. This was simply going too far. Don't be so excited. The situation is actually not as bad as you think. Rog first calmed the mood of the soul gem, and then continued, your altar being destroyed is actually not a loss for you. Ask yourself, are you really willing to let those messy people borrow your power? So instead of using this way of sacrificing your true love to test those who covet your power, you might as well take the initiative a little bit and choose a user that you like and can see through. This is just like getting out of singleness. You can't expect to get out of singleness by staying at home. You have to take the initiative to go out and find ways to meet different people of the opposite sex, then you may meet the destined soul mate. Otherwise, do you expect your destined soul mate to get to know you who stays at home through robbing? You're not a young man anymore, you can't always wait for others to come to you. Waiting passively will only make you wait for an unreliable scumbag. At this time, Rog was like an emotional expert, providing emotional advice to the single soul gem. Although he said a lot, in summary, it could be summarized in one sentence. That is, I'm going to tear down your home and take you away while I'm at it. The soul gem did not expect that Rog would use this theory to explain the content of the deal. This made the soul gem, who had seen countless people, suddenly have a feeling that it had stayed in Wolmer for too long and could not keep up with the current era. Just as the soul gem was thinking about whether this deal was really worth it, Rog continued, after leaving here, you don't have to worry about being bored at all, and you don't have to face humans like Red Skulls who don't look particularly good all the time. Do you know, I have a good palace and your good brothers, Reality, and Strength, have a VIP seat in it. If you don't mind, I can also arrange a VIP seat for you. When the time comes, whether the three of you want to have a good chat or fight the landlord, it will be very suitable. Of course, if you want to play mahjong and are short of one player, I can also play a few rounds with you to pass the time. If you still want to see the rest of your brothers, I can also arrange an opportunity for you to meet. By the way, you know, now except for you, your other brothers have a good place to belong. People are most afraid of comparison. I think Infinity Stone should be similar to Infinity Stone. You don't want to be the only single stone. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.